But yeah, so we're gonna watch the interview with Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden. Very interesting. Two people you never would think do an interview together, but we're gonna watch that.
They're besties now. They solidified it.
Yeah. Well, there's been a thing with the Groypers and Hunter Biden for a little bit now. It was basically after Hunter Biden made his Twitter, but and I saw kind of Beerson talking about this a little bit, which is like, yeah, Hunter Biden seems like he's kind of a cool guy because he did coke and fuck prostitutes or whatever. I don't know. That doesn't necessarily make someone cool in my book, but yeah, I'd have a beer with him, I guess, or shoot some shit about, I don't know, sports or some shit. But in terms of politics,
I would not talk about Browns with him. He literally says diversity is our strength.
Yeah,
I give massive respect for Nick remaining during that. I would have lost my shit.
Yeah, in terms of politics, he's just another fucking liberal faggot. But so
look at his father. Gee, I wonder.
Yeah, right. Big surprise. So let's take a listen
you say
here.
You want to
we'll
ask
get into
me,
it.
Why are you a Nazi?
Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength.
White people do feel like we are being boxed out.
A 26-year-old white kid doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick.
I'm
You just
saying
said
The problem is crime, and we know who's
It's
doing the
always
crime
blacks.
in Chicago.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
About the Holocaust thing?
Oh. About that.
We get
About
to
that.
say whatever we want on the internet. We get to deny the Holocaust.
As far as Jews are concerned in general, I think that everybody in the country should be treated with dignity and respect and have their civil rights.
Like, what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. Like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person.
What about fucking Donald Trump? There's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you.
Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense.
Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel. Whichever firm is the one to develop ASI, that could confer dictatorial-like powers upon the CEO of that company.
Everything that we think about the way in which we exist in the world completely changes.
Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platforms.
Everything that AI is built on is ours. That's what they're stealing from us. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get there. We can get there. Okay.
Oh boy. I hate Donald Trump. You do too? All right, let's jack each other off. Like,
Yeah, literally.
like fucking.
He said, hey, he fucked over my dad, guys. So I want
Yeah.
to talk mad shit. Listen, I fucking hate how Jew-pilled Donald Trump is. But
Kick hates my bank card, apparently. If you're doing it through the app, try doing it through the website. The website is cheaper and it works better than through the app. But
Kalergi, I read that as united in TND.
let's go.
Our side, your side, united in TND.
I wish. I fucking wish. But no, United in TDS, yeah, it's like, okay. I don't know. Just a whole shit lib point already.
Kind of first question that I had whenever I caught wind that you wanted to do an interview like this is, why now? What made you want to sit down for this kind of interview?
Well, I think it's an interesting conversation to have all of us here. And, I
wants
think
to
it's a
clown
moment in our
Hunter
country when
Biden
there's a lot of
funny.
realignment. I think that
Yeah, I mean, I
people
wouldn't turn
recognize,
down the
especially in the
interview
past couple
either.
of years, I'm like a
There's so much
non-conventional
irony to be
critic,
had.
maybe,
It's true.
of what's happening. And so I think it'll be an interesting, productive conversation. I think it'll be
Productive,
different.
But I mean,
that might be a
specifically because
stretch,
we
but-
kind of share a publicist. I heard that you wanted to kind of. Okay, we have a publicist that you hit up, and you said that you wanted to talk to someone who would give you kind of a fair shot to clear up some things and maybe some misconceptions about you and the things you believe.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm
yeah, I
not
think
his
that
publicist.
I'm somebody who I
Yeah,
think
it is
like
about
you,
job.
actually, maybe we have this in common, is kind of pigeonholed in a certain way for things that we've done in the past or things that we've said.
Yeah, I'm a crackhead.
True.
But I'm racist, right?
I got pigeonholed there. Mine is true. Yeah.
Yeah, well, mine's a little true. Maybe a little, no. But yeah, so I think it'd be good to clear up some of the misrepresentations and,
Now, if you just
and put out
combine the
something
two,
accurate.
So what do you think is the
cokehead who
most
hates
misrepresented thing
niggers.
about you?
Well,
Yeah,
I
right.
think really the whole image
guess you're
everybody has
average
about
Nazi.
me.
Hunter Biden
when
is so
you
close.
mentioned me, I think on a recent show, you said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
Yeah.
And that's how everybody knows me. Everybody thinks of me as a white supremacist Nazi, and I don't think that's really true at all. I think that we definitely have
rip.
different values. I mean, you're more from the left, I'm more from the right, but I don't think I'm a
Depression.
hater. I'm not a hateful person.
It is Heil Hitler Friday.
It's Heil Hitler Friday,
Heil Hitler,
nigga.
all my niggas Nazis. Morgan was
Dude, it's like the most
I think
goated
it's
clip
Nazis, nigga.
ever. Like, I wish he truly believed that, but it's, dude, it is
Okay,
Heil
but
Hitler Friday.
I think I feel like it's. He doesn't believe in Nazis on their political aspect, but he definitely is like, yeah, I fucking hate blacks 90% of the time.
I
And
don't know
he's
about that.
anti-immigration.
Yeah, he's anti-immigration, but he doesn't. I mean, he says a lot that he doesn't hate anybody.
It's that same
And-
argument from earlier of how long do you be ironic until the irony becomes reality?
Yeah, I mean, this is
A crackhead and a racist walk into a hotel room.
true.
What's up, Rex?
True. What's up, Regs? I watched you on Side Scrollers. That was really cool. Congrats on that, by the way.
Wow, Davinya.
Good shit. But yeah, I don't think Nick is as racist as some people think he is, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're at an immediate detriment whenever you're not like full-blooded Anglo-Saxon.
yeah, true. And I mean, yeah, he is Mexican, so you can't quite. He's a quarter Mexican, so he can't quite be as racist towards brown people as.
Okay. I've
Somebody
known
could
many
be.
of Mexicans be full fucking racist.
Well, but that doesn't
So-
like count. You can't be like racist against
I
your own
think it
people.
counts in terms of funny.
Yeah, funny, but it's not serious. I don't know.
I
But
don't know. My former best friend fucking hates anyone that's not white.
yeah,
And she was as Mexican as they come.
yeah. I mean, no, Nick has had a lot of black people around the movement. Like, there's one Graper general named Tenryo who I'm pretty sure is still around. I don't know how close they are, but they're like friends. I mean, he did a lot of stuff with Kanye West too, so it's like, yeah,
All the top neo-Nazis.
yeah. I don't know about the
There
10-year
is that meme.
situation, but at least for Kanye, it's more about like power, right? Kanye's a billionaire, one of the biggest rap artists of all time. So like, you know, you're not gonna, you know, Kanye says you want to hang out, you're not gonna say no, right? You're not gonna be like, no, I'm not gonna hang out with Kanye West. Like, okay, you're gonna fucking do it. But you know, so I don't know.
And
But
honestly, like what Rex said is real. There is a line where as long as you're racist and like you understand what's going on in the world and you're not like this fucking lib cucked faggot,
true.
then you're not miserable to be around and I'll listen to what you have to say, even if you're some nigger.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Generally speaking, yeah, as long as you're
And then-
racist.
There's a meme of all fucking Nat socks are brown.
Yeah, Tenryo is
Listen.
one of Nick's top guys, unironically. Yeah, that's my understanding. Tenryo is this big, fat, black guy, like really black, like gorilla-looking nigga. I mean, I don't watch much of. I think he streams. I don't watch much of his stuff. I've seen him around, but like, yeah, he's one of his, you know, token black guy, right? You know, so it's like, you know, I don't quite think he's like Paul Miller level of racist or something, but
That's a good point. Is Paul Miller is not white,
yeah, true.
and we still fuck with him. So it's just like, if you're saying the things that are true, it kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah, and there's also like a level of like,
He
I
also
guess
served time for the cause, so he gets like an honorary pass.
yeah, kinda, yeah, that too. But also like, you
doing
know, he has they do have some kind of like power in the sphere, right? Like, you know, they're famous, you know, pretty much. So it's like, you know, that has some measurement to it as well. It's like, you know, if he was just some random ass Mexican, probably wouldn't care. But Black Griper, yeah, say it ain't so, right? There's a lot of those, apparently. People don't give a fuck anymore. True. Blacks, browns, yellows,
Miku,
whites, united in racism. True.
do you have your loot box yet?
My loot box?
On Kick?
I don't think so. Because I think I claimed it at like midnight or something.
Damn.
Oh, I do. I do actually have the loot
Let's
box.
go. Show stream.
Okay. It pulled up like fucking
RuneScape? What
RuneScape.
the
I don't know. Somebody playing RuneScape. We will switch to Beardson, but alright, we'll do the loot box. You guys ready? Let's see. What are we gonna get from the Kick loot box? We're gambling. We want to get the Mystic.
fuck? Let's go gambling.
Gamble, gamble, gamble.
I got a
I already
copy
got
cat.
a legendary for the first one, so I doubt I'm gonna get anything good. And it just skipped over the red one, so okay.
Oh,
You get retarded Pepe smiling face. There we go. Okay.
Oh, Cage.
There we go. There we go. So good.
Ooh, tomato. Mine's better. Clap, 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 clap,
Boo.
clap.
Well, see, I already got a legendary here. I got this one. So I got that on my first pull. I think they probably give
Oh,
you a
that's pretty sick.
legendary, but yeah, the UFO thing, that's all right. I did want the one that Kiara has, which is the Golden K. I think that's baller. But
The mythic one. It's like,
this, oh yeah, like holographic chromium.
yeah, that's the word I was
K.
thinking of.
Yeah, that does look sick.
Banger. Boo, tomato. Anyway, look at my
Boo.
clapping cat.
Get your clapping cat. Oh, and then
Yeah,
fucking
that's what I got.
chat.
For the past 3 of them, I've just gotten wide emotes, and I think that's pretty fucking cool. I love wide emotes. They're just so fucking annoying, and I love them.
Yeah, I don't think I have any of those.
I have the cot one, and I use that so much. Oh wait, no, I have 4 wide emotes because I have the point and laugh Neko one,
Oh,
and
okay.
then I have wide cat jam.
Based.
Nobody can top vibe. Yeah,
The
that he do be vibing.
True. Truth nuke. But
I
no,
don't know. I
that's
feel like
that's
this
what I
one is
got.
just funny and any circumstances. Because
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, when I go on a friend's stream and make my presence acknowledged, like they'll say some slanderous accusations towards me. So I just caught.
In the Griper chat.
puts hands up, caught.
Yeah, that works pretty well for you. But oh, that fucking Dobby's here. Oh my god, roaster.
Oh, Dobby's here. Let's fucking clown on this bitch.
Yeah. That's typical Griper, but you just gotta deal with it. But
I think I've gotten to a point where it's just funny. Like it's not annoying anymore.
yeah, as long as you just
Except
don't
for
care.
except for the Gooner shit that Lyric did. He hasn't done it since, but that shit's annoying.
Gooner shit.
Like
Oh.
Lyric, yeah,
When he was being weird, like on the game or whatever.
yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of cringe, but yeah, not all Groypers, I don't believe, are like that. So
Yeah, I mean like Kairu, Neff, Neko, they're all chill. And any other Groiper that I've met by proxy has been like chill with me. Like, yeah, you get the woman jokes, but that's kind of to be expected, so it doesn't really bother me.
yeah,
Like, at that point, you just laugh it off. Or if you try to counter in any way, then okay, yeah, feminist bitch.
yeah. Like some jokes are funny to a point, right? And if that's like your whole bit, it just gets tiresome. I don't know.
I mean, my bit has just become alcohol. So
oh
I
yeah,
can't
you're
even.
you're branded as an alcoholic forever. So
Yeah, I can't do shit about that.
yeah. Which I mean, we are drinking right now, so
Yeah, you're not helping my case, Miku.
yeah, no, no, you're fucked. I mean, That's
I'm gonna
his view
fucking eat
forever.
some more seaweed. Fuck you, nigga.
Yeah, you'll be branded as the seaweed alcoholic or something. I don't know. But Lyric is just a gooner. His latest video has so much gooning. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I sent Beardson Lyrics video and said that some Downy made him a video to react to on stream. And Beardson said he tried to watch it, but Lyric talks way too fast, and it like he tried to watch it in 0.5 speed, and it was just annoying. So I guess tell him not to talk so fast, and he might react on stream.
Yeah, lay off the cocaine. No, I'm just joking. I don't know if he's actually doing cocaine, but
I doubt it. Groypers aren't
yeah, I
that
doubt
cool.
it. Neff is a gooner. He just says more self-control. Yeah, it's, you know, as long as you can have some like self-discipline, like a couple jokes here and there are funny, but you know,
Yeah,
you do
like
that
making
for an
jokes
hour.
about
It's
the
like,
Rule 34 of Davi is like, yeah, okay, that's funny. But like the shit that Lyric would DM is just annoying.
yeah, I don't know, but anyways, yeah, let's continue here.
It's very fucking cool.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
So what's the thing about, I guess, traditional Nazism that you think you disagree with the most?
Well, it's a non-Christian ideology. So, I mean, look,
I already disagree. That's not entirely true, but that's a heated debate. There
Yeah,
were a lot
paganism
of
versus Christianity.
yeah, there were a lot of Christian Nazis. That is true.
Esoteric Slaughter 1488.
Yo,
My
let's
fucking
go.
goat.
Let's fucking go. Thank you for the follow on Kick. Let's go. Right? Yeah. Let's go.
believe that race is real, as the Nazis did, but I don't think it utterly defines a person. As a Christian, I think we're all created beings. I do believe there's such a thing as a universal human community. And so I think it's a cruel ideology. I've said this on my show, by the way, but I mean, that would maybe be the fundamental.
Did you always feel that way?
Always, yeah, absolutely.
So even whenever you were younger and stuff?
I did, but you know, you got to recognize times have changed. 10 years ago, we had a totally different political world. The regulation and policing of speech, you know, what you would call
Trump
wokeness,
wasn't a fucking
I think was
Jew
at an all-time
sellout.
high when I got started as a very young man.
What you would call wokeness?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I think,
Yeah.
I mean, would you not
maybe
say there
him,
were
maybe
some
him, yeah.
excesses maybe in those days?
Yeah, in those days I wasn't doing too well, so I wasn't paying much attention.
Yeah,
Anyway,
he was doing crack and fucking hookers and kids, so you know, he
I
doesn't
don't know
really.
about the kids part.
Well, you look
is
at
that
the
a thing?
laptop. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know about, you know, actually fucking, but he does have photos with underage children naked. Yeah, on
What
the
fuck?
laptop.
Okay,
Yeah, he's
well,
a pedophile.
that's not. I don't know about fucking. That's basically.
Well, that's why, like, you know, when he created a Twitter, he like came out and did this whole massive tweet that was this big thing, which was like, "Oh, I'm not part of the elites. You know, I'm separate from them. I'm, you know, I get your
I'm
struggle.
just a chill guy.
I'm
I'm just a sensitive young man.
yeah, I'm just Hunter Biden. I'm just a chill dude who loves coke. You know, it's like, you're really not actually. You know, the photos on your laptop is damning proof. Like, yeah, he's got pictures of him with like 14, 15-year-old topless girls. Yeah, it's, and you can only imagine how far that goes. Like, yeah, the Hunter Biden laptop is actually really bad, if you actually look into it. So, you know, I don't know. A lot of people are like doing this whole, oh, he's just a cool guy. I'd want to hang out with him, have a beer. I'm like, he's actually a fucking.
To be fair, you did say that earlier in the stream.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like on a personal level, like, he does seem like that type of person, but he's actually like a fucking disgusting human being, and a liberal degenerate retard. So I don't know, but he does give off those vibes like I'd want to have a beer with this guy, but that's kind of like the point of him being like this weird political groomer type person. You know, my dad has
Kyra
power.
got auto-modded.
Yeah, he said there was a pic of a partially nude girl who looked like his niece, who was like 14 at the time or something. Yeah, yep, that's true. Yeah, and that was the diary, right, of Hunter. I believe it was Hunter Biden's niece. She had a diary that leaked, and yeah, it was about like
Oh,
him, about her and him in the shower together. Yeah, it's they're fucking freaks. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, he's not this like innocent fucking, oh, I just love coke and hookers. Nah, he's way embedded in the elite shit. I mean, he was on the board of Burisma, the oil company, you know, funneling money to Ukraine and stuff. It's like, it's not a joke. Like, you know, it's
okay,
very
but
serious.
Ukraine has neo Nazis.
Yeah, but he wasn't giving it to the neo-Nazis. You know.
Well, they're in their own military.
Yeah.
They have a Wolfsango as one of their divisions.
Yeah, but he
I think
wasn't
that's
in
pretty
bed with
fucking
them.
cool.
He was in bed with the fags and fucking what's the fucking guy from Ukraine, the leader
Zelensky?
Zelensky. Yeah, there's funneling
Yeah,
money from
Zelensky's a
that.
fucking Jew hog.
And they were funneling money from the bioweapon research that was going on there. Like, you know, there's a whole big thing behind that, you know, Burisma being like a shell corporation for funding of some of the bioweapons that were being developed in Ukraine. And there was this whole big thing about, you know, what happens if Russia gets control of that. And just so happens Hunter Biden is connected to all that. So it's like, you know, he's not this like fucking just retard who is the president's son and is like, oh, I'm just a fucking dumb idiot, you know, behind the scenes. It's like, no.
I just really love cocaine, guys, I
No.
promise.
It's like he's in bed with all these top people, like literally and non-literally, like you know, so yeah, he's not just some cool fucking dude. Like, I understand the appeal behind it. It's funny, yeah, but I'm not gonna get on the, you know, Hunter Biden. You know, a lot of the Groypers are joking. They're like, Nick for president and Hunter Biden for vice president. I'm like, no, actually, that would ruin Nick's chances even way more. Like,
Okay, well, okay.
there's
so
much better
I have
people Nick could have as vice president than Hunter Biden.
I have a negotiation.
Okay.
So Beardson has his presidency. We can give him to Beardson.
Well, Beardson's old enough to run for office, so
Yeah. Well, there's the Beardson 2028 emote.
yeah. So he could do it.
That's my future president right there.
Yeah. That would be a long shot, but hey, you never know.
Nuh-uh.
I guess you niggas can dream, can't you? But I think you have to be 35 for vice president as well. But Nick could be Secretary of State or something. You know, establish that
That's
political
never gonna happen.
career. No, I know. We're
He's already
literally
his
we're literally
like,
just fucking bullshitting right now. But
but Hunter Biden can't be Nick's vice president. That's bullshitting too.
well, yeah, I know. Yeah, it is all bullshitting. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know.
It's okay. Thomas Rousseau can be his vice president.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that would arguably be better, but it's my knowledge.
Objectively, just be better.
To my knowledge, Nick doesn't really care much for Russo, so
Yeah, no, he does not like him.
yeah.
Hey, Rousseau's just like, listen, I don't know much about this Nick guy, but shrug. Rousseau's a grown ass man, so he's just like, I don't hate him.
I'm sure he knows a lot about Nick, actually. Yeah, that would be an interesting
there's
conversation.
Oh, I have a video. If we aren't dead by the time this is over, Rousseau got interviewed by one of my favorite YouTubers.
Okay, yeah, we can watch that after.
And like one of the questions was like, what's the hardest thing about being Thomas Rousseau? And like he goes into a full life analysis.
The pretending to not know is cringe. Yeah, Trump does that a lot, right? where he says, I don't know much about this person, but I've heard some things. You know, it's like, yeah, you fucking know. Okay. But yeah. Lindsey Graham is with Epstein and Lolita's Island #2 now. True. I spoke with them both on Xbox Live while playing Fortnite yesterday.
St. Johnette's Island.
That's true. That is true. Yeah. Jeffrey Epstein's account is still playing Fortnite to this day.
Yeah,
Duke
Russo's
Rapotis?
smart enough to like not start shit with Nick Fuentes. And Zelensky is definitely fucking Jewish. He also has a meeting with Netanyahu like constantly.
Oh yeah.
Literally, Lindsey Graham was at Ukraine right after Netanyahu left. They were talking about some sort of weapon manufacturer, and then he died like less than a week later.
Yeah.
Put on my tinfoil hat.
Oh yeah, definitely political assassination.
Always the fucking Jews.
Kiara says, also, I think he knows that a lot of the Patriot Front guys also like Nick. So Thomas probably is smart enough to know not to attack Nick. Yeah, I mean, I think at least from Nick's side, I would say, you know, anything that Thomas probably messes up, Nick will comment on and will say something about. And that might not be good.
Also,
but that's also just because
Patriot
Nick
Front
is
is,
a
like,
political
divided.
commentator, right? Russo's not that.
Patriot Front is either I fucking love Nick Fuentes or I fucking hate Nick Fuentes. So the best like optics position Russo could take is just to be like shrug.
Yeah. I mean, that's usually the best play, right? Is to just don't counter signal. Like even if you don't like the guy,
don't
just
endorse
don't
or
counter
counter signal.
Yeah. Which people also notice that too, but I think it's worse than just coming out full ball swinging against somebody. Especially Nick. I mean, he will attack you for sure. And yeah, that wouldn't be good.
He's gonna meme at me very memingly.
Yeah. Nick generally doesn't talk about these people unless they do it first or pester Nick about it. Yeah. Yeah, or unless there's some like
Super
news
Chatters
story.
were on Patriot Front's ass.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, I mean the general consensus from the Groypers and I think Nick is they do not like Patriot Front. In terms of like they mostly don't like what they do in IRL, I guess. The marches and things like that.
My perspective is I don't want to get into an argument with Kairu again, so I'm gonna be silent.
Yeah, no. I think I remember seeing something about that, but you know, it just is what it is. Everyone's entitled to their opinions, so but yeah, I personally don't hate either side. I'm not a super huge fan of the marching stuff because I think it kind of puts you in danger, but
Davi doesn't want to lose again.
But even streaming, like the stuff Nyx does, it definitely puts him in the same kind of danger that marching does. Like, somebody with a gun showed up to his door. Like, you're still in danger, even if you think you're safe doing it online. Marching and doing it online is kind of the same thing. You're still putting yourself in danger.
I'm in fact not shutting up. Fuck you, Kairu. Anyways, it does not matter what you do. Like, look at any trial in accordance to somebody saying nigger, even. And not even like a Chud the Builder way, like the fucking... Oh my gosh, I'm so drunk I can't think of her name. But you know who I'm talking about.
Shiloh Hendricks.
Shiloh. She didn't instigate anything. She didn't like attack anyone. She wasn't Chud the Buildering and being like, oh, he's shimping out and that kind of shit. And guess what? She got a quote-unquote guilty verdict about one of the charges. Which they didn't even call the fucking nigga who was recording to the trial. But like, it doesn't matter. The way judges are and the way the judicial system in general is a very progressive mindset. They are going to shill anything that is progressive. They're going to stifle anything that isn't. It doesn't matter if you're marching or something in DC versus talking on a podcast online. You're going to find something, whether it's judicial or from people online who want you dead because you're not progressive.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not saying that marching is the same thing as doing stuff online. What I'm saying is that you're still putting yourself in danger just having any type of right-wing opinion at all.
Then we shouldn't say anything online if that's the argument of you're putting yourself in danger.
Right, and that's the argument against what Nick and the Groypers have against Patriot Front is it's too dangerous. But I would say, you know, you have to do something at some point.
And there's also safety in numbers. The way they do the marching, they're not instigative. Sorry, English is hard, but they're not like instigating anything.
Yeah, I
It's
do
not
believe
like
that
they're-
too. I think
And
that-
the fact that they have such large numbers, you're gonna have people who are like berating them from afar, but that doesn't mean that they can like go out and try to fight everyone. It kind of keeps people quiet. They'll just become all talk because what are you gonna do against like a whole crowd of marching white nationalists?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there are levels of danger, but at the same time, like Nick could say something that's like crazy and somebody could just like show up to his house with a bomb, like, and blow up his entire house. Like, it's not, you're not safe in your house, bro. Like, people
Yeah.
will get you if they want to get
That
you.
fucking
like,
boy beam will find you.
like the guy showing up to Nick's house with a gun, like, I mean, all he really had to do was break a fucking window and walk right. You know, it's like, it's not that hard. You know, I don't know. I still think like no matter which way you go about it, you're still gonna face some kind of danger, and you just, you know, I don't know. That's what the Groypers think is it's not as dangerous to do it in streaming, but I think it's very similar.
It's true because you're not physically there and people have to go out of their way to find you, but that doesn't mitigate that people will want to regardless. And in fact, it kind of puts you on this untouchable pedestal that you're only talking online, you're not having these public events, so on and so forth. It's gonna make that like small crowd of like Antifa adjacent people who definitely want us to be fucked over. They're gonna not stop at anything to find out who you are. And that's what I mentioned earlier, Kairu, is they're gonna put us under any legal scrutiny. They'll find anything to push us for. And Thomas has spoken about him being like cooperative with any local police when they do a demonstration so that they have that field of like, okay, well, we spoke to them about it and we'll have evidence of us speaking to them about it, and we were approved of this thing because we're not blocking any major transport ways, we're not in the middle of the road, we're not impeding on regular life.
Yeah. And I think the
Thomas is objectively smart about what he does. Like, it can look stupid and like they need to fix their fucking marching sometimes, but
and I do think the legal danger in terms of like doing things in public mostly just comes down to being smart about it, right? Like, as long as you're not like attacking people at random, or if it is like an actually truly like self-defense situation, you want that to be clear. You don't want it to be like a gray area where, oh, you know, we don't know what actually happened. Like, if it's a clear self-defense case, like, that will come out.
Okay. I would argue that if you are gonna demonstrate in public, it's better to not fight back. If it's just like one guy trying to throw hands, just like leave. Use your numbers to your advantage and leave, because if you do fight back, that will be used on you.
Oh yeah, I mean, as long as, you know, you're
Like,
not being
there's
like,
no notion of self-defense when you're in a group that's a white nationalist group.
yeah,
You kind of have
and
to accept that when you go into it.
that argument by its nature is also taking it to the extreme, right? It might not be like a total self-defense situation, but yeah, like if someone's just like fighting with you, yeah, you're better off just not fighting back. You know, but yeah, if someone pulls a gun on you or something, you know.
Oh yeah. Well, they also have shields, and I don't
No,
doubt that
those
if-
shields aren't stopping a gun.
Yeah, no, I
So,
know. I just meant
but-
in regards to like somebody trying to throw hands and shit.
Yeah. But yeah, you definitely have strength in numbers. I don't know. I think both are necessary, to be honest. Like, I don't really hate one or the other. I think they're both necessary. Like, demonstrating in the streets is necessary. I mean, that's why Nick Fuentes himself has done IRL events like AFPAC 1, 2, 3. I mean, 4 was kind of a
The
disaster,
Groiper Wars.
unfortunately. Yeah, the Groiper Wars, getting out there and actually confronting them. I mean, there is a need for like IRL demonstration, right? So, I mean,
Just because their demonstration isn't at somebody's rally debating them doesn't mean there's not some sort of grounds for, yeah, I guess we kind of need this.
yeah. Yeah. So I think both are necessary. I don't think I don't want to see brother wars of like, you know, the
And
Gripers
don't
hating
punch right,
Patriot
guys.
Front.
Come on.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what Nick is, you know, kind of well known for, is attacking the GOP, right? Punching right, which
Yeah.
I mean, I agree
also,
with like most of it. Like, the GOP is absolutely very fucked up, and we definitely
there's
need
a
to
difference in attacking political like groups in like the GOP, not just political groups, but attacking that versus like attacking someone who could be seen as a peer.
Well, that's
who
true, right?
shares everything that you say on your podcast just in real life.
Yeah, there's a difference
like
there
it's a little
because the GOP actually has political power, right? And they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing with it. Whereas if it's just, you know, an individual group, they don't actually have any control over the levers of power. So, you know, I completely agree with like trying to push back against like the establishment Republicans that actually have
The
power and
establishment.
are doing what they're supposed to be doing. What are you making
I
fun of
agree
how I
with
say the
punching
establishment?
AIPAC.
Oh, well, yeah, for sure. APAC should be abolished. Punching right is always gay and retarded unless they are cucks or controlled opposition. That's a dangerous
You know what? I
opinion
agree.
around the Groipers,
I
Lord
agree.
Rexworth. I you know, nah. I mean,
because like nigger crusher said, punching right applies to people further right than you. So if you're punching right in this aspect, then that's typically someone more extreme than you. And unless they're like going out and killing people, which very seldom happens, there's nothing wrong with being more radical.
I think there is some stuff on the right that needs to be pushed back on. It depends on the context of the situation too. Right?
I just think violence shouldn't be used as a gotcha. So I think
Violence shouldn't be
parading
used as a
violence,
gotcha.
like parading violence and like call to violence, because if we do that, then that's going to be used against us.
Well, yeah, that's
So I
always a
think
bad idea.
So I think like punching right in that aspect is okay.
Well,
But,
yeah, yeah.
What's your argument against the slippery slope of it? Like, what should be pushed down?
Well, it just depends like on who you're talking about, right? Like I said, if it's like GOP right-wing people with actual political power, seats in Congress that aren't or seats in the House or whatever that aren't doing what we want them to do, yeah, we should criticize them and punch right for sure. Because but like, you know, groups that are just outside the system trying to do whatever, I think you should just, if you don't like it, generally probably just ignore it. But I mean,
Yeah.
in terms of like Nick Fuentes, I mean, he's a political commentator. This is literally his job, so he has to say something about it. He has to give his take on
Yeah.
it. So, you know, that's kind of the nature of the beast with that, is you have to have an opinion.
It's just like whenever he's dogging on like Patriot Front or something, I feel like that's such a non-issue.
Yeah, right. I would
I
think
feel like that's one of those aspects of punching right is not warranted. Like, if they were reflecting badly other than bad marching, and then
yeah, like if they did
but
something
they're
like
kind of just talking.
genuinely stupid or like reckless and dangerous, like, yeah, I would be like, okay, let's not do this, guys. This is probably a bad idea. But just marching around the streets with flags and chanting things, that's not a big deal. Because actually, I mean, you know, when I was in DC with the Groipers and Nick and marching around before January 6th, I mean, that's literally what we did. We literally
Yeah.
got in the streets of DC. We're marching around, chanting our slogans, Christ is king, America first. That's exactly what we did. We just didn't have the same uniform and had a bunch of, people were rocking the America first flags. That's what it's really not that different. I think it's the same thing. So, I don't know. I personally don't hate or attack Patriot Front. I think they're kind of necessary in some situations, but and I think what Nick does is necessary as well. Like I do fall into that category where it's like, I just want to see us all work together to defeat our common enemy. I'm that type of person, is the unite the right type thing. Like, let's stop the brother wars. We don't need to be fighting amongst each other when there's this bigger threat out there. So that's kind of what I believe. But work together, yeah, it's easier said than done, right? But
Oh no, I fully believe that like we can't work with these people. There's no grounds of working with these people. But I just think that it's like when you're arguing with a tranny online and you're like, okay, yeah, well, you're a nigger. And they just use that and they're like, yeah, well, you say slurs, so all of your arguments from henceforth are invalid. Like, you have to meet in a grounds that's kind of tame. You have to talk normally. You have to phrase yourself in a way that's respectable.
well, I'm
And
not
that
talking
applies to,
about
like, wishing violence. I'm just talking about the power and like violence are intertwined. Like, yes, but that doesn't mean that if you're platforming a certain ideology, you should be calling for violence.
Yeah. And, in terms of the violent stuff, if you want to look at it like on a, esoteric, like this is just how the universe works. The violence is the ultimate authority of power, right? The only way the state is able to exert power is through the threat of violence. So, it's very nice and cordial to say like, oh, I don't want violence, or no one can be violent, but violence is the ultimate power in the world. That's just the way it is, whether you like that or not. You can't
when
deny
the Jews
that.
are the fucking majority, we have to play by it regardless. We can't be seen as dictators or it's not going to be established.
Yeah, and that's not me telling anybody to go be violent. I'm just saying that's how the world literally functions on like
Yeah.
a physical basis. A physical natural reality is violence is the ultimate authority of power. So you don't have to like that, but that's just how it is. But yeah, anyways, we probably should continue watching. But yeah, I think they're both necessary. I think we could work together. I don't think we need brother wars. But yeah, in terms of working together with people like Hunter Biden, ain't gonna happen. This is an interesting conversation, but I have a feeling from what I've seen, it's just gonna be dumb leftist talking points. So
I would love to hear, and I'm not asking you to like retract everything that you've ever said and all, or anything, but I said that I would love to talk to you because number one, I told you this, is that I think you're really smart. And I think that with that comes in a real responsibility. And you have an audience.
He's going to be like,
And
yeah, you have to
I have a
stop saying
friend
Holocaust jokes.
whose son
Yeah,
is my
basically.
daughter's age, maybe 28, your age. And he's really smart. And he is a big fan of yours. And so by virtue of
he's
the
literally having
relationship,
the with great power
I got
comes
to
great
learn
responsibility
more
argument with
that
Nick.
why he
It
is
just
a fan
feels
of
like a
yours.
dad trying
And
to
none
lecture
of it
their
has to
kid this whole
do
time.
with, I would hope you agree, like
True.
really egregious things that you've said in the past about
Like, no thank
the
you, I'm not getting
Holocaust or
lectured by
about,
Hunter Biden.
Do the Jews ever talk about the 100 million whites
Okay,
that
they're
died in
pulling up
World
the
War II?
clip-
Or do they just
the
bitch and moan
clips.
about the so-called 6 million Jews that died?
And so it's just nice to poke holes in it and say it's not 6 million.
6 million? I don't
But
think
Nick is
so.
right.
And I don't even know,
Here.
I think I've heard you since kind of rescind a lot of that.
You concede that 6
No.
million Jews died in the Holocaust.
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could be, maybe even be more.
He's literally joking here. Like, I don't think they understand the joke.
No,
But
you,
what he
you think
agrees
these
with
kind of
is
people
kind of the
will
anger.
ever understand
The anger
jokes?
about the situation that particularly your generation finds yourself in. I know that to be real.
Like Nick
and
constantly
I think that
disavows
there,
Natsuck.
maybe my reasons for recognizing
Stop
that anger
mocking
as
the
being
cookies.
legitimate, my targets are different than yours. I just wanted to hear from you. When you say you were canceled by the right in 2016.
Yes.
I almost felt like in preparing to meet you now, is that your reaction to that
True,
was to
chain
just
reaction.
dig deeper and deeper into kind of the outsider, kind of radical, say anything for the purpose of generating, the attention to build an audience. Is that true? And it's not an accusation. I really mean it. I want this to be a conversation as much as possible.
I mean, there's certainly some truth to that, but I think that might be overstating it a little bit, because I really got canceled by the right and the left.
Yeah.
And back in those days in 2017, you had these far left journalists at Huffington Post, Right Wing Watch, ADL, SPLC, and I really believe they were on a mission to find extremist rhetoric, the white nationalist, neo-Nazi boogeyman, all that kind of
That
stuff.
article.
And they would look at someone like myself, 18, and if I was being serious or joking, things taken out of context, they would clip it, post it, and they wanted me to be the villain. And I think they wanted a lot of people to be the villain. I think.
Oh yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. Like, Nick is literally one of the most lied about people on the internet, for sure. He's definitely up there with like Donald Trump and fucking, I don't even know, but yeah, a lot of stuff Nick has said has been taken way out of context. They don't understand the jokes behind things. They don't understand the nuance. Thank you for the follow, Pigtaku. Let's fucking go. But, and this is not trying to glaze Nick or whatever. Nick's got problems for sure. But a lot of the things they say about him is just wrong and not true. He's definitely one of the most lied about people on the internet.
I think the left, in a way, kind of created this climate where I think they pushed a lot of people farther to the right.
No, by the way,
canceling them.
that very well may be true, but you gave him a lot of ammunition.
That's true.
I mean, I hope that some of those things that you said in the past are not things that you believed in and that are you meant
actually,
just to engender like a really radical kind of response. I mean, is that true or?
Right, he's basically asking, "Are you a fucking clown or not?" It's like, well, no. Like,
Damn.
I actually kind of believe the things I say. I don't know.
I need to go use the bathroom. Be right back.
All right. Yeah, he's basically asking, "Are you a fucking clown?" Well, I hope he responds no.
Well, again, I think that back in those days, you could not say anything. In 2017, 2018, cancel culture was so in overdrive. Any joke, any edgelording, anything like that, they would, first of all, there's no sense of humor.
I'm so old. I don't even. What's
Okay, well, to break it
edgelording?
down for you, so the dawn of wokeness, as it's known today, I think was in like the post-Trump era. After Trump won the election in 2016, there was a big movement to deplatform and kind of push away those who, I guess, the left feel like had galvanized them into the presidency. So there was this big idea that if you push people off mainstream social media platforms, they would go away. Now we know through Trump's reelection, that's not even true. But
yeah, that's not even true, and the pushing people off the platforms things makes it way worse. I've said this many times before. It's like when you silence somebody who has maybe a controversial opinion, they more often than not, they double down on that opinion because of the fact that they were censored. So it makes the whole situation worse. They think it stops it, but it really doesn't.
at the time, that was the mantra. Problematic viewpoints needed to be silenced, tucked away somewhere, and they would just sort of die in isolation. So I think that was the climate where you first
never
got started,
works like that.
2017. That time period was like crucial for getting people off mainstream platforms. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I would say that you got to get into the psychology of those days. It felt like anybody that wasn't on board with the most progressive agenda had no options. There was just no alternative. It was going to be progressive, liberal, feminist, BLM, all that kind of stuff. And if you were to the right of John McCain, you're no platformed. Censored, banned from all the platforms, you're fired from your job, you're ostracized socially. And I think what happened really in 2021 when Trump got banned from the platforms is it felt like 70 million people got canceled. 70 million people that voted for Trump, or 60, 70 million people, we were all felt like, oh, so if Trump is out of politics and we're all banned from the platforms, then...
Yeah, and this is before Elon bought Twitter. This is when Jack was running things. Mark Zuckerberg had a huge lockdown on Facebook and Instagram. I mean, things have changed recently, you know, for sure. I mean, it's definitely an incredibly different environment than what it was before, but you know, it was a different time back then, you know. Yeah, any right-wing opinion would have you way censored, for sure. I mean, even I was kicked off platforms much more than I was, you know, even as Miku. So, I mean, you just have to understand the context of the time period.
How is there any redress for our grievances? Do we just have to shut up and get with the program and we're all going to be progressive? And I think
Davi's
that
face,
that
I
drove
know.
people to a far more radical place where people said, well, what really is a solution? We can't talk. We can't express ourselves. We can't participate in the process or run
Could
for
do
office.
this.
And I was one of the people saying that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to drive people to extremism. If you don't
She'll be
talk,
back.
if people don't feel like they have a seat at the table and enfranchisement, I think then they start exploring options outside the system, outside of the political process, the democratic process. So I think it's self-inflicted in many ways.
So you feel like after the mass deplatforming in 2021, whenever people on the right got pushed to platforms like Parler, Gab, Rumble, etc., the lack of discourse and like the political singularity of those platforms created more extremism?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
absolutely,
Because look,
yeah.
you
Absolutely.
take Trump off of Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and I predicted this in 21. I said, watch, you're going to see alternative social media rise because some venture capitalist is going to see there's a huge market of 70 million people.
Yo, I don't have venture capitalists, but I do have feednom.com. I'm actually streaming there right now. You should check it out. Alternative social media right here, baby. Free speech. We're live on feednom.com. You know, it's got live streaming. So, you know, I was right there with all them, you know, building this. I was, you know, building this before Gab existed, before Truth Social. And people are using it now. And, you know, there's been a lot of recent updates. But yeah, I mean, when you silence and censor people, I mean, they're going to develop alternatives. They're going to go elsewhere, and those conversations might get more extreme, you know. So that's a real thing. I definitely think that the more censorship you have, the worse you make the extremism. That it does not stop it. That's the same thing with like you know, making anything illegal, right? Like making abortion illegal, you know, it doesn't stop it, but it definitely pulls it back a lot. But yeah, so I mean, you know, people will develop alternatives as long as you're doing something within the confines of the law, which I mean, we definitely do. But yeah, so that was a good fucking shilling for my own shit, but it's free to use, you know. It's no censorship. So, you know, we're having a lot of fun on there. But my post on there was W. True. Very true. Yeah, you guys are
Real?
posting some great content on there. Oh, Davi's back. Oh shit.
Is Davi
I,
sober? No.
I had to hide your Abby because it was like you had one eye open and it went crazy. But welcome back. I shilled my platform a little bit because they're kind of talking about like the environment of like 2016 Trump. Did you even vote for Trump? You don't have to answer that.
I didn't vote.
You didn't vote. Yeah, you weren't even old enough to vote, were you?
The first time, no.
Wow, that's crazy. But
I'm just a baby.
yeah, I voted for Trump 3 times, so
Oh,
you know. I know Nick likes to say he didn't vote for Trump the 3rd time, but you know, I don't like the things Trump is doing, but is he better than the alternative? Absolutely. I mean, you cannot convince me any differently that Kamala would not annihilate this country to its roots. Like,
well, I mean, point blank, we shouldn't have a woman president.
oh yeah, for sure. But it's like
And
even
a
Nick,
negress.
yeah, negress. Oh my god, fucking, we're done. But even now, like Nick is making jokes recently about like,
Oh, about voting Democratic or Democrat.
well, that's not a joke. No, he's serious about that. as a way to punish the GOP and the right wing for not doing what he wants them to do, is he's willing to go as far as to vote for the enemy, which I can understand that on some level. You can't exert your will without being able to go like all the way with it. So I understand it. But no, I'm mostly saying like he's been joking recently about being Jewish, right? About the goy. Like if this is what the goy is about, then I wish I was Jewish, because they're calling him Jewish. Even Gypsy Crusaders calling him Jewish, who else is out there? Sneeko, Dan Blazarian. He's kind of going up against these two people. Dan Blazarian's a fucking moron. Sneeko obviously is a fucking retard. But yeah, they're calling Nick Jewish and shit. So he's been joking recently about like, God, I wish I was Jewish, which is funny. And but if you actually do kind of follow that to his natural conclusion, then that kind of does sort of put you back on the Trump train, unironically. Because if you hate the goy and the shit that they're promoting, then that kind of pushes you back into Trump. So, but the big thing that I like had a big problem with Nick about was the war in Iran stuff. I did not believe Trump would do it. I was wrong. I was 100% wrong. Nick was 100% correct. I fell for the lie that Trump would be the no new wars president. Turned out not to be the case. I'll admit when I was wrong. I was definitely wrong on that take. Nick was 100% correct. He called that like to the fucking T. It surprised the fuck out of me how well Nick actually called that.
The gift of foresight.
Yeah.
Granted to him by his Jewish relatives.
Yeah, well, Nick is very good with foreign geopolitical analysis. Like his calls on like the war with Russia and the Ukraine war and then Iran. I mean, he's unbeatable. The guy can literally peer into the future and see what's happening. So, I'm more like I'm more versed in like domestic politics, so like what's going on a national level. But yeah, I'll admit I was wrong. I have no problem admitting that, and I agree with Nick. Like Trump was wrong on starting a war in Iran for the Jews. Like, yeah, definitely hate that he did that. So Nick's autistic fixation on is geopolitics. It really is. It really is. I mean, yeah, you want to go toe to toe on like Nick in geopolitics? Like, don't even try it. Don't even fucking try it. I tried once and it did not turn out well for me. But I mean, other than that, I think. Oh, and immigration, right? Immigration is not as strong as we want it to be. I do think there's a lot of, you can only do so much as the president,
Yeah,
and
checks and balances kind of cucks like any administration.
Right. We have the Constitution, we have the Fourth Amendment. Like, you don't know if they are a citizen or not until you actually like bust down the door. And you can't just go in and do that. Like, you can't just go in and literally bust down doors. That's against the Constitution. Fourth Amendment, unreasonable search and seizure. Even if they're not a citizen, you don't know that until you get to that point. So you can't just do that. So, there's a lot that holds back the president. But Trump could definitely be doing a lot more.
That's why the traffic stops are like paramount.
Yeah, I think shutting down the traffic stops was fucking huge L. But and I agree with Nick.
He said that wasn't his wish. He said that the traffic stops were needed on True Social.
Yeah, so it's kind of like something out of his hands type thing, which he could sign an executive order and change it. So
Only
I don't know.
VTuber with the presidential pardon is great marketing.
Hey, that is true. That is true, actually. I don't say that a lot, but I think I am the only VTuber with a presidential pardon. As far as I'm aware of.
The only VTuber that's been on a no-fly list.
Yeah, true. Nick's been on a no-fly list, but he's not a VTuber, so
Exactly.
so I can take that title. Having all three branches, but this is the best we got. That part is probably the best it's going to be for a while. Yeah, and I've told Davi that true. Told Davi and others that as well, as like, you know, even if you don't like the Trump administration, it's literally going to be one of the best presidents we're going to have for like probably the rest of your life. Like, it won't be until like maybe, you know, later in life when your kids are adults that you're going to see something like Trump ever happen again in politics. It's one of those moments where it's like, this only happens like once every 100 years. So, and it's a shame that he's not
I'm just hoping we keep
Hitler.
getting more radical.
Yeah. Like, we all want Trump to be Hitler, right? Like,
You
know,
hear lefties calling him Hitler, and we're like, fuck, I wish.
I wish that was the case, right? But being a
For
realist, you know, you understand that he's literally can't be Hitler. Even if he wanted to, he can't. So,
Well, to be fair, Hitler couldn't have been Hitler, and then he took his Hitler shenanigans.
and I get what you're saying, but they didn't have the same protections that the United States government does. Like, they didn't have the Constitution and amendments in Congress. Like, you know, for Hitler to rise to power in Germany, I mean, it's very, at that time, it was kind of easy to do.
Well,
you know,
no, it took a lot of very convenient timings.
Well, yeah, for sure. Right. It was the perfect moment for Hitler, for sure.
And I feel like checks and balances are so cucked in these times, because America was founded on a perspective of everyone has the same wants. Everyone is from the same place. Everyone's one in the same. And if they have disagreements on like little things, like state level things, checks and balances would rectify that. Like, you'll try to push something that maybe your neighbor doesn't want, but at the end of the day, like, everyone was on the same page for identity politics. And that's one of our biggest problems now, is everyone is so progressive in terms of let all these people in, let everyone identify as whatever they want, and that's like polluting modern times.
Yeah.
And like freedom of religion, that's in our constitution, but it was freedoms of different sects of Christianity, a greater overarching religion, not freedom of, yeah, I'm gonna simp for this pedophile prophet religion.
Right, yeah. The freedom of religion did not literally mean that Satanism or Judaism should be free to do it. It was designed for Catholicism, Christianity, Mormonism, different sects of Christianity. Yeah, you're correct in that. But yeah, a lot of that does come down to like interpretations of things. And you would think that, you know, us having control of all three branches of government would be easy peasy, but you know, you do have.
Then we have traitorous Foids in the Supreme Court.
You know, was doing the Amy Coney Barrett a failure of the Trump administration? Absolutely, absolutely. You know, but that's the thing about, like, you know, the power structure is, you know, you're gonna put people in positions of power, and they're not always gonna do what you want them to do, no matter how like fucking, you know, like right wing or, you know, staunch in their beliefs and whatever. There's going to be some situations where they're going to let you down, and you know, that is what it is. Like, and I just think that's just like a truth of life itself, is like, you're never going to get 100% of everything you want. My big argument against Nick at the time, because back then, you know, back in 2024, he did not vote for Trump. And that was one of my biggest arguments against him not voting for Trump, was that you're sacrificing getting 90% of what you want to get 100% of what you don't want, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, we get 90%, and this is just being a realist. This is just looking at the world as it exists. You know, you don't get 100% of everything you want. You gotta play ball. You got to play the game the way the game is played, and a lot of
That's
that
why I'm
is
not going into politics, let alone the fact I'm a woman, so I shouldn't.
yeah,
But
it's literally not your place. But yeah, you just, I think there's things I don't like about Trump today that have changed from when I would have voted for him, but would I still vote for Trump? Absolutely. Yeah. 100% easily. Kamala versus Trump wins every single time, hands down, not a question. He's not perfect. Yeah, and that's exactly correct, Chain, which is do not let perfect be the enemy of good. Yeah, and I totally believe that. And that same logic extends to like people on our side, right? Like Patriot Front and just our allies on the right. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good, Yeah, they
it's
have
not
problems.
like we're platforming fucking Blood Tribe or something. Like
Yeah.
Patriot Front is so like middle ground when it comes to far right.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Let's not shoot ourselves in the foot, figure out where we can agree on and let's move forward and get things done. But yeah, that was my biggest thing with Nick during 2024 was, but I understand like why Nick did that, right? Why Nick said he's willing to go as far as to not vote for Trump. And that's in an effort to punish the GOP, because there comes a point where you do have to take things to that quite extreme of a level. Like if the GOP is absolutely betraying you, like voting for the enemy makes complete sense. The only problem is that if the enemy actually wins, you are completely fucked. Like Nick would be in jail probably right now. Like literally if Kamala won, Nick would probably be in jail. Like let's be real. Like the DOJ would have completely gone after him for the J6 stuff. I mean, he'd be in jail right now. He wouldn't be doing a stream. And that's my argument is like, the enemy would destroy you, would completely destroy you. So I don't think it's worth it to fight the GOP on that level, and get completely annihilated by your enemy. But I understand the logic behind it. Sometimes you have to go to the extremes to get the things you want. And, maybe he felt that way and that's the right time to do things. But I don't know. You cannot get me to... You might be able to get me to not vote, but you're not going to get me to vote for the enemy. Unless it's something like super extreme. And I don't even know exactly what that would be. But
that's like the whole point of our right to vote or to abstain thereof is like I don't think the lesser of two evils is a very good argument, and yes, the majority does need to vote for a lesser of two evils.
yeah.
But it's like me personally, the reason I didn't vote was because it felt so, I don't know, I don't like, because even early in the last election Trump was kind of cucked for Israel had the talking points of like one of those boomer conservatives. Like you can idealize something that you think is gonna happen, but that's not guaranteed to happen.
Yeah. And actually in terms of the, lesser of two evils argument is, you have to come to terms with these functions of physical reality. Like it is always going to break down into a binary system. The third option never works. The universe itself is a binary system. Things either exist or they don't. You're going to have to make some kind of choice. And I do believe that abstaining from making a choice is a choice in and of itself. And it's a choice for the things that you don't want to happen. So, I don't completely hate not voting, but I think you should at least have a say, whether you like it or not. You should make the choice, make the decision. You just have to deal with reality at some point.
I think then we can do the fucking Australia thing, or there's some European countries that do it that you get fined for not voting. But I
Well,
think
maybe.
the reason we don't have that is because we should be able to exercise the right not to vote.
Yeah. And there's that famous quote from the Boondock Saints that I fucking love, which is, basically the only way evil triumphs is by the indifference of good men. you have to make a choice. That the world is gonna hit you in the face whether you like it or not. You gotta go left or you gotta go right. You can't go straight. You're gonna crash into a brick wall. You know,
I'm not
you're
gonna
gonna
vote
die.
till literally Hitler is on the ballot.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing is like that same logic also applies to the left. Like it literally could be literally Hitler, but if something came along that was literally,
If
worse than
Hitler
literally
loved
Hitler,
trans rights.
you know, it applies both ways. So, yeah.
I love how the left is so embedded in identity politics that if like literally Hitler himself rose from the dead and
Yeah.
ran under like I love transgender, I love homosexuality.
You know,
like,
that might actually work.
platform, that might work.
Unironically, that might work. I mean, I've seen way too many trans fascists to think that that wouldn't work. Like, yeah, if you had a Hitler candidate come along that was like pro-abortion, pro-trans
This is what-
rights, you know, hated capitalism, that absolutely could work on the left for sure.
frame him as some homosexual commie.
Yeah, I mean, totally would work. I mean, but the thing is, you know, even if it was Hitler and they believed those things, if they enacted those laws, it's not going to be the Hitler we want, right? So, you
Yeah.
know.
Well, no, that's the whole.
Oh, the
perspective of
Manchurian
saying-
candidate.
Saying whatever the fuck you want on the campaign trail to get the majority, and then enacting.
Yeah,
laws.
and then you change your positions when you have power. Yeah, and then straight to
Yeah.
the ovens. Yeah.
and then you get sold out to Mossad.
Well, I mean, if the left did a bit of introspection, you know, or like retrospective, you know, they would be
Even
able to see that.
introspection, they don't have the capacity for that.
Yeah. Well, if they could just see that, like, they could unironically accidentally elect Hitler if he said all the right things.
Yeah,
Then they
don't
might take a
have
step back and be
the-
like, maybe what we're doing is no, yeah, they wouldn't even do that. They're too retarded. But
Think about who you're arguing with, Miku. Do you really think?
yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of people on the right who would really like me to be pro-trans. You know, there's
Yeah, it's a fucking homo nationalist. I'm telling you, they are a cancer.
unironically a very big sect on the internet. I had no idea how many.
Yeah, no, do you not see the trans rights are white rights? Shit.
Yeah, I see it, and it's a real thing. I mean, I don't understand it. I don't like it, but
It's like, it's so big. Unironically, I get random fucking follows from NatSock accounts who are trannies, and I'm like, bro.
pro-trans
Bro.
Miku. Well, no, I think trans is wrong. I'm not going to go down that path. But what I'm just saying is that there's a large group of people that
No,
that exist
trans
out
rights are
there.
white rights, guys.
Trans rights are white rights. True, very true.
True.
No, but
Trans waffen.
but the point is that if there was literally a Hitler candidate and he said all the quote unquote right things, they would easily love that person and vote them right into power. Absolutely. On the left. Not a doubt in my mind. Like I said, if I was fucking pro-trans, pro-abortion, and you know, like pro women's rights or pro like feminism shit, but I still believed in genocide and killing the Jews and you know, double the Holocaust, they would vote. They would be my best friend.
Pass it to the next person.
They would be my best friend.
Well, I mean, especially now that Israel is so fucking mask off, they might.
Right. Especially now, is like, you know, if I was pro-trans, they'd be like, and pro-Palestine, you know, fuck Israel. They'd be like, hell yeah, I love Miku. She wants to kill all the Jews. You know, they would be right on board.
I fucking hate those Jews.
You know, so it's very possible.
Listen, I would fucking mog Israel Chen, okay?
Vote Miku. He's baking cookies, and they already have the trans flags on them. True. Even if they didn't like you, the Muslims would, and they would have to capitulate. Yeah, I would agree with that. Israel, Chan. Let's go.
That are going to
Anyone
follow
who
Trump
doesn't
because
see
Trump
the
is no platform.
Trans rights are white rights thing. I wish I was you. I wish that I could unburden my mind with the sect of not sock Twitter.
Yeah, it unironically is big. It's a big group of people.
And it's not ironic. It is not ironic. It is just a bunch of faggots who love Hitler.
Well, for them, it's not ironic, but for us, it is because it doesn't make sense. Hitler was, I mean, it's probably one next to the Jews. Transgenderism was like the next biggest thing that he was
Yeah.
absolutely against. So, it's ironic for them to be fans of Hitler and also transgender. It doesn't make fucking sense. But there's
My brother in Christ, you would be in the wooden door to gas chambers.
yeah. I mean, the only reason why like I have some trans people around in the community, I don't immediately ban them, is because I believe in rehabilitation, right? I believe
yeah, no, we're
that
fixing that one tranny.
Yeah,
Nathan or whatever.
right.
We're fixing him.
they're not a guy, they're a female. That's what I believe in. Is like I don't believe in like outcasting people and like sending them off to the gulag. For lack of a better term, sending them off to the gulag.
Get to the tranny gulag.
I that's where the Christian the Christian part takes over, and I believe in like rehabilitation. Like we could fix these people. They're not too far gone. If they're willing to come around my community, that means that they at least have some kind of rational rational level of mind that they could be persuaded to
Yeah, but if
change,
they're
so
exhibiting the same I have pattern recognition, but I'm gonna exclude the other patterns. That's like so fucking gay.
yeah, I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying it can be done, but I don't know. I don't like the transgender fascism stuff, but I'm not gonna throw them to the wolves because
I will. It's okay, chat. I will.
because from the argument I said earlier is like exclusion forces them to become more radical. So when you exclude those people from our movement, you're forcing them to the other side, which is not good. I think it's more helpful to our side to convince those people that the one or two positions that we disagree with are wrong and they should change versus just casting them to hell. So that's kind of my rationale behind it. That's how I look at it. It may not be right, it might not be what you want to hear, but the trans people, the trans fascists, like they're wrong with the transgender stuff, but everything else they have mostly right. Like
They're literally just the raped Nazis.
yeah, unironically. So but the point is it's a much bigger sector than I anticipated or even knew about starting this. So
punching right. We love trans weapon.
We should shame them instead of just letting them remain gay or trans. Yeah. I mean,
that's
I
what
agree with
I
that.
think.
Yeah,
But it's like I feel like a lot of the inclusion of the homo nationalists for the sake of not wanting them to divert to the other side, it turns into, okay, we'll just deal with it. Instead of being like, hey, that's pretty based. Stop being a tranny. Anyways.
Yeah, you do have to make a conservative effort to change these people, right? You can't just let them run amok and let them, go nuts in your community, which there's a couple people in my sector, in my community that kind of go a little too far with some of that stuff. I just have a lot of irons in the fire, so it's hard for me to like police everybody, but yeah, so I do agree with that. Yeah, you definitely have to shame them. You have, I mean, that's just true with like anything in general, right? If somebody does something wrong, you have to shame them into the right opinion.
Shame.
You know, like I have the, you know, I've told my older brother this when he had kids, but it's like, you know, as a child, you don't know fire is hot until you get burned, right? So like, you have to get burned. Like, you have to burn certain people, and you have to tell them, hey, what you're doing, wrong. Here's why it's wrong. You know, you have to be. But the point with like the trans fascists is at least they have some level of understanding to where you might be able to have that conversation.
Taka, I know you are not saying we never shame you when I literally have a counter for your cringe post.
Yeah, Taka needs to be shamed a lot more.
Yeah.
We have let Taka off
Everyone
the
is
leash.
way too fucking like passive with Taka. Taka, you need to shut the fuck up sometimes.
Unironically, quite a bit. Like,
Hashtag shame Taka.
shame Taka. Like,
Wait, no, you'll enjoy it. Yeah, you see, this one fucking sucks.
yeah.
I think we just all need to ignore Taka. TNT. That got auto-modded.
Taka is very much one of those like outlier, just very strange situations.
He wants to be shamed for being a nigger so bad.
Yeah, is black, wants to be in the Nazi thing,
He wants to be on
Gay.
the plantations and whipped. That's crazy.
femboy. Like, what do I do with that? What do I do with that? How do I fix that?
I don't know if you can.
I don't know if I can either. Like,
That's why I'm saying you just have to ignore Taka, and then eventually he'll change for the better. Because if
Yeah.
you're like, wow, you are a massively cringe self-hating nigger, he'll just be like, oh yeah, I got called a nigger.
yeah. And it kind of ruins it, right?
Yeah.
Kind of ruins the fun of calling you a nigger when you enjoy it. But
Chocolate rain.
oh my god.
Bruh.
It's fine. You can use them as a shield to confuse people who call you racist, thinking it has any effect. Possibly.
Taka, you don't get angry or passive even when you get called a nigger. You actively want people and get excited over people calling you one.
Yes, I do want you to get angry when you get called a nig. It's in your blood. It's in your nature. It's in your design to chimp out. That's who you are. Yes, I
No,
want
he's
you
still
to get
chipping
mad.
out just like hornily.
That's. I'm talking about physical violence, not sexual. You know? It's
yeah,
like,
but do not see his shit.
you need to chimp out. It's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to ooh-woo when I call you a nigger.
Taka, stop being a homosexual. Fuck. You're
But-
supposed to be our gotcha, and then you're cringe. Like, hey, look, this black dude is fucking based, and then you look at Taka's account, and it's him like being a fucking faggot.
Yeah, it's kind of putting a square peg in a round hole. It doesn't make sense. But the point is that there's actually a substantial amount of people like that out there. I mean, Taka isn't the first black person to like come around my community and want to be in it. I've had quite a few black people, more than I can count on one hand, that have come around and been like, I want to be your slave. Like, unironically, literally wants to be my slave. And
I
I'm
bet when you still had the voice changer, I bet it was like 10 times as bad.
It's actually the same. It's actually the same, to be honest.
That's crazy.
Voice changer or
I
not,
get,
I
like,
don't think it makes
requests-
a difference.
I get requests that's like, oh, I'll pay you if you just make a voice message of like calling me a nigger and demeaning me for my race.
Well, I don't get that. I don't get the money offer. But so that might be the difference, but look, hey, I mean, slaves had it pretty nice. Like, I mean,
Yeah, you guys got taught to read, you got free housing, you just had to work a little bit. Damn.
yeah, all you had to do was pick a cotton for like most of the day. Like, picking cotton's easy, dude. Like, if you gave me the choice of, unironically, if you gave me the choice of like picking cotton or like working in the corporate world, I'd probably choose the cotton. Let's be real. I mean, like,
It looks so comfy. Like it just like comes out of the little cotton plant so easy. Imagine like
Dude.
how autistically you can hyperfixate.
just be
Give me
a
some Adderall and I will pick so much fucking cotton.
just be a happy little nigger. Go out there and pick the cotton, and then you come back and you get your free housing. You get to live on the plantation. It's not a
Be
bad
happy
gig.
little nigger.
It's not a bad gig. I guess it depends on the slave owner, but I'd be a nice slave owner.
Clip it. Clip it.
I may not whip my slaves as hard as some of the other people would, but
Yeah, no, I'll provide you guys with cocaine so you're more productive than the next plantation slaves. Okay.
true. Limited
it's
meals.
gonna become like a dick measuring contest. Like, yeah, my Negroes are better than your Negroes.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is like I'd feed my Negroes well because I want them to be the strongest fucking niggers on the planet.
I want them to be the strongest Negroes.
It's like you're fucking raising fucking animals. You want the largest pig or something,
Face.
You feed them well and they'll do a lot of work, that's just how it works. I mean,
Pal world ass niggas.
we've been playing too much Pal World, dude. Unironically, slavery. Pal World, unironically, slavery. Like, you feed your pals enough, they do the work, they're happy, they're happy in their little world being virtually slaves.
They get their little straw beds. They get a little like
Yes.
sauna.
Yes, it unironically works. But
I don't understand why they get depressed so often, but
well, they usually get depressed if you don't feed them.
yeah, well, that's not just my fault.
Well, no, yeah, you gotta set it up
Miku
right,
be
but-
like, Miku be like, hey, I reorganized the entire base and forgot to put the feeder back down.
Okay, I did that one time.
I log on
And
and
you
they're
did
all
the same
depressed
thing,
with
so-
fucking hernias and shit.
You did
One
the
of them
same
had
thing
a
with our second
tumor.
phase.
Oh no, that was entirely intentional.
Oh, okay.
I was very annoyed with them because they wouldn't go up the stairs, so I starved them.
Okay, so you were just punishing them. I got it.
Yeah, yeah. I had to whip them by giving them no food.
Nice. But yeah, no. So we got kind of a little bit on a tangent there, but
We
let's,
got on a tangent of how well we treat our slaves. Sorry, guys.
the weave got a little too big there, so we got to pull it back in. Remember, we're talking about the Nick Fuentes interview with Hunter Biden here. And we got onto a tangent about fucking slavery. That's just because Taka showed up.
Slavery is one thing, but we got on a tangent as to like why we treat our slaves really good.
Well, that's Pal World's fault, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, Pal World didn't have to make slavery that good. So
Yeah, it just had to make it so based and fun.
true. Very
Now
true.
I'm like min-maxing which slaves to have.
You literally
I'm
are
teaching
doing
them
that.
to read so they up their skills.
You literally are doing that. But anyways, let's pull it back. I kind of forgot where we were, but this will pick right back up on the Nick Fuentes debate.
Formed. And that's exactly what happened. Rumble blew up. Elon bought Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
We
And
watched
what
so
happened
much
when you
of the
had
video.
total
I shilled my Phenom social media platform, but they're talking about before the censorship before You know, before Rumble existed, before True Social existed, before Gab existed, before Parler existed, you know, I was building my thing right alongside all of them. So, you know, and as we're seeing today, you know, X isn't as free as we'd like it to be. Miku almost got her account lost, you know, so, you know, I'm very glad that people have joined Feednom and you know, are posting there and using it. I mean, it's a lot of fun. So, you know, there's no censorship, you know, when it comes down to it. It's like, who's the mod team? Miku. Miku's the mod team. So, you know, if Miku's okay with it, you're fine posting it. So, but as long as you're not doing anything illegal. Well, I'm actually on the same servers that Gab uses. So if Gab is allowed to stay up, then so is Feednom. But even if it came down to it, I would buy my own servers and shit. Like I would literally have them in my house and stuff or something like that. But
will I get banned if I post a trans flag there, Miku? No, because you'll get clowned on by the people there.
I mean, if somebody posts a trans flag, I'm literally not going to delete it. Like I'm a free speech absolutist, right?
Listen, so because it's a free speech site, that means everyone else around you has the free speech to dog on you as hard as they fucking want.
Correct. And I've told people about that for the Dawn. It's like, you know, because there were quite a few people that came to me. They're like, hey, you need to remove the Dawn of everything from your site. And I'm like, I'm actually not doing that. I'm not going to remove him.
Actually.
You can block him. You can block him. You could call him a fag in the replies nonstop if you want to. But I will not remove him because it's the principle of the matter, right? If I start deleting people, then it doesn't make sense. So the Don can be on there. You can block him. You could call him a fag. You know, you can, and then this extends far beyond the Don too, right? If anybody else that we didn't like were to join, you know, it's you know, it's free, you know, free. You have freedom, so you can fight people if you want on there, as long as it doesn't extend into like, hey, I'm gonna show up at your house and kill you. Like, don't say that. But you know, Nyara Feednom. Well, look, you know, if Nyara creates a Feednom account, like I said, I'm not gonna ban them, but we can dog on them. We can fight them on there, but you can spew some garbage on there if you want. But that doesn't mean you're not going to get hated on. And like I said, free speech. People are going to call you a faggot. People are going to call you a tranny. People are going to call you a pedophile, and that's allowed. I do not have a problem with that. So do it to your own detriment. Or you can sit and hide on X where you can report, fag everybody. You know, there were a bunch of posts of mine that got reported recently for like adult content. It was literally like Miku making a silly face emote. But it was because of the Bint stuff. Because like Bint, you know, we were going back and forth with Bint. But quite a few of my posts got the adult flag because of fags that mass reported my account. Yeah, like this one. You know, adult flag warning. What is this post? I said, exactly. Thanks for the followers, Bint. And it's just Miku putting her hand over her mouth. How is that adult? How is that an adult flag?
Too uwu. Too much. Nope.
Please tell me, X. Like, your AI automatic system is retarded, so.
Deploying BLM to Feednom right now.
Yeah. And the annoying part about the new Android app is there's no easy way to appeal anymore. So I literally have to open up the website, go into the help desk, copy the URL of the tweet, write up something. The old app, you just used to be able to click the appeal button and fill it out. But with the new app, it's not there. So that's
Miku, why the fuck do you have an Overwatch 2?
Overwatch 2? The game?
Yeah, and you're in the background of your Discord stream. I just see Overwatch 2.
Where?
Look in the bottom left.
Oh, why do I have the game installed?
Yeah.
Do I? I think I played it once. Oh.
VR chat, Overwatch, Heartopia.
Yeah. She can see my desktop. You guys can't see my desktop. I usually don't let people see my desktop, but
You know, it could be worse. You could be Albie with like femboy Futa Alice or some shit.
oh god. Yeah, I don't have that. What crazy stuff do I have on my desktop? Look at German World War II uniform. That was when I was doing like 3D stuff, but Nachisu Miku. Yeah, I don't know. I never played. I think I played Overwatch 2
Waiting
once
for the
when it came
all
out.
of Europa documented on your desktop.
Yeah. I should uninstall it though. Like there's a bunch of stuff I have on here that I don't play anymore, but
Yeah, Battlefield. uTorrent.
yeah, we pirate a little bit.
We do
You
a
know,
little pirating.
Speaking of pirating, I did want to pirate Odyssey, the Odyssey. I'm not gonna pay
I'm
for
not gonna
it.
give them money, but I guess I have to watch it if I want to dog on it consistently.
Yeah, that's the problem that that's the problem with like boycotting things is like you can't talk about how you felt about the movie if you don't watch it, but I don't want to pay for it. But I want to be able to talk to it. Like Beardson's talking about it and apparently they like it. Nick's talked about it, he likes it, so I'm like, okay, there's something weird going on here. I need to figure it out myself, but I don't want to pay them for this movie. So I'm gonna
give them
pirate
an
it.
inch, they take a mile.
Yeah, I'm gonna pirate it because I need to see what's going on with my own eyes. Like some people are saying that like fucking Elliot Page was um casted as a Achilles, but apparently the Achilles character dies very quick in the movie, so it's kind of funny that they casted the trans character to get killed off instantly. So I'm like, okay, that is actually a funny point. Like that is actually kind of funny. Like you casted the trans character and they get murdered instantly or very quickly. Like they have a small role in the movie. I'm like, okay, that's actually kind of funny. So
Actually, those kind of people would have loved a femboy.
yeah, probably true. The Greeks were very gay.
I don't think, no, it wasn't gay. It was a power thing. Thank you.
Maybe. But
there's nothing quite like the forced feminization of lesser men.
Yeah. But they're unironically, like I thought it was a joke at first, but they're unironically saying it was a good movie. So I'm genuinely interested in like, is this actually a good movie? Because there's been a couple shows where it's like, yes, they're doing the DEI woke bullshit.
Helen of Troy is a fucking nigger.
Yeah, Helen of Troy is black. Like they're doing that type of shit, but if you can kind of look around that, underneath there is somewhat a good movie or show underneath that. And I don't know, it's just annoying not being able to take part in the conversation behind like bless you, behind whether like if it's actually a good movie or not, behind being able to talk to it. So I'd like to talk about it, but I just haven't seen the movie, so but I don't want to give them money, so I'm gonna pirate it and probably watch it as soon as I can. But yeah, I mean, Beardson's saying it's a good movie. It might be a good movie. I've seen a couple movies like that where yeah, there's like a dose of the wokeness in it, but it was a similar situation where it's like, yeah, they put the trans character in there, but the trans character gets fucking murdered, like gets annihilated. So it's like, that's actually kind of funny. So, I don't know. That seems like what is happening with the Odyssey, but
I don't know. I can't use okay, but it's funny because of the context with something like Helen of Troy being an actual fucking ape.
yeah, it is a disgrace that they did that.
It's so disingenuous. Like there were wars fought over her beauty, and she's just some negress.
Yeah, Helena Troy is, yeah, especially like one of those characters that just should not be changed, because yeah, like literally the entire purpose of like the fall of Troy was because Helen was so beautiful, right? And you have this fucking ugly nigger as the Helen, you know, it's like, okay, you ruined the entire
Yeah,
the
my
entire
version is
premises
fucking
of the fall of Troy.
destroyed.
So yeah, those are the things that I just like can't get over.
Helen of Troy.
Helen of Troy.
Nah, that one's a
That's
good one.
great.
I've seen Helen of Detroit. I have not seen
Helen of
Troy.
Detroit. That is so fucking funny. I haven't heard that. Helen of Detroit. Oh my god, that is so fucking funny. If you imagine as being a parody, it's not even that funny because of the desecration of such a great based media. Yeah. Well, and the other hard part is that a lot of it is like based off like fiction. So it's like not, you know, it's not, these aren't real events that happen, right? It's a story. So, you know, but that's the thing, is it like dips into mythology. It dips in and out of mythology, which is like, you know, Achilles actually was like a warrior on the battlefield that existed, you know, but like, you know, certain elements of it weren't quite true. But I don't know. It's a strange movie, and yeah, it sucks to see like the diversity and type of stuff, but at the same time, it's like you can't like shelter yourself completely from like the cultural things that are going on, you know, because
Yeah, why is fucking Edward from Twilight in my goddamn Greek movie? Why is this nigga sparkling on my screen?
I actually didn't even know he was in the movie for a while, but and then there was that clip that went viral about him. But
Beggars.
yeah, the fucking beggars. Like, we know who you're talking
Fucking
about.
beggars. Based. Look at Helen of Troy next time you say that.
Yeah, right. Sorry. Okay, I got a little bit on a tangent of the Helen, or you know,
Again, okay, we are 10 minutes in. How long have we been trying to watch this?
oh my god, for at least 50 minutes. But look, okay, these are good conversations because Nick is talking about the Odyssey and Beardson's talking about the Odyssey, and a lot of people are talking about the Odyssey. So it's relevant. It's a large weave.
Hey, yo, the interview, I forgot. I forgot we were watching something.
It's a large weave, but we got to bring it back in to the interview.
I think we need to like kill ourselves for like 5 minutes and not pause.
These platforms, well, Twitter now resembles 4chan. And now, you know, there's no gatekeepers. And I think it did push people in a radical direction. And honestly, people are even blowing past me. Now there's like mainstream normie types that are even blowing past
Okay.
Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and I
so
predicted this in
YouTube
21. I
videos.
said, watch, you're going to see alternative social media rise because some venture capitalist is going to see there's a huge market of 70 million people that are going to follow Trump because Trump is no platformed. And that's,
You know, say what you want. I'm going to pause again, but
oh no,
you know,
no, we're gonna do it again.
Feednom is not backed by Peter Thiel. Feednom isn't backed by no venture capitalists. It's literally
Allegedly.
just your boy.
Allegedly.
It's literally just Miku. So, I mean, let's make this shit successful. Let's make this shit work. And we could dog on these fuckers. Like, we could fucking, you know, we could hold their feet to the fire, you know. It's
He paused.
you know,
Let's talk about Vietnam.
it's true. You know, it's hard as fuck taking on corporations that are multi-billion-dollar corporations. That's a lot of time why I like pulled back on Feednom, was like, you know, I'm going up against Facebook. multiple billions of dollars of money. I'm going up against Twitter and Elon Musk, multiple billions. It's hard, but you know, you got the people who have joined and are like using it and having fun with it, you know, gives me that fire back. And I think we can hold these people's feet to the fire, right? We can challenge them on their reign on the internet. You know, it doesn't have to be this way of like total censorship and, you know, you have to submit your government ID to fucking have a Twitter account. It doesn't have to be this way. Like, we can make a difference. Like, people using the website, you know, it makes a small difference. You know, I'm just one person. I don't have billions of dollars, but look what I'm able to do. So join Phenom. It's literally preserving free speech on the internet. Join my fucking app. Have some fucking fun on here. Be a real motherfucker. We're doing cool shit. I'm shilling for my shit.
But they want to know what you think about Vietnam.
Vietnam was based. I mean, no, it wasn't based, but
Are the jungles, are the trees speaking Vietnamese?
the trees are definitely speaking to me right now. The trees are speaking to me.
What is Davi doing? Listen, okay, my model has such shit tracking because my camera is above my monitor. So I have to like constantly have my head looking up. And sometimes I kind of just want to chill.
Yeah, I have my camera mounted underneath my monitor for that very specific reason.
Okay, she's typing. I'm just spamming cat clap emotes and my fucking model spazzes out.
Yeah. Actually, okay. I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick.
Oh fuck.
You got this, Davi? Don't go anywhere.
No.
It's Davi.
Oh
Wait.
no.
I'll do this.
No.
It's Davi's stream now.
No. Oh no. Oh no.
It's only her.
Oh fuck.
You guys are stuck.
That's exactly what happened.
No.
Rumble blew up.
You
Elon bought
guys
Twitter.
aren't stuck with me.
And
I'm
what
stuck here with
happened when
you.
you had total free speech on these platforms? Well,
Miku's
Twitter
gone.
now resembles 4chan. And now, you know, there's no gatekeepers.
Hell yeah,
And I think it did
4chan.
push people in a radical direction. And honestly, people are even blowing past me. Now there's like mainstream
See, I can't
normie
pause the video
types
to
that are
yap.
even blowing past me in terms of how radical they are. People start saying things like, there's no political solution.
Everyone
There's going to be a
start talking
civil
shit
war.
about
We need a
Miku. Just be like,
revolution.
yeah,
and I
that
think that's
fucking red
because the
dude.
message from the left was, you're crushed. You have no options. You can't win. There's no alternative. Trump is going to be indicted and charged and can't run. You can't be on Twitter. You can't have a job. And so people started to say, okay, well, you know, we still exist. We're still here. We still have these concerns.
put
What do we
his
do
in my
now? And
mouth
then
and
people
it's so
start to say, well, we need a
spicy.
revolution. And I'm one of the only people saying,
My
no, we should
mouth
still engage in the
burns.
process and talk with each other. And
Hey,
it's not
Davi,
all
call me
one-sided. I think there's
slurs.
problems
I
on the
do it.
left and the
No,
right,
that's
but
what you
I certainly
want.
think it takes two to tango.
Okay, so there, we agree. I think that there are problems on the left and the
I'm
right.
just
and
gonna
I
start
don't
saying you're a
disagree
highly
with
established
some of the
black
things
man.
that you just said. I guess I just came to a different conclusion.
Taka, you're a nigger.
No, he wants that.
You're a fucking nigger, okay?
God damn it.
I don't care if he likes it. I'm gonna call him a nigger.
This gives mom walks away to go back for bread in the supermarket while you're like 8 and waiting for her to go back. She gets scanned faster and faster.
Oh my god. Okay. Sorry, I'm back. That was pretty quick. But all right, let's continue.
That there are some things that people should be deplatformed for.
That's
Not
kinda
that they
gay.
can't
Talking
say it
just
or they want to
coons.
say it, but I think that
Faggot.
it's a right of anybody.
God
Okay, top
damn
three
it,
things.
Faggot
What do you
ass
think?
nigga.
There's a difference between being able to say that you're proud of your white heritage and also being just a flat out racist. I think that there's a difference between.
Wait, okay. He
what?
said, okay, unironically kind of based of Hunter Biden. He said, there's a difference between being proud of your white heritage and being a racist.
No,
Kinda true.
Okay, here's the fucking thing. They can say that. They can say that like on this fucking discussion and be like, yeah, there's a difference. But in actuality, they do not fucking care if there's a difference.
Well, that is correct. Right. That is where I was going to go into is the left doesn't care if there is a difference, But the fact that he is acknowledging that there is kind of a difference is true, right? There is a difference between being proud of being white and being racist to some degree, but you also have to kind of acknowledge racism to be proud of white people. There is a bit of a difference, but there's also a correlation, right? So like I think his argument here is to say that you can't be racist, but you can be proud of white people, which actually isn't true. You do have to, on some level, be racist to be proud of your own people.
I mean, they're doing it. You see fucking BLM being like, oh yeah, whitey.
Yeah. Well, that's my point, is that BLM is racist. They just claim they're not, which is wrong. So, I
mean, when Irina died, they started being like, black people are entitled to violence.
yeah, no, that's crazy.
So they're proud of being racist. So I think we should double it down.
Yeah, and that's my biggest thing with the whole, yes, they are racist. Is my thing is like, okay, if you're okay with the black people being racist, then that means you have to be okay with the white people being racist. It's a two-way street. You can't have black people being racist while white people aren't allowed to be racist. But I think racism is the correct choice, which a lot of people will disagree with. But I think black people should stay with black people. Mexicans should stay with Mexicans.
Segregation is based.
Yeah, 100% segregation is.
But I also
very
think they
based.
just shouldn't be here.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the ultimate segregation, right? Is that they don't belong in the country entirely, which is true. But even on like a state or nation level, like segregation is good. Like we should want towns that are, specifically white. We should want towns that are specifically black. The only problem for black people is that it collapses. It doesn't fucking work when it's all black people. But hey, you could go try it. I mean, they keep trying it in Africa. So, more power to you. If you want to go do like a black community, go ahead. I'm not stopping you. I'm not stopping you.
We already have that. It's Detroit.
I'm actually in favor of black people having their own literally black people community. But
okay, guess where you're being sent?
Yeah, you're going straight into Section 8, where you belong. So
Taka, you don't get special privilege. I already told you you're gonna have to die for the cause.
Well, I did say he would be the last one. So
yeah, you could be the last one to be shipped away to Liberia, but
look, you'll have a fantastic life in Africa. Okay, you'll be among your own people. If you're super smart,
baskets and shit.
Yeah, you can hold a basket on your head. You can fucking not have running water. I mean, it's great. You can live in a mud hut. I mean, that's where you belong. Like, you could live in the jungle, swing on the trees. This is where you this is where you belong. So I mean,
George of the Jungle.
No, George of the Jungle was white. George of the Jungle.
Oh, the actual monkey.
Yeah. Oh, the monkey
that's
George.
Us with Taka.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
Or the white man in charge of this fucking ape.
Yeah. Miku streams are half react and 30 tangents. I know. Hey, it's funny. Come on, you guys.
Yeah, are you not entertained?
There's still 54 people here, so clearly you enjoy this shit. It makes good content.
Are you saying you're not entertained?
Hey, I don't want to hear it. A lot of, way more than half of you people hate Groypers. So, I'm actually kind of saving you from the Nick Fuentes content. A lot of you guys do not like the Groypers. So
they're going to start foaming at the mouth the longer he talks.
Unironically, it might be true. There's a large group of people in my community that, hate the Groypers.
Because he hates Wignuts.
Right.
And therefore, bark.
Technically, I've had this conversation with Davi. Technically, the Groypers hate Miku and Davi. Like they don't like.
No, Beerton thinks I'm okay.
Well, you have the blessing from a general, which I think I do too, but
He
I've
said
never
on stream,
directly.
Davi, he said we was gonna say we love Davi, and then he said no, actually we like Davi a decent amount.
Yeah. So, but the truth is, without that, they would not like us. You know, I'm very right wing, pro Hitler. You know, Patriot Front. You know, I like Patriot Front. Like, we're the right wing Nats. So, you know,
Love wigging their nuts.
I don't know. I think there's crossover
Professional
there.
Hitler.
Professional Hitler. Yeah, true. True. Well, I'm Nazi
Nick
Miku,
doesn't
right?
like Nazis. Brother, I know you're a nigger, but be a little more informed.
I
No,
mean,
Nick Fuentes disavows Nazi shenanigans on a constant.
yeah. Yeah, most of the stuff like Nick says about like Nazism and like, you know, the Hail Hitler and Friday. Okay, here we go. Like, this is ironic. Like, let's fucking go.
Whoa.
Nigga, how Hitler.
They don't understand the things I said on Twitter.
Yo, all my niggas, Nazis, nigga, how Hitler. Thank you, King Valali Raptor, for the 4 gifted subs to Kiaro, Raffle, Stomper, and Lovebug. And Moose, I appreciate it. Anonymous, I appreciate it.
I heard your struggle.
Shut it. I try to abbreviate. But thank you for the 4 gifted subs. I appreciate it. But
Kyrie has to pull up with the actually 99% of Grapers don't know anything about VTubing. Yeah, no shit.
that's actually not true. That's actually not true. A lot of
but the
Groypers
vast
are
majority
very
of them-
pro anime. Actually.
There are so many Groypers.
Mm,
Like, I think that's very obvious.
there's a lot of Groypers, but actually a lot of them are pro anime. They're just hiding it because Nick doesn't like anime. But you break it, like, I mean, even like fucking Wurzelroot apparently is like into the VTuber stuff.
Yeah, where is Root? Literally fucking VTubes.
Yeah, like news to fucking me. Like, I did not expect that at all or knew
Yeah,
about
some
that.
fucking
But
Floyd avatar.
based, but you know, based, let's fucking go. But you know, all I'm saying is
Niku?
based, like, unironically, let's fucking go. But no, what I'm saying is, like, yeah, Nick doesn't like the anime stuff, but I think there's a lot of crossover with the Groyper audience. I mean, that's the only reason why, like, I would, you know, consider doing the stuff that we're talking about doing, you know, with Beardson and Thompson in terms of like collab and stuff like that, is because I do believe there is this underlying crossover that might be, you know, pushed down because the leader doesn't like anime, but a lot of Groypers do like anime. I like anime. I've considered myself a Groyper for a long time. So, and I'm not even like the most, like, you know, astute anime head out there.
Yeah,
So,
fucking LARPer.
yeah, I'm kind of a LARPer. But
Groypers are retarded and can't read between the lines and bring what he says to a logical conclusion. True.
yeah, true. Kiara says they are pro anime, but they don't know we exist. Wurs had no idea any of this was a thing. He was just doing it as a bit. That is true. I mean, I know for sure when I started Miku, I literally tried to appeal to that type of audience because I knew it didn't existed, and I knew that there was a gap in that type of market for that. There was a demand for it, but people didn't see it. So, I mean, yeah. Thank you for the follow on kick, LTHC Doctor of Love. Let's fucking go.
Sounds like a porn hub username.
Yeah, literally. I like anime, but I had no idea any right-wing VTubers existed before I started. Really? I guess I didn't have knowledge of like specific right-wing VTubers, but I knew that there had to be some kind of audience there, right? If there's a left-wing audience, there's definitely a right-wing audience. Like it's not fucking just they own everything, even though they're like, you know, the biggest VTubers out there. I mean, you could see it with like people like Shondo and Pippa and
Shondo, my goat.
Mari
Pippa
Mari.
is the raped.
Yeah, Pippa hates me, so I don't think she hates me.
Pippa's the raped because she no longer has her funny, silly Billy 4chan humor.
Yeah, I don't think she hates me. She just blocked me because I posted a picture of her in a fucking SS uniform, which it was a you know, heated time when she had that story about that like shooter or something that like did something and like referenced her or something. I don't know. It was a crazy time, but you know, I don't think she hates me. I don't really think she knows that much about me. I mean, she actually did call me a retard, but you know, that's like just internet humor. So, you know, I actually don't know Pippa's genuine take on Miku, but I don't think it's as bad as I think it is. But anyways, so, you know, but yeah, I think the right-wing VTuber thing was definitely new to the market. Definite gap there for sure. And I mean, look at it now. I mean, you have people like Powder, Leaflet, Kirsha, us, the Vtards, Banana Juju, who else? I mean, Kiara, Neku, I mean, Albi, you know, just people in the right-wing sphere that are doing it that didn't quite exist before. Miku, you know, it's a growing medium, I think, but
Shondo, she is presumed right wing because she doesn't think of Hitler jokes as untouchable.
yeah.
She calls herself lowly Hitler, so
Yeah, she does. She called herself Shitler. Thank you for the follow, Blute. I appreciate it. Let's fucking go. I want to unfollow and follow again just to hear the Hail Hitler song. Based. It also plays when you donate, so there's that. But
so spend money.
yeah, I'm a grift a little bit, but
Wait, will it?
but yeah.
Oh, hell
Oh,
yeah.
Davinya wasn't following me. Davi, you weren't following me?
No, I was. I unfollowed
That
and
is
refollowed
crazy.
to see if it did the thing. And it does.
Okay. You had me shocked there for a moment. I was like, if he doesn't fucking follow me, I was about to crash out. Oh my god.
We're in a whole ass group together and I never followed.
Dude, I was about to lose it. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Let's bring it back to the interview.
Miku got betrayed. We need to get back to Nick Fuentes.
Yeah. My heart attack is diverted. Back to the interview.
I mean, saying you're proud of your Christian heritage and the white culture from what you come from, and Nazis, or that you adopt the
Team
Nazism as a
Hitler
legitimate
based.
ideology. I
Based.
think that there's a difference between saying that you disagree with the United States policy as it relates to Israel and saying that the Holocaust didn't exist.
I was like, Mom, Dad, Hitler was awesome. Hitler was right. And the Holocaust didn't
True.
happen. And my parents were like, we cannot believe.
Those are my, those would be top three things
Goated
in my
clip.
mind. I know that
Team Hitler,
you
let's
believe
go.
that some people
It
took you
wasn't
out of
6-0, but
context. And I
should've
do,
been.
I do
Should've
agree.
been.
Look, on both the right and the left, there are these gatekeepers, 100%. And look at me, the mainstream press just destroyed me for 7 years without any real kind of reflection about what they were doing. I do think that,
Yeah, no,
you know,
Floyd's
Okay.
can be pro-Hitler VTubers and be just fine. The most flack we get is from like other Floyd left-wing VTubers.
True.
Like, I can be like, nigga, Heil Hitler shit, and nothing gets done about it other than like being called a LARPer or the trannies shitting themselves.
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing about Shonda is she quote unquote does it ironically, right? She doesn't actually believe these things. That's how she gets away with it. But I see no
Miku
difference.
with his the views and opinions expressed on this account being solely to the fictional character portrayed.
Yeah, it's just fiction, guys.
Yeah,
Don't worry, I'm LARPing. Unironically, I want you to believe it's a LARP.
It's so
because
funny.
it's funny that way.
Certain creators will call us LARPers and then be like, oh, it's so disgusting. They love Hitler.
Yes,
Like,
you're right.
Okay, well, if I'm LARPing, then
It's all just ironic and it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, you're right. Go for it. Believe I'm a LARPer. Let's do that. Let's do it that way.
yeah, we're all just LARPing, guys.
Yeah, it's not real. It's all just jokes.
Why would we ever make jokes about 271,000 cookies being baked?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Some of those
In
things are
Minecraft.
legitimate reasons to say, we don't want you on our, on our commercial platform. Would you agree with that? I mean, you just said, for instance, people calling for like an armed revolution, like people calling for actual violence. You're opposed to.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm against violence, and I do think those are one of the legitimate things that should be taken from the platform. You know, there's a lot of the stuff on social media I don't agree with, but again, you know, what started to happen is there was this like editorial censorship where certain ideas were banned, and they just, it was such a broad brush. And also totally opaque
Yeah, all
and
right
ad
wingers
hoc.
fucking
You'd be on
gone.
YouTube, like I was, for
Basically.
example. They banned me for life and didn't even give me a reason. Not a specific quote, not a specific infraction. And so you don't know what the rules are. You don't know what the process is. They just take you down. And especially now when everything is digital, that's not just the social platforms, it's the other ones like Uber, Airbnb, whatever. It feels like you're being denied almost something like a civil right. The social platforms are the modern public square. Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, the banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platforms. And it felt like if you just simply had the wrong opinions or you were the wrong kind of person,
Yeah, the banking
you were
app
being
is
deprived of like a
crazy.
basic civil right or being able to
well,
participate in
who owns the
society.
fucking banks? I'm
you know,
not
and I think
surprised.
maybe
Right,
that's
the
an area of
Jews.
collaboration where we recognize maybe it is a civil right to use the digital platforms, but here are the rules.
I think, at least in the modern sense of things, I'm not going to drag this on too long, but banking should be kind of a right. You shouldn't be able to take away someone's banking, you know, their ability to like transact monetarily. That should not be taken away. Like that needs to be fucking a crime to do that. Yeah, no wonder when you censor the voice of reasonable people will get pissed off and stop tolerating the fairy ass sugar-coated bullshit. Yeah, exactly.
Here's what you can say. Here's what you can't say.
Censorship
Here's the
makes niggas
process.
more
Maybe there's a
radical.
reconciliation
It does.
mechanism.
It
But I
does.
mean, the censorship was just out of control. I don't think anyone disagrees there's a reasonable limit, though.
Yeah, no, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't see that as a result of left-wing or right-wing ideology. I view that kind of
Well, that's just fucking bullshit.
level of deplatforming. Look, I was debanked.
Oh, then
I
you're
was
just
debanked
retarded,
before
my
I was
guy.
ever even charged.
Bro, you were debanked because you were fucking doing coke and being a fucking pedophile. Like, it's a little different.
With anything. I lost every bank account. It took me
You were like you were indicted by the Department of Justice. Like, it's a little fucking different, brother. It's not just saying controversial shit online. Like, you're doing criminal shit. Little different, my friend.
9 months once
a
they,
tad.
the Trump administration, said that they were starting an investigation into me to be able to actually get a bank account.
Like, the only reason he's able to do this right now is because he got lucky that his dad was the president and got a pardon. Like, even Democrats were out there like, yeah, this shit is wrong. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I don't want to
Hunter Biden's full of shit, in my opinion.
tell you the bank because tomorrow they may debank me.
Like, it's like, Nick Fuentes is like this leading political commentator. And yeah, you could disagree with him. You can have, types of like political debates with the guy, but he's not a criminal. Like he's not like a piece of shit scumbag like fucking Hunter Biden is. Like, you know, to have Hunter Biden like moral grandstanding on this, like, oh yeah, me too, I was taken bound by the system. It's like, fuck you, to be honest. Like, you're a scumbag. Like, Nick Fuentes is so much better
did it
than
not
you.
play the song?
Play what song?
Question mark?
Wait, what? Where's my song? What song? I want to hear song. Oh, you subbed for a month. It didn't play Heil Hitler.
Yeah.
Okay, I can play it. I can play it. All right, get ready. Loot subbed for a month. Let's fucking go. Yo, thank you for the sub. Let's fucking go. I don't know what happened. Oh, wait. That's not the whole fucking thing.
Manual.
Yeah, I do have the manual mode. You're not getting scammed here, buddy. Nigga, Heil Hitler. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. There you go, Blue. You got the song. Let's fucking go. Thank you for the for the 1 month sub on Kick. I appreciate it. Let's fucking go. I don't know why it didn't play. That is actually really weird. Okay, and Blue also gave the 500 kicks. We'll do it again, baby. We will run it back.
Look at the alerts are so broken.
Are they broken?
They're like they were combined into one. You couldn't read shit.
Oh, I think it's because I accidentally clicked hidden on them. But like if I do this, it reloads all the kicks at once, I think, or something. Okay, maybe not. I don't know. But Blue here, we'll do it again. We'll do it again.
Run it back.
Run it back.
Jiggle physics, bro.
All I'm doing is nodding my head. Let's fucking go.
What the fuck?
I am titty mogging Davi right now.
Oh my god, hold on.
Davi is getting titty mogged by Miku. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But thank you for the 500 kicks, Blute. I said, we have multiple white credit unions in the works, by the way. Very based. American Kulaks is one I can talk about. Well, very good. I mean, I agree with that. Is that, yeah, we do need to, Andrew Torba talked a lot about this, like I do like Andrew Torba, say what you want about the guy, but he built Gab, but I do agree with the concept of needing this alternative economy. We need a white based economy, and that includes banking, that includes transacting everything from top to bottom. So it's not just social media, like me creating Feednom or him creating Gab or whatever. We need banking platforms, we need apps, we need everything. What the fuck are you giggling about? What is so funny? What is she giggling about, dude? Speak, woman.
He's have titties.
The titties? Did you crank up the titties?
Yeah.
Let's go. We're titty bogging. Very based. Oh yeah. Fucking massive now. Hey, the audience deserves it. The audience deserves it. There you go. We need a white bank, not a Jew bank. True. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, I do believe in the alternative economy. We have to have these types of systems of control to, our own people. Yeah, I mean, it's literally in the Declaration of Independence, right? Is like when a long train of usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism. It is our right, it is our duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for our future security. And that's what I believe it is new guards for our future security. And, everyone that's doing that is incredibly based. I think I'm doing that with, Feednom, whatever. It might not be as important as like banking or like some of the other things, but yeah, I definitely love to see it. We have to protect ourselves, and that means we have to build our own our own systems. We can't let the Jews take control of all of our banking. Like, banking is a big one. Banking is a huge one. So if a bunch of white people are able to get together and like do banking correctly, like, unbelievable, like, absolutely needed. So Davi's just shaking it up over here, and I'm fucking talking about all this shit. Very based. Well, it's the jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle. Okay.
Jingle, titties, look.
Big titties over here. Jingle, jingle. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay
We can just
attention
keep
to
talking about banking and shit, and I'll just
my nationalist banking white, fucking white pride, fucking rhetoric. Jingle, jingle.
jingle, jingle, jingle. I fucking hate niggers. Jingle, jingle.
Exactly. Miku philosophizes about economics. Davi's boobs just nodding. Yeah, I agree. Very based. If people are serious about regaining America, we need institutions, or you can't offer people
my
a political.
throat, I just fucking coughed mid vape.
Oh no.
Oh.
Take a drink. That'll fix
I'm
it.
going back to Zen's. Anyway, booba.
Yeah, you're right, Moose. That's true. And a moose. That's true. 100%. Titty monster? Mega milk? Look, I'm feeding the white race with these tits, okay? So.
Like, crazy.
That's why I fucking did the sweater route, is so you can't see my sweater puppies, okay?
Yay, boobs, yay, yippee. Yahoo.
Yahoo. Hey,
R.I.P. Hope for finishing this video. It's never been so over.
you guys are going to be here for a while. We're going to be here for a while. Look, I have all night, okay? So you guys are going to be here for a while, but all right, we'll continue on.
Again,
it's going to be a long
point
replay.
Is that those people are incredibly identifiable.
Davi, put your titties down.
I keep, I've been talking and going around, and I say things like, I don't think we are nearly as
have to focus
as they're
now.
telling us we are. Because I do believe
jingle,
that there
jingle.
is, there are an identifiable group of people that are responsible for
Sweater
an
puppies is
enormous
horrific.
amount of the discord and division because they make money off of it. I think that these social
know where I
media
heard
companies
that
that are
from.
controlled by, 3, 4, 5, individuals have made it clear that they only care.
Look, Hunter Biden knows that these big companies are controlled by 3 or 4 or 5 individuals.
These big titties.
Yeah, they're controlled by these big titties. No, I wish, unironically. But no, they're controlled by these 4 or 5 big companies. Well, hey, Hunter Biden, take the next step. This is my big argument against the liberals, is they don't take the next step, which is to say, okay, what race are these people who own these companies? They're Jews. The fucking Jews that own these companies.
They only care about how much money they can produce for themselves and the people that hold stocks in their company. Even to the degree where we know for certain that they're driving teenage girls to the highest levels of suicide by a factor, like exponential factors.
Who owns Instagram? Who owns Facebook? Who is doing that? Hunter Biden. Mark Zuckerberg. What is Mark Zuckerberg? He's a fucking Jew.
Directly related to the content that they're being pushed, and they won't do anything about it.
Right.
And so, to the same degree, I think they, a lot of what you call wokeness was maybe an illegitimate, but
Like a lot of liberals, I said this before and I won't harp on it for too long, but a lot of liberals, they like to blame the people in power, but they don't take the next step to say who those people are. And it's more often than not Jews. So the thing they don't hate capitalism because they all love their MacBooks and their Apple iPads and stuff. Hassan, uses all the fucking Apple tech. They love capitalism. The people,
communist simping for a Jew CEO.
yeah. The thing that they hate, they don't hate capitalism. They hate Jews who are abusing capitalism. That's the truth behind it. They don't hate capitalism. They hate the Jews
communists
abusing
in general
capitalism.
fucking love Jews. It's like built on Jewish ideology.
Well, that's true. Yeah. I mean that is just not too much of a question, but the problem is they love capitalism a lot more than they love nationalism. I don't know about that. I would
Jews
disagree
will
on
never
that, I
be.
think.
If we're talking about Jews, still, Jews will never be nationalist towards a white nation.
Well, yeah, no, it's not in their blood. They have no nation. They are wanderers. They don't
Fucking
know what
nomad looking
they literally can't compute what that means. So, they just take advantage of any system that they can get into. So,
financial decision based on a lot
Jingle,
of these
jangle,
corporate
jingle.
psyop,
We
maybe.
hate the Jews.
Corporate
Jingle, jangle,
psyop.
jingle.
Thank you.
we
I mean,
hate
by the way,
Jews.
exactly.
I just wanted to back up real quick. So
Yeah.
you talked about certain people going too far. About 2.5 months ago, I visited a whites-only community in Hardy, Arkansas. And I don't know why, I guess coming from like a more like left-wing place, I'm from Seattle, I kind of assumed there was like a united front on the right for some reason. So I'm out there, I'm chilling with these dudes. They're like sword fighting, having barbecues. Overall, it was a good time for them. I had a hard time connecting with them because I don't agree with them, but it's all good. I was having fun for a couple days. And then like right as I was there, I guess you had hit them up on X or something and said like, hey, I don't want to associate with you guys. What happened there?
Well, that was really more of a personal disagreement with the guy that founded it.
Yeah.
But I do think it's an
I think I actually like this guy. I think I have seen a couple of his videos, and I think I do like him. Have you seen this guy, Davi?
Well, I've seen what he created. I haven't seen his like personal content.
Okay. Yeah, I'm leaning towards the liking this guy. He's very new in the scene, so it's kind of interesting.
interesting project, and it's interesting that that got so much pushback, this whites-only community, because you know what? If you go to a lot of these different neighborhoods in major cities, there are ethnic enclaves, and it's not like there's an explicit rule that you have to be a certain ethnicity, but we all know in Chicago and New York and LA, you got certain neighborhoods where it is 80, 90% one ethnicity.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of white people that say, we kind of want something similar. I don't think there's anything.
But Nick,
Okay, let's back up. If you want to talk
What's
about
funny?
the histories of New York and Chicago, I feel like that was also a conscious decision.
what
that
is
was made,
funny?
Like,
I
after
tell
the
you
Civil
where
Rights
it's
Act.
blacks only. It's in Cabrini Green, where Mayor Daley
York.
made everybody that was black live in the Cabrini Green. I mean, it's not.
Okay, they made all the black people live together, but you have to ask, why is it a shithole? Well, it might be because of the black people. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. It's crazy to just be like, okay, the white guy forced them all to live together. That's why it's horrible. No, I mean, if black people can live together, then why isn't it black paradise? Because black people fucking don't know how to live in the West. Like, if you did the same thing for white people, it'd be a fucking paradise.
That wasn't by choice. It's not by choice that these ethnic enclaves are
Doesn't matter if it's by choice. You force all the white people together, it would be fantastic.
90%, whatever that ethnicity is. It's because that's the only place.
Same with Asians. Same with mostly all other races besides black people. Mexicans would definitely have a harder time too. But white people, Asians, if you force them to all live together in an ethnic group, it would be the best thing ever.
which they had an opportunity to live unbothered, or where they were told that they had to live because of the historical fact that they could not move into other neighborhoods. You could not move into parts of South Chicago without, being stoned.
Right.
Literally, right?
Yeah,
and so, like so it's not as if those ethnic enclaves are there by choice. You know, and so
It literally
Also,
doesn't
ethnic enclaves
fucking
do
matter.
exist for like specific variations of different Europeans. Like, you know, there is like places that are chocolate. Like South Philly's full of
but
Italians.
there's
You know, it's
Little
ethnic.
Italy and there's Little
So
Korea
I
and
think
there's
the
Little
issue,
Japan.
what I
Yeah.
always like, what confused me the most about the whites only community is like, there's just so many different kinds of white people in America. You know, so like to establish a unified white culture with a place so diverse and full of like different regional flavors just kind of felt confusing to me. Because that can mean a different thing depending on what part of the country or what European enclave you originated from. Like, we're Irish people from the Philly area. Can you compare that to like, you know, surfers in San Diego or even like, you know, Italian Americans in Staten Island? I don't know, everything just feels so different. So when I got there, I was trying to identify what they meant by white culture. It wasn't really based on
I'm
shared
far
like
more,
cultural practices, but more
like enjoying of Italian Americans than I am with niggers.
Yeah, like there's it's not as like gray as he's
'Cause-
trying to make it out to be.
And Italian Americans are very Christian, very family first. So
Yeah, it's like the differences are quite small. So, you know, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't believe what he's saying. Like, yeah, there's different kinds of white people sort of, but we all agree on like the same principles of the West. Like, it's really only black people and fucking brown Muslims that really don't.
shitskins and sand niggers.
Yeah, shitsins and sand niggers. Basically, yeah.
exclusion of people who weren't white. So they weren't like stoked on being European necessarily. They were more just like, oh, we're here because those people aren't here. So it just kind of felt more negative than constructive.
Well, that's
Yeah, I
based.
mean,
Well,
like I said,
that's
I'm not really
negative.
involved with that project in particular, but I think that, look, I mean, you talk about the anger that's out there and the frustration, and I think part of the frustration, let's be honest, is that white people do feel like we are being boxed out in
Yeah, and
major cities.
you really can't deny that. Like they have no answer for this question either. Which is like, I'm sure Nick is going to present this and they're just going to scapegoat it into something else. But, you know, you want to ask why Nick is effective. It's because they do not have a correct answer for what he's about to bring up.
In the country, and it feels like, look, there's a little Haiti and there's various ethnic enclaves where you get that local culture and they do their, you know, cultural festivals and that sort of thing. And white people feel like they're being pushed out and they want a space where things are familiar.
Do you feel the same way about the Italian festival that happens in every city?
Well, here's a good example. So,
or St. Patrick's Day?
Well, you know,
I
there's
love
no
St.
Irish
Patrick's
neighborhood
Day.
in Chicago. Little
Sure
Italy.
there is.
I mean, there's some
Also,
remnant in
I love that
Bridgeport.
shit.
and-
It's important to note that, like, and I'm not trying to get into
Dude, I get so drunk on St. Patrick's Day. It's great. Like,
Base.
turn the river green in Chicago. Like, you know, Nick is from Chicago and I'm from Chicago initially. So like I used to only live like 20, 30 minutes away from where Nick does. So
So we're basically like besties.
yeah, we're basically like best friends. Like, so, but yeah, I mean, there's nothing like being in downtown Chicago on St. Patty's Day when they turn the river green and everyone's fucking, you know, going around to all the different like, you know, bars and stuff like that. Like, Chicago is awesome on that day. So, W St. Patrick's Day. I love St. Patty's Day. Me too, dude. It is phenomenal. St.
Davinya's
Patty's
favorite
Day.
holiday. Listen, I can drink whenever. Hey, now
Yo, let's go. Let's fucking go.
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
Let's go.
All my niggas Nazis, nigga.
Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, King Valali Raptor, another legend showing up. King is always talking.
I just
in the
realized
Discord.
it's not Velociraptor, it's a Veloli Raptor.
Yeah, Veloli Raptor. I used to call him Velociraptor, but it's Veloli Raptor.
I always
so.
like just subconsciously read it as Velociraptor.
Yeah, same.
But I guess he is a fucking loli enjoyer, so
Yeah, he likes the lolly stuff, but very based. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Calgary, Lords Rexworth, LTHC, Doctor of Love, Chain Reaction, and Sika. Very much appreciated. Thank
hide
you.
your little anime girls.
Yeah, hide your anime girls. But
Okay,
I
my own boobs
appreciate
are
it.
distracting me. I need to make them small again.
not gonna lie, mine do the same, so I feel you on that. But What did Kiara say? The Irish weren't allowed in certain bars. Okay, let's be honest. There was probably a good reason for that. Yeah. Bro. Bro.
I'm a Make-A-Wish patient.
Why are you bald? Put your hair back on. Jesus Christ. Why are you bald? Okay. This is not a fucking Make-A-Wish stream right now. Okay. Thank you.
It's gutted. It's gutted.
No, you don't look good bald. I love your hair. Keep
Anyway,
your hair
now I'm
on,
a little
please.
boy.
A little
My
boy.
boobs go.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay, now I have my small boobs again, but I have jiggle physics up and down.
Yeah, very based. What the fuck are you doing? I don't know. I don't know anymore. If anything, Davinya's booba could stand to be bigger. Personal request because big booba. Well, look, okay.
You know, just because you fucking said that, we're going back to bald.
Yeah. Dude, come on. No, please, God, no. Look, Miku has big booba, okay? Jingle, 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 okay? Look over here. No, okay. Bring the big naturals back. True.
Davi gives flat vibes? What? Oh yeah, Silver Wolf, yeah. Never mind, I'm okay with that.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm not reading that. Because I don't know what that means, but yeah, okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Enough distracting
yeah,
titties.
let's continue.
Okay, put your hair back on, please. It's distracting. Your bald ass head is distracting me, okay? Fucking oh my god. With the fucking horns, that is actually horrifying. Please, for the love of God, put your hair back on.
My little nose.
That is terrifying. You actually look like a demon. That is scary.
Okay, it's back.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now we can continue. Diabolical as fuck. I agree. That was actually scary. I never want to see you like that again, please. Oh my god. She almost looked trans. Oh, please.
Trans.
Passing. She fucking went Norwood.
Listen, if you're fucking getting to Norwood, you might as well just say fuck it and shave it all off.
True.
Have some self-respect, brother.
True. But bald never looks good on women. Never ever. Nope.
I'm going back.
Do not do it. I swear to God, I will kick you off the stream.
Yeah, right. I'm so funny. That would be a detriment to
I
content.
might make you disappear. You'll still be here in spirit. No, I'm kidding, but okay. Let's get back.
Like a shouting match here, but
Yeah.
like, you know, as a family who did, coming from a family who did leave Philadelphia in the 60s because of black migration from the South after the Civil Rights Act was passed, there was a sort of like mass flight of white people into the suburbs, and that kind of led to a homogenization of different cultures because they rushed so fast to build these like identical strip mall suburbs that it was very hard to maintain cultural bonds that made different European and white neighborhoods unique around like the 1950s and before. So I feel like the mass suburbanization is also a big factor that led to those like cultural bonds breaking.
Yeah, but why did that happen? I mean, a lot of the suburbanization is because of the race riots in the 1960s. People moved out because of the violence. You know, my grandfather was in the National Guard in Chicago when, after MLK got assassinated, the whole West Side burned to the ground. And people didn't want to be around that anymore.
Why were the riots?
Yeah, MLK Jr. was assassinated.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so is that
okay,
justified?
okay, yeah. Does that mean it's
Crazy.
like Martin Luther King was assassinated? Okay, so that means it's okay to burn down the fucking entire fucking city? No, Biden.
Yoink some TVs in the process.
Yeah, yoink some well, I don't. We're talking about the 1960s here. Yeah, they probably actually did steal TVs, but I don't know that for sure. But the point is, yeah, you can't. Martin Luther King being assassinated doesn't justify riots, but Hunter Biden's here like, well, yeah, duh. duh. It's like, no, not duh, actually, retard.
By burning down the city?
No, I
which
didn't
then
say it
never recovered?
justifies it, but it sure justifies an enormous amount of the anger. The same kind of anger that you feel about
Well,
being
okay.
left out. The same kind of anger that you're expressing right now about the idea that you're culturally irrelevant, that you're...
Okay, so we're equally as angry, but do you see us burning down cities? No, because we're fucking civilized people. Like, such a dumb
don't
argument.
have a place in society. Imagine if you were a 26-year-old black man in 1968
I
who
will
saw
not.
your
I will
hero
not imagine that. Sorry, Biden. I will
I
not.
think I'm good.
I think I'm okay.
be assassinated.
Oh,
and
I
nothing being
saw
done about it.
Trump get shot in the ear, and
Yeah, that's a good comparison. Trump getting shot. I mean, I don't know what I would have done if Trump was killed. To be honest, I don't know what I would have done. Like, as a Gen Sixer, I don't know. Like, you steal the election from my president, we have a problem. You kill my president, we have a very serious problem. I will say that. So, I don't know what I would have done, but it would not have been pretty. So, thank God Trump survived for your sake, I guess.
Yeah.
Did he?
and I saw Charlie Kirk get shot, and I didn't see any cities get burned down. It's funny how
I
that
think
works.
it's a very, very, very different thing. I think
How's
it's
that different?
absolutely
Charlie
different
Kirk
thing.
got shot.
Yeah, that is true. Charlie Kirk got assassinated in a way worse situation. You know, I don't know. I don't think we would have like burned down cities. I don't think we'd burn down cities if anyone got
Oh yeah,
assassinated,
no.
but certain people would be under fire for sure. That's a metaphor. I'm not speaking literally. Like, certain people would be under pressure. And certain people were when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. So, I mean,
in the neck.
Yeah.
And liberals celebrated
whom?
all over social media by Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. Who is what?
Who is some liberal guy.
He is?
Mm-hmm.
What?
He's got a transgender boyfriend.
So that makes him liberal? Because he's transgender? Because
I think
he's
so.
gay?
Well, because he's got a transgender boyfriend.
statistically, yes. Like, overwhelmingly, transgenders are left. Like, statistically, it's like 90% over that, 98% or something like that. So, yeah, it does mean that, Biden.
Friend, yeah, I think so.
It makes him liberal.
I think he was liberal, yeah.
Okay. Well, he didn't come from a liberal family. He didn't come from a liberal enclave. He didn't come
Doesn't
from a
fucking
liberal
matter.
background. He's not a minority. He was a Mormon, correct?
Mhm.
And grew up in a Mormon household. And he went to a largely Mormon college. And he ended up committing an act of violence, according to the FBI and the authorities in Utah that charged him. How does that in any way compare to what we're talking about? I'm not justifying the violence that occurred after the death of Martin
Indoctrination,
Luther
I
King.
mean.
But you're saying that that person, this Tyler, whoever his name is was as disenfranchised as the African American community in 1968
No,
in
no
inner
one fucking
cities?
said
Well, the
that.
question is who we want to live around.
That's
I'm
so
not
stupid.
living around blacks. Sorry. I want white
Dude.
kids, and I don't want my
Why do they keep pulling up Nick Fuentes' best takes? I mean, I can't handle it.
white kids bringing home black people to marry.
And in the 1960s, the West Side burns down. We don't want to live around that. We don't want to live around a
That's
city that's
not when
burning
that
down.
happened. That's not when the white flight happened.
It
That's
is.
Not,
It
no,
was
is
a big
not.
response to it,
is
absolutely.
100% not. You
Absolutely.
make these historical connections that don't exist.
Okay, it might not have been literally the exact 1960s, but it happened because of that. Not literally at that time, but it's such a stupid point.
Part of it was potentially, but before that, what Mayor Daley did is made Chicago the most segregated city in the entire United States, other than
Vegas?
Boston. When you would come from the South to Chicago, African Americans from the South, blacks in the South
Based,
coming to
yeah.
Chicago would say that Chicago was twice the level of segregation.
God, I miss classic Chicago, baby. Take me back. Okay, take me back to classic 1950s, 1960s Chicago. Oh my God, it must have been peak. It must have been beautiful. It must have been a paradise, dude. I do love Chicago. Like, I'm from Illinois. I'm from the Chicagoland area. Like, I moved away from it, but Chicago is a beautiful city. It's a modern city. It's not like New York, but it's got problems. But Chicago was something else at its peak. You know, it was literally probably one of the greatest cities in America at that time period. And, you know, take me back. Take
racism
me
that
back,
occurred in the
please.
South. And so it wasn't as if you're coming into a
I
situation
love
in which
Chicago.
you're feeling in any way enfranchised by the community and the situation that you're in. And as many people left simply because of the idea that someone was black moving into their neighborhood as the violence that occurred after the assassination of Martin Luther King. So the numbers actually pre-19...
Notice how he didn't fucking actually talk any numbers. Pay attention to
Yeah,
that.
it's all feelings.
Actually, no fucking statistics. So he wants to talk about numbers. This guy's a crackhead.
68, when King was shot, you had more people leave the city because of the desegregation, because of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, than you did after the riots.
I think that's just not true.
That is such bullshit. Like, you cannot fucking tell me that people left because things were great. Okay, people
Yeah,
left because it
so
was a
cool.
harmonious society. Like, give me that doesn't make any sense. People left because it wasn't diverse enough. Give me a fucking break. Like, you're a clown. You're a fucking clown. I don't know how to describe it. I'm sure Nick is gonna tear him a new one here.
The race riots were a huge driver of white flight to the suburbs. I think it's just dishonest to say that's not the case.
Okay,
Yeah,
so what's your point
100%.
about all of this?
Well, we talked.
What's your point? Well, he doesn't admit that he was wrong. He just moves on to the next thing, dude. You fucking gotta love the way liberals argue.
Talking about where people want to live.
Yeah, I know. So, like, what in 2026?
Well,
what's the
okay,
point?
how about in 2020 when Minneapolis burned to the ground? Or how about in the summer of 2020 in Chicago?
Minneapolis didn't burn to the ground.
Dude, it literally fucking did. Like, literally, like, at least, like, fucking 20 to 25% of the city caught on fire that day. Like, it's like over 60 buildings were burned to the ground. Like, he pretends like this shit doesn't fucking happen. It's unreal. Like, that's the thing, is you can't like have a civil conversation with these types of people. Like, if Hunter Biden was truly genuine, he would be like, you're right. You know, this is like one of those things where it's like, it's a fact or it isn't. It's like, Minneapolis essentially burned to the ground. It's a fact or it isn't. And in this case, it is a fact. Like, it happened. Like, you can't deny it. And he's like, oh, it didn't happen.
It didn't?
No, I mean there were
BLM
gotta get
didn't
out of this
destroy
all
the
white
city.
neighborhood.
If you guys
No
need a
one
physical
ever.
witness to what happened
Yeah,
in Minneapolis,
literally.
there were many.
Literally, I gotta get out of here. There's too many white people. It's too nice. The streets are clean. You know, there aren't cars being broken into. There aren't burglaries happening. I gotta get out of here. Didn't fucking happen, Biden. Did not fucking happen. You're full of shit. Nick's 100% correct. It happened because of the race riots.
Structures
Absolutely.
that burned to the ground. Not the city, but there was, I would say, between 40 to 50 buildings off of Lake Street in the south side that did burn to the ground. But the most of the city was intact, but it was quite an intense situation.
Most of the city was intact, bro. 40 to 50
of the city.
buildings burnt to the ground. That is actually insane.
They
Like-
could have actually done a lot more damage. So
Like, I don't know if this is 100% true, but I think it is. Like, that's literally worse than the Chicago fire of the 1930s when, like, all of initial Chicago burnt down. I want to say it was literally somewhere around like 30 or 40 buildings. We're talking 40 to 60. Like, they call it the Chicago fire because the whole city burnt down. It's like, bro, it was bigger than the Chicago fire. Like, give me a fucking break.
People don't want to live around that. People don't want to live around that. You know, in Chicago, it rolled on into the summer, and it wasn't, you know, let's say, the anger of the oppressed and the disenfranchised.
So
They
who's at
were
fault?
looting. They were looting and
Who's
carjacking.
they?
The criminals.
Are you saying that the problem with the 26-year-old white kid living in suburbia outside of Chicago and his feeling of being disenfranchised is because there was looting and rioting in Minneapolis by black people? And
Yeah. Yes, I am 100% saying that. Absolutely. Like, it might not have been all of black people, but like, the statistics make up like over 90%. It's like more, honestly, it's close to literally 99%. But overwhelming majority of people causing violence in that particular time was black people. So yeah, Absolutely, I'm
It's
saying that.
still majority everywhere.
It
Going to be
is still.
blacks.
It is still 100% correct. I'm absolutely saying that.
No, aren't you
Um,
forgetting that the J6 terrorists broke windows at the Capitol? Both sides are violent.
Yeah, oh no.
Real. So true.
I walked through the nation's capital without destroying a single thing. God forbid.
Yeah,
Fuck me,
honestly,
right?
you're basically a terrorist.
Yeah, I'm basically a terrorist, right?
I'm
Unbelievable.
gonna lop you in with Sneeko, Mr. New York is Islamic.
I walked in that fucking building and I was like, dude, this is awesome. I was like, I don't want to break a single thing. Like, this is American history. Like, it I don't know. It didn't feel like something that I would destroy. It was like, I want to be careful not to touch. It felt like walking through a museum. You know, like it was surreal. So, little different, but white people are so respectful they can't even protest violently. The most they did was break a fucking window or two
Based.
and fight with some cops, but it's a little different. You're in the nation's capital. I don't know, but the niggers will burn down shit for less.
It's black people that are doing it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with
Are
Austin
you?
Metcalf was that he got stabbed in the neck at a track meet. And the problem with our city in Chicago is that
Oh,
the
he was
Magnificent
fucking
Mile
manic.
is gone.
And
Water Tower Place is
True.
gone because of all the crime.
Nick, in the time from the
I'm
time.
I'm actually really glad he brought up Austin Metcalf because a lot of people give Nick a lot of heat for being not pro-white, but I think the Austin Metcalf case is one of those cases where it's like clear that this was like a racial thing between whites and blacks, and I just think it's a perfect example. I'm really glad he brought it up.
Generation of African Americans is that they've been getting killed by cops for decades.
That's
What are
just
you
not
talking
true.
about, Nick?
Doesn't commit crime. And listen.
True, right.
It's not
Nick,
what?
that's not true. It's
Oh.
not.
He
Biden.
says Nick like he's a fucking dad.
Yeah.
Like,
He says,
Nick, come on.
Nick, listen to me. That's not true. Biden, Hunter.
Hunter, shut the fuck up, Hunter.
The statistics agree with me. Okay. Blacks
Hunter,
are
pattern recognition, Hunter.
13% of the population, commit over 50% of the crimes, arguably more in modern times. Okay.
Yeah.
The numbers align with me, Hunter. Listen, you're wrong.
Stares him dead in the eyes, Hunter.
You're fucking wrong. Like, European spiritually brown people burn down their own cities when their soccer team wins. True.
That's based?
No, that's not based.
It's
That's
based.
actually fucking stupid. Like,
It's so
burning
based.
down your city over any sports team is fucking retarded. Like, it's
could be worse.
okay.
I mean, in
It-
Kentucky, if like the Kentucky basketball team won, all of Lexington would be on fire.
Yeah, I hate that. I think it's okay to celebrate and to like have a good time and party, but we are not burning down our fucking cities over a sports team. We should not be
Yeah.
doing that. I think that's terrible.
Let's be based and just get really fucking drunk.
Yeah, like you can get drunk, you can party in the streets, you could throw some beers at the wall or something like that. But if you're setting fire to a fucking city because your sports team won, like fuck you. Honestly, fuck you. Like that is not based. That is horrible behavior. That is nigger behavior. We're better than
Yeah,
that.
the fucking niggers in France are the ones who are doing that. An exception for
Well, France isn't
fucking
France.
gas protests.
You know
I
this.
think that was
France
a lot
isn't
of-
France. Like
Yes, I know.
like
Black pilled.
Like I love France, but France isn't France. Like the people that
Mon
live in
Dieu.
France are not French. Okay. Like if a bunch of niggers in France are burning down their cities, that's a horrible thing.
Cairo,
is-
I
that
don't know
is
why
a
Beerson dies on the
disaster.
hill that Kentucky is not the South. As a Kentuckian who was a Kentuckian way before he was, it is the fucking South.
Yeah, Kentucky's the South for sure. He says that Kentucky isn't the South.
Yeah, no, he died on the hill that Kentucky is not the South.
Really? Well, what is it
Yeah.
then?
I'm like, nigga, it is the South.
If it's not the South, what is it?
Do you not see, like, rural Kentuckians?
Midwest?
It is so fucking yeehaw Southern.
Kentucky is not the Midwest. Absolutely not.
It is not.
Like that barely stops at like Southern Illinois. Like, yeah, Kentucky is the South for sure.
Yay, yay.
Interesting. Don't shit on Mother Europe, especially when they're running laps around us in terms of having people on the streets opposed to just online people bringing about change. Well, I mean, I will be honest. I mean, you know, the protests they do in Europe are vast. Like, there's no question about it. Like, they are doing more
Their
in
police
terms
also
of,
don't have guns.
yeah,
So,
yeah. I
like,
mean,
I'm not afraid of being hit with a stick.
the Europeans just need to take it to the next level. Is the best way I could describe it. Is they need to
Yeah,
step it up.
overthrow your fucking government, nigga.
I mean, look, you know, you want to talk about the French? I mean, the French literally beheaded their politicians in the street. I'm not saying that should happen. We're just talking about history here. But
However, if it happened, I wouldn't be angry.
you know, the French know a thing or two about revolution. Like
Hell yeah.
we're waiting for them. Like,
Yeah, France, come on. You could be the fucking most base catalyst after being clowned on for so long.
the French could honestly do it. And you know, I have a special place in my heart for the French because literally if it wasn't for the French, then the United States would not be here at all. It was only because the French supported us in you know, the war against England that America is here at all. So, you know, I love France. I love Paris, you know, like you know, the fucking Palace of Versailles. I mean, it's like unbelievable what, you know, the French were able to do, but
Although Paris itself is just fucking cringe.
well, right now, and it's a shame what's happened to France. It's not even a shame; it's a disgrace. Like it's the saddest
Yeah.
thing.
And you know the funny part? In places like Lyon, that's historically a lot of fucking Jews, there's not as many Muslims. It's
Yeah.
almost like they flood the places that they aren't.
True, yeah. I mean, I haven't personally been to France, but I would love to. I would love to go to France. I would love to see the Eiffel Tower and visit Paris, and you know, that was like my biggest argument with some people about like, oh, should you go visit Europe? It's like, you know, you might have to go visit it before it's gone.
Yeah.
Like you have to go see it before it doesn't fucking exist anymore. Like that is unbelievably sad thing to say, you know, just to fucking, you know, like we love Europe, like, you know, so I do agree with what Blue is saying is like the Europeans are more mobilized in the streets, and I agree with that. I think, you know, it's high time that, you know, they go the next step. And you know what that means, I know what that means, and I'm not going to get into detail about it, but something needs to happen. So, anyways,
True. Are
It
you saying
is.
that police brutality as it relates in
Yeah,
racism
see, he
in
just
the
said
police
true,
force,
Team
in the
Miku.
way in which
Let's
police
go.
treat African Americans? Nick, you could grow up here like I did between Wilmington and Philadelphia. And if you were a black dentist and you lived in Wilmington and you commuted to Philadelphia, the chances of you being pulled over by a state trooper, either Delaware or in Pennsylvania, are about 50 times that would be if it was a white guy.
I'm going to pause again because it's whose fault is that?
While you
Whose
pause,
fault
I'm gonna
is
go
that?
get some Coke. I'm out of the mixer and I don't want to take shots.
Okay, let's go. But it's like, who's fucking shots, dude? I have more iced tea. I can refill some more. We're
Anyway,
gonna refill some
forehead.
more. But yeah, while she's gone, let's talk a little bit of politics. So it's like, you know, whose fault is that, right? It's like, you can't like that's the thing is liberals go so far as to like they're able to identify that the problem exists, but they're not able to go as far as to say why it exists. And the reason why is because black people are doing more crimes than any other race. Like and they just can't go that far as to say that, and they have to blame other factors. They have to blame the justice system. They have to blame you know, other types of laws, but they can't speak on the actual truth. So it's like I see this a lot with Hunter Biden where it's like clearly he's not an idiot. I mean, clearly he's not a complete moron. I kind of thought he was a complete moron, but clearly that's not the case. He knows what's going on. He's just unwilling to get to the root of the problem and attacks Nick for it, and you know, says, "Oh, Nick is such a bad guy because he's able to correctly diagnose the situation going on here." And it's just not true. I mean, Nick is not a bad guy. He's just being true to what the facts of the situation are. And you know, it's honestly, it's you know, it's a lack of courage maybe, or like I guess courage would be the best word to describe it. You know, to go that far and to put your neck out on the line and say like, this is exactly what's happening and this is the reason why the problems are here. You know, Nick or Hunter Biden is basically portraying himself as a coward. You know, he can say like what's going on, but he blames, you know, the system, or it's the racist white people why this is happening, when no, because if that were true and you put all blacks together in like a society, then it should be a paradise, right? It should be the best place on earth for black people. If you put them all together and you put them in their own area, it should be the best place on earth for black people, because it would be that way if it was for white people. You know, you put a bunch of whites together, suddenly you have the West. You have Western civilization. You put a bunch of blacks together, well, you have fucking, you know, Wakanda and fucking everyone shooting each other and robbing from everybody. Like, there's a reason for that. And, you know, Biden is just a coward for not being able to fucking say that that's the cause, to scapegoat it to white people. What do you think Hunter Biden's motivation is for doing this? Well, politically.
He's
It's
trying to
obviously
be a dad.
politics. Well, you know, there might be some truth to that. Like he does have that kind of dad figure going on here, but to be real,
He's
it's
trying
just
to be a
politics.
father to Nick.
Hunter
And be
Biden.
like, oh yeah, you need to not say this, and you need to not say this.
I mean,
It's cringe. I don't think that's his entire thing.
I think if Hunter Biden were more powerful politically, he would not have done this interview. I will say that.
That's why.
I think the reason Hunter Biden is motivated for this is because he sees a political avenue for this, a political means to power. What that exactly means, I don't know. You could have some kind of situation where it's like, you know, either AOC or Hunter Biden. I say AOC because she's the most popular figure in the left-hand side of things. I mean, she's an idiot, but she's got big tits. But she's the most popular person on the left-wing side of things. So you could kind of see some kind of like Hunter Biden AOC ticket, very, very likely. You know, the only other people that would be able to like oppose that is Gavin Newsom, and maybe some kind of ticket with Hunter Biden. I don't quite see that happening. I definitely see it more with like the AOC, but it's definitely, the motivation is politics. Clearly, Hunter Biden is doing this because he has some kind of political aspiration for office. So, you know,
I mean, they ask later in the video if he wants to run, and he says no
I don't believe that. You're
because he doesn't think he's what.
well, I would probably agree with that. We'll probably get there, but I don't believe he has no intention of running. Otherwise, he would just fuck off and like do his own life. There's no reason for him to get this involved after everything he's been through. He wants to yell at Trump for chasing after him about his shitty life. Well, okay, you're diving yourself right back into it. Like, why would you do that? And it's clearly for some kind of political power. And to be honest, it makes a lot of sense. Like, he's the president's son. Like, you know, he has some weight to him, clearly. I mean, he joined Twitter and like got hundreds of thousands of likes, and you know, his words carry weight. There's something going on there. So um I'm not against him for wanting to do that. It makes sense in his position to do something like that. But I do think that's his aspiration, is something political, some kind of office. I was thinking maybe they saw moderates gaining an appreciation for Nick, so this is the play to bring them back into the fold by looking like they're addressing their grievances. Well, I would agree with that, and I think Hunter Biden is also this kind of interesting figure where, and this is I think another big reason why they're talking to Nick, right? Is because clearly the Democrats have lost the Zoomer generation. I mean, it's clear. Zoomers are overwhelmingly far right. So this might be a kind of appeal to Nick's base, and because they see what's going on with Nick. They see that, you know, he's so mad at Trump that he's willing to vote for the opposition. And I think they are willing to come in and say like, hey, let's try and scoop that up. You know, Nick is this big political figure, and he's so mad at the Republican Party that we might be able to capture him into our side. I definitely think that's in play. I mean, Hunter Biden talks behind the scenes with all these people, AOC, you know, all the Gavin Newsom, you know, all the left wing Democrats. I mean, he's an elitist, whether he likes to say it or not. But I think they do see an opportunity to kind of pull back some of that ground that the right has gained from maybe Nick's base. I mean, I don't know if Nick quite sees this himself, or rather Nick quite doesn't care, because honestly Nick really doesn't have to give a shit, to be honest. Like, the Groypers, like, whatever Nick says, the Groypers are going to do. So if Nick says fuck Hunter Biden tomorrow, it's over for them. So it's advantageous for Nick to go ahead and do this. But I definitely think that the Democrats and the left lack a base with the Generation Z, and they see Nick splitting from the Republicans, and they see that as a way to kind of co-opt those people into the movement. Whether Hunter Biden is making a good argument for that, I would say no. I mean, clearly so far, like, people like Nick has done a great job of pushing back against this, but it's all just talking points. Like, that's that's the problem that that's the problem that the Democrats are going to run into, whether they like it or not, is that Hunter Biden is actually a fucking idiot. Like, they're actually, you know, Hunter Biden is, yeah, he's a fucking moron, cokehead. You know, all he's saying is just repeating the lines. He can't have these realist conversations with Nick. And, you know, so far Nick, I think, is bodying Hunter Biden, which is great. You know, I am actually really enjoying this interview.
Yeah, Hunter, you can co-opt us if you try hard enough.
Well, he might be
So
able
cool.
to. Like, the Republicans are so bad that Hunter Biden, if he was able to have like a very good argument and like an actual answer to the questions that are being brought up, he very well could convince people to come to the Democrat side in this particular interview. People are very upset with the right wing, and people are very upset with the GOP and Donald Trump that we're not getting what we wanted. And, you know, you could make that argument. It is very possible here. But I think Hunter Biden isn't that type of person to make that type of argument. I don't know if there is anybody on that side to do that. I don't think so. I think Hunter Biden's the best fucking person you have to kind of make that type of argument, and he's not doing a good job of it. So I don't see it happening, but but it is
When
very
did
interesting.
Davi's tits disappear?
A little while ago, but yeah. So I think that was a great question though by Kiaru. Hunter is objectively likable as far as his public persona is connected. Yeah, and that's what a lot of the Groypers have made this argument for why, why we should like Hunter Biden is because yes, he does have that kind of like, yeah, I could go have a beer with the guy persona, but that's not what we fucking care about, right? That's not what fucking matters. Like, I could go to the bar and have a beer with some random asshole who works at McDonald's, and that doesn't make him the right political candidate. So like I get it. Yeah, Hunter Biden's like a cool person to like hang out with, whatever. He's very relatable. He's not like an old fucking old head like Joe Biden forgetting like what he's actually saying. Like it is very.
But that's so funny.
What is funny
I
as a
miss
joke?
it. I miss him walking around and looking for an ice cream stand.
it
Falling
is
off
kind of
his
funny.
bike.
Oh my
Now
god!
we get no Dementia Joe content.
I thought he died when he fell off his bike, but but Hunter Biden, he's his father's son, and you could definitely see like if you look back on like old videos of Biden when he was younger and in Congress, you could see that in Hunter Biden. Like you can see that kind of like political fire. He's not like I said, he's not this old guy that's like completely gone. He clearly understands what Nick is saying. He's just denying the reality. So that's a different subject. But it's kind of like having a younger Biden, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just it's not politically what we want. But yeah, could you have a beer with the guy? For sure. Absolutely. Yeah. 100%. Does that mean he's like a good candidate for some kind of office? No. I think he's absolutely terrible. You can have a beer with them, but don't expect them to have your back if shit goes south. Absolutely. Because there's some snakes and filth that will leave the moment you no longer serve them. Yeah, 100%. And Hunter Biden has those types of shady connections with with people who will make deals. I definitely believe Hunter Biden has connections with hitmen and people who will kill you for having the wrong opinion. Absolutely. I mean, Hillary Clinton did it. Fucking Biden was on the same payroll. Yeah. Hunter Biden is definitely connected with those people. So, you can't trust this guy. You cannot trust him. So, anyways, Agent 47 is going to get you. Well, that's a funny joke, but it's very real. Like political assassinations happen a lot, It's very easy for a guy with a silenced weapon to show up at your house in the middle of the night and break in and lockpick and just assassinate you in your bed. Very easy, and it does happen.
Nah, I'd win.
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised, but I don't know. But all I'm saying is, you can't trust these people. They're the worst people on the planet. Hunter Biden is no better, in my opinion.
50 times. And
We're
so what
talking
you're
about-
trying to tell
How far
me
into the video
is that
are
the
we?
problem
Well,
in
I
America
just
right
took an
now is
Adderall,
that
so
a
I'm
26-year-old
We're 25 minutes, so we have about an hour 20 left. But look, this is what you guys want. This is what you guys want. Like you want the Miku political
Oh,
takes.
no.
Like
We've been on for like 5 hours. By the time we finish this, it's gonna be the length that Kairu had.
yeah. I don't know. I could keep going. Like I'm in my element right now. Like I love the politics stuff, to be honest. Like
I'm just
if
doing my low cortisol dancing around.
yeah. If at some point it gets too late and you need to dip, don't feel bad about that.
Nah, I'm Gucci. I took an Adderall.
There you go. So yeah, I'm in my element. I love talking politics, so I think you guys do too. At least my core audience. I know we got rated.
Why do I look like a fat Asian kid?
Is that like a toggle?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think mine has a toggle too. But or they'll give you a heart attack. Yeah, I mean that's not a joke. Like people want to talk. I could go on for days about this, but the CIA has a heart attack gun, right? It shoots a little fucking dart in your body that leaves like a tiny little red dot. You don't know what's going on, and it gives you a fucking heart attack. Like that's very real. Like it's not a joke. Like
yeah, true nut sock would slam some meth. Listen, am I gonna go out and find a meth plug?
Adderall
No.
is meth.
But crystal hurts my nose.
Yeah, we're not doing crystal meth tonight. Maybe another night. But...
yeah, maybe another time, guys.
Anyways,
We'll get Davi methed out another day.
Yeah. Man has a heart attack after shooting himself in the back of the head 30 times, hanging himself upside down from a tree. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't fucking happen, okay? He's got 2 wounds on the back of his head. Okay, yeah, he shot himself in the back of the head. Okay, I believe that.
Yeah, I'm
White
just
kid
like craning
who
my
lives
arm
in suburban
around, going,
Chicago doesn't
Yeah.
feel like he has access because he's been canceled or he's been woke. And the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Yes.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
I
said
said the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago. The carjackings, shootings, teen takeovers. We know why there's no business on the Mag Mile anymore.
Well, Hunter Biden is correct. It is black people. And Nick is also correct in saying that it is crime. But the part that
but
Nick...
it's blacks doing the crime.
Right, which is why Hunter Biden is correct. But the point that Nick is making, that if it were whites doing all the crime, it would be the same thing, right? But it's not that way, and it's never going to be that way. It's blacks are doing majority of the crime. So they're both correct. Hunter Biden is just upset that he's right. Hunter Biden is just mad that he's pointing out that Nick is correct, that blacks are doing the most crime.
It's because they steal cars, they drive them through windows. And listen, black people are some of the biggest victims of the black crime.
Well,
We're
that
not
is
allowed
true.
to talk about it because of the racial
What do you mean
dimension.
you're not allowed to talk about it? We're talking about it right here. You
guys,
have a platform in which
I think
millions
we're-
of people listen to
I
you,
think-
Nick.
I think-
Millions.
Well,
What?
after Elon had to buy Twitter and open it up. It wasn't like that before. I was banned from everything for many years. So no, you
That's
weren't allowed
true.
to. You're right. We could talk about it now, but that's only because the good guys
Nick.
won.
Hey, what's up, guys? There's something I forgot to tell you about. We also just launched our own streaming platform called C5.now. We have
Wow.
5 films on there right now. Film number...
Sorry, I like Phenom and I like Crusaders GG. I don't know this
Really?
guy.
Number 1,
Well,
rat
skip,
speculation to
skip,
exit our
skip,
character.
skip.
Documentary life risk as far as
Blah, blah, blah,
with his
blah.
law firm.
Very
His interests
cool.
unique to
I'm
the
sure
court
it's
and
great.
literature.
Thank you.
To creating
I'm
an
not on
entire show.
YouTube.
I know you're not, but now you have Kick, and now you have all of these other things. You have an enormous platform. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get to there. Okay. What I don't understand is how you didn't recognize that in 2016, and how you didn't recognize that in 2020, and how you didn't recognize that in 2024, because Donald Trump
I did in
hasn't.
24.
Because Donald Trump hasn't changed. Donald Trump hasn't changed at all. Donald Trump.
Well, look, he ran on a message, and you don't know until after he fails to enact his message. You don't know that at the time. I mean, 2016, he was pretty good. Like, he enacted most of the things he wanted to do as president. It wasn't until 2020 that he really, or 2024, that he really fucked things up, and it's mostly just the war with Iran. I mean, immigration isn't great, but it's a hell of a lot better than what it was like under his fucking father.
Obama deported more.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. Obama did deport more illegals. But it is still a hell of a lot better than it was under this guy's fucking father. Like, you want to say immigration's bad. Well, look at this guy's dad right here. His fucking dad, had 10 million illegals more come in just under his term alone. Like the border was wide open. So yeah, Trump isn't Hitler with his immigration policies, but
God, I wish.
God, I wish too. God, I wish, but it's still substantially better than the job Biden was doing. I mean, it's not a question. You literally can look at the statistics. The border crossings are almost literally zero. The only problem is we're not deporting enough people that are in the country. But in terms of like stopping people from getting into the country, I mean, it's night and day. Like Trump has done a fantastic job in that regard. Like you can't argue that. The numbers are almost zero. The only problem we have with immigration is that we're not getting enough of the people that are here illegally out. And you know, I understand that, and that makes sense. But yeah, under this guy's father, it was fucking nightmare levels, fucking end of the country levels. Like, not a fucking joke. So, if Hitler didn't do the enabling act, they'd be clowning the Nazis for thinking Hitler would actually do something. I mean, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they absolutely would.
I don't know. I haven't thought too much about like what wouldn't happen if that didn't happen, if that makes sense. But by deport, that means he sent more back to the border. Trump is the only one that has ever hunted them inside the country. That is actually a good point. Yeah, that is a very good point. Like, yes, he's not doing the numbers, but you are correct. He's one of the first presidents who has unleashed ICE on the population that is currently in the country. You are correct. That is actually a big distinction. Is that, yeah, it's the first time in a, I don't even know, that ICE has been in the streets, you know, doing the, you know, they stopped this recently, but was doing the traffic pullovers for illegal aliens. You never saw that under other administrations, you know, so that is a good point. That is a good point. Afghanistan of all places, he let those backwards niggas into the US. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Biden was an absolute disaster. And this guy's father almost killed the country.
Yeah.
Like literally almost killed the United States. Like it's not a fucking joke. Like I don't know. You know, I don't know if I could sit down and talk with Hunter Biden. Like I hate him so much. Like I don't know if I could have this conversation with him like without reaching over and strangling him to death. Jokes in Minecraft.
Yeah, I would never.
But, you know, yeah, I do not like Hunter Biden. Every illegal woman who gets pregnant is another border crossing. People don't seem to take that into account. Well, yeah, that's true. And you know, you can definitely blame Trump for his pick with the Supreme Court Justice, you know, Amy Coney Barrett for that. But it ultimately also does come down to the Supreme Court deciding that, you know, birthright citizenship is legal and correct, which is not true.
It's so gay.
Yeah, it's fucking one of the worst decisions probably in our lifetime is the birthright citizenship stuff. You know, like I said, Trump, you know, all he can really do is pick somebody he has faith in. I think Amy Coney Barrett was a mistake. But he picked her and she let him down. She let all of us down. I think most of that blame needs to fall on Amy Coney Barrett as a terrible justice. You know, Trump can only do, you know, so much, you know. So I think more of the blame falls on the Supreme Court for fucking us on that one. But I mean, Weimar Germany didn't last that long, so I doubt they had. Yeah, Weimar Germany didn't last that long, so I doubt they had nothing ever happens mindset. True.
But imagine if they did. Imagine a Nazi nothing ever happens mindset.
God, I wish. I wish. Yeah.
I don't wish that, because that would imply that Hitler's not doing Hitler sillies.
Well, no, but I mean, like, I'm thinking of it in like in terms of like what eventually happened. Like, you're correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't get mad much anymore about this stuff, but I was actually seething about that court decision. Well, it was a terrible court decision.
It should have been so fucking easy.
Yeah, it should have been. It was an obvious slam dunk. And they fucked it up. No, I mean that was It was a horrid decision by the Supreme Court, one of their worst in a long time. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense to get mad about that. Yeah, I don't quite like dive too much into like politics about getting mad over every single thing that's happening anymore. But yeah, the Supreme Court anchor babies was fucking a disaster. One of the worst decisions the court has made in a while. So it makes sense to be mad about that. I've said this before, people will exploit any system if it's to their own interest, especially third world, nig, racial dirt. Yeah, and the white people need to get on that same, we need to be on that same level. Like, we need to exploit the system, we need to take advantage of it, because it's clearly not in our favor anymore.
I
So
thought you meant exploit the third world, and I'm like,
That
that's what got
too.
us here in the first place.
that too. No, that less so, but we need to fucking,
We can exploit them from afar.
yeah.
Just don't let them here.
Yeah, as long as they're not in the country, it's what the fuck ever. But no,
We'll
white.
fund whatever child minds in somewhere in Africa.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. The infuriating part is that they literally just have to write some legalese bullshit. We would be so good. Yeah, I mean, God, like, yeah, getting rid of fucking birthright citizenship would have been an unbelievable W for the Trump administration. I don't know if they realize that, but yeah, you want to talk about, Trump was joking about the fourth term, running for the fourth term, the Fourth Reich, let's fucking go. But no, it would have been based if it was that. But, he's joking about running for 2028 at the correspondence dinner. And it's like, if you were able to get the end of birthright citizenship, that possibly could have been a slam dunk position to possibly get you into a fourth term. But
Yeah, we need to establish citizenship by blood like a lot of European countries do.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is we're the only fucking stupid nation that doesn't do it that way. Like, what are we doing? So, anyways, at least our citizenship laws aren't that bad if you don't have at least one Dutch parent with no passport for you. Citizenship by blood is great. Yeah, I agree. I kind of forget that you're overseas, but yeah, that's how it should be. That's how it should
Trump
be.
has been Donald Trump since he came out of the womb of a woman that was an immigrant to this country. And so what I want to know, though, is that I don't know how we get past this idea that the biggest problem that you have with your personal situation and how you extrapolate that to the situation of other white kids that are your age, that feel disenfranchised, that feel left out, that feel they don't have a shot at the American dream, is because of black and brown people, because of Mexicans, because of Venezuelans, because of Haitians, it's always other, Nick.
I mean, that tells you. Sorry, I hate to kind of get into like these. This is a very important like political debate that's going on here, so it needs to be scrutinized with detail. But that tells you, his line of reasoning behind that tells you really everything you need to know about what he's trying to do here. He's trying to appeal to the young people, the young white people who are disenfranchised by the system, and he's arguing that Nick's solution isn't the right answer. And he's trying to make that argument, but he's failing at it. He's failing at it, and Nick is doing a great job of countering that. And but just in that particular sentence right there, that tells you exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to appeal to the young people of the political movement. He's trying to bring the young people back to the left-wing side. He's failing at it, but that's what he's trying to do.
You. It seems to me, and I've listened to a lot of the stuff. It's always them. We need to build a wall.
Harder.
Where's the wall, Nick? He never built the wall. Why'd you vote for him in 2020? Why'd you vote for him in 2020?
He actually did build a lot of the wall. Okay, he didn't finish the wall, but he did build a lot of it. So
I didn't vote for him in 24.
Okay. My point being is that whenever you identify your problem as being something that is other, that you can point to, that's a minority, that is a group of people, that's the Jews, it's the, I mean, before, remember, all of us, You know, it was the Irish Catholics who were all committing the crime, who weren't allowed into bars, who weren't allowed into
Bro,
because
give
you
me
know
a
why?
break.
Because they were dirty, poor
Yeah, that was
non-Europeans. They
not
were
what was
Irish.
going on.
Give me a break. That is unbelievable. You know, like,
They were just being silly and loud and drunk.
yeah, like they didn't actually fucking,
They didn't stab white women on the train.
yeah, they weren't murdering fucking white people and burning down cities. Like it's not a comparison. It's such a disingenuous argument, and it lacks
Anybody's annoying when drunk.
context for the actual situation going on there. I don't know entirely the context, so I don't quite want to speak on it, but I know it's not what he's saying. Where's that Homath tweet about you being mixed outside of your body when you have a mixed race child? It should be the standard. Wait, who has a mixed race child? None of us have a mixed race child.
Ew.
Who are you talking about?
I'm pro-choice for nuns and pro-life for whites.
Based.
Mhm.
Based. Sorry, I don't know. I might have skipped. It might have been like something to the interview that I missed, but haters like Nick said Trump hasn't built any wall, but Trump has built 75 feet of big beautiful wall in his second term. Well, yeah, a lot of what he built in the second term was basically nothing. Most of it was done in the first term. Again, that's another point that you criticize Trump for, is like he didn't
Big, beautiful wall.
he didn't finish the wall, right? We needed to finish the wall. But a counter argument to that is that even with the wall not finished, the fact that he has such a heavy ICE enforcement agency has brought the numbers down practically to zero. Like you don't actually need the wall if you have like a giant, essentially, army protecting the southern border. You kind of don't necessarily need that physical barrier. You could make that argument. I tend to believe that yes, we want the physical barrier because that's going to outlast the enforcement of ICE, but you can't argue with the numbers that at least new illegals crossing into the United States is almost zero, which is kind of incredible. We just need
Now
to
we
get
just gotta get the ones here out.
right. We just need to get the people that are here that are not supposed to be here the fuck out, and he's lacking on that. So, but yeah, I do want to see the wall built. Yo, thank you for the 500 kicks. There's no sound playing. I'll play you some nigga how Hitler. Thank you for the 500 kicks. Let's fucking go.
That wild ass message.
I'll read it in a second.
Oh no.
Let's fucking go.
Get the clips ready.
Oh my god. Thank you for the 500 kicks. I'm literally going to pronounce your name as Nigger Crusher because that's how I read it. And that's what I think you meant by that. But thank you for the 500 kicks, Nigger Crusher. I would have been too powerful if God had blessed me with a little sister. Well,
Clip it. Clip it.
I don't have any sisters, so that is what it is. Truth, Nuke. Thank you for the 500 kicks. I appreciate it.
Miku said Truk.
Clip it. I don't give a fuck. I don't even know exactly what that means, but I have an idea.
Oh no.
I have an idea. I'm not going to elaborate.
Coffin of Andy and lately, whatever.
Truk and bathed. Oh my god, okay.
Truk and bathed.
Every time it's wrong.
Well,
Every
Con's in
time history has
control.
proven
True.
that to be wrong in the United States of America. Every time.
Oh, Miku, how
Inclusion
far
has
you've
been our
come.
greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength. And I hear you talk about this
Oh, now,
idea of
please.
white culture.
I hit space. I meant to
Oh.
pause the video, but
Oh no.
he's going on in this argument like that has not been true. And actually, it's you know, if you want to take the entire history of the United States, like it has been fucking true. Like if you inverse it and say like, you know, the worst times are when we had diversity, that is true actually. Like it's kind of, you know, he's just wrong. He's just fucking wrong.
Diversity is our strength.
Yeah, it's
The,
so
the,
not.
the melting pot. Hava nagilaha.
It is so not. I mean, the best times when the West actually grew was when the West was homogenous, right? Was when the West was aligned on the same political beliefs, the same religious values. Like that's when you saw the greatness of the West come out of the dirt, which was, just a group of people believing the same religion, more or less, and the same beliefs. Like, it's only this diversity shit that has kind of destroyed the West.
White culture you talking about, man? What
Shakespeare,
white...
Dante,
What
Mozart.
culture?
We're in
Yeah, what is
Philadelphia,
white
the
culture?
founding fathers.
Yeah.
That's your white
How about
culture.
the Count of Monte Cristo? Would you consider that part of our
Okay.
white culture?
Sure.
Nigga pulls out the one fucking example.
Okay. Well, it was written by a black man in France in
Yes.
the 1700s.
In a milieu of European
Yeah,
civilization.
I saw this
So
clip,
what?
and Nick is 100% right. Like, okay, you found literally the 0.00001% of
You found the
literature.
one nigga who got fucking civilized.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
in the midst of Western culture, big fucking deal. The truth is that the overwhelming majority of the greatness of, you know, the West and white culture, you know, it's kind of crazy, you know, to say white culture was developed by white
Yeah.
people, but it was. Like, you know, the West and, you know, Aristotle, Plato, you know, fucking science, Newton, fucking, that all came out of fucking white people in the West. So, you
And
know,
it's
it's
crazy how you don't see them. Oh my god, I get fucking.
yeah,
Anytime I try to talk, I get an aneurysm hearing myself. But no, it's crazy how they'll be like, "Oh yeah, well that was written by a black guy." Said black guy was raised into Western culture, but you can never see them making the argument, okay, this African Negro did this revolutionary thing, because it just doesn't happen.
yeah, that's a great point.
And
Show
any
me.
African Negro doesn't have the access to a white man's accomplishments.
Yeah, that's a great point. Show me where Plato came out of the fucking West Africa fucking dirt mud hut shit. Show me where they've discovered Plato and, like, you know, written about the fucking, you know, the analogy of the cave or something like that. Show me where that came from out of fucking Africa. It doesn't fucking exist. Like, it doesn't fucking exist. And there's reasons for that. Like IQ, genetics, race. It's
Being
the truth.
exposed to the based ass white man.
It's the truth. I mean, you put a black African in the middle of Western civilization, they will not be able to do better than the white men, and arguably they will destroy the system that was built because they just don't understand it and they can't live in it on an IQ level, on a genetics level. These are just the truths of reality. Whether you like it or not, doesn't fucking matter. That is how it is. Like, you know, you can be sad about that, fine. But that's what it is.
Because
So
you're
what? It's
picking
not white
out
or
you're picking
black,
out one
Nick.
example. It
I'm
really
not
is.
just picking out one
It
example.
really
one
is. That's listen.
example.
Nick, I'm not. I really am not.
Hey guys, I think we're reaching what's called a rock in a hard place. Let's talk about Israel.
No, it's not a.
Well, let me
Well,
respond to this
well,
because
okay.
you're telling me
So,
I'm
no,
always
but here-
blaming the other.
He followed up with a great response with, let's talk about Israel. You know, unironically, there might be a lot of good discussion to be had here about Israel, so that might be interesting.
Oh, Nick, for real. Here's the thing, is that the way that you talk and
Nick,
throw
Nick,
out
Nick.
these historical facts, which, by the way, aren't fucking facts. Okay?
Which ones aren't facts?
Yeah,
well,
tell me what's wrong. Tell me
as
what
it
the
relates
fuck
to the civil rights movement in 1968, and the reason why we're out in the problem that we're in is because the Civil Rights Act passed in 1964. Dr. Martin Luther King was killed and shot by a white racist, white supremacist in
a
1968
fucking
on a
nigger
balcony
got
of a
killed,
motel.
and that's
That's the
why we
root of
are
our
where
trouble,
we are?
because an entire people that have been disenfranchised and enslaved for over 400 years.
We're sick of hearing about that, though.
We
It's
are
not
sick.
Where are
we
they?
we are sick of hearing about that. Like, we live in, I'm going to extend this further. We live in a time period where black people are billionaires.
Yeah.
Are billionaires. We have
Thanks
Kanye
to
West,
us.
billions of dollars. Jay-Z, billions of dollars. There's no excuse anymore. There's no fucking excuse. Black people
Well, reparations, though.
are the richest they've ever been on the face of the planet, and that's because of America. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but it's the truth. Like there's no excuse anymore. You can't say, "Oh, we're this oppressed people." Bro, they're billionaires. Like, they have billions of dollars. What is stopping them? Like, because the racist cop pulled them over for a fucking speeding ticket? Give me a fucking break. Like, if you just didn't behave like a fucking monkey, you wouldn't get in jail. Like, if you just kept your hands on the steering wheel and followed the cop's orders, you wouldn't be in jail. Like I don't know. It's, this argument Hunter Biden is making is just, we are so far past that it's not even recognizable to the younger generation. Like, he's trying to appeal to the young people, but it's like they just don't see it that way. Like, black people are billionaires. Like, it's black people have billions of dollars. Like, it's not a fucking, they went from slavery, not that long ago, to now being billionaires in America. Like, there's nothing there you can say to me anymore that black people are oppressed. We have billionaires that are black people. Give me a fucking break. So
They're oppressed to the Section 8 housing.
yeah. If there are
Yeah.
black billionaires, that means any of them can do it. It's a cultural thing. It's a genetics thing. It's an IQ thing. There's something deeper going on there.
Hearing about it, but you know what? They aren't. And I'll tell you what, Nick,
Get
here's the other
over
thing.
it. Get over it. It's America.
Get
But
over
Nick,
it.
you
Get over it.
You can say
100%.
stuff like that, okay, without having to say it like that. And this
That's
is
not how it started, though.
This is
But why even say anything at all if you're going to say stuff like that without saying like that? There's no point of even saying it at all. Like,
Yeah.
that's the dumbest fucking argument.
Did I have a hand in enslaving them? No.
Yeah, did any any of us currently alive today? I mean, it's like a tiny percent of the population, like 0.1% of the population that might be closely, alive when slavery was a thing. The entire younger generation are over it, and that's what they can't deal with, is because they're so caught up in this concept of the victim mentality of, oh, black people are this oppressed, minority, when the real truth is white people are a minority on the planet. White people only make up 7% of the entire population of the planet. That's just a fact.
Man, we really need to make Indians stop reproducing.
Yeah, we need to nuke India, but
And if they want to pull the whole, these people were enslaved and it's our fault, why don't they go to the actual root of the slave trade? Other blacks and fucking Jews. But no, that's taboo to talk
100%
about.
correct. Yeah. It
We
is
are
literally a
at
fact
fault
that
for
over
obtaining
80% of the slave traders were Jewish.
And who was selling them off? Did us white people, go to Africa and we're like, yeah, this one, and then yoink them out of their fucking hobbles? No.
Yeah, no, it didn't happen like that. Not at all. So
I didn't own any slaves, but I'm willing to step up to the task. Honestly,
based.
I feel like a pet nigger would be so fucking annoying.
That is true, yeah. Like, a lot of blacks have offered to be my slave, and it's like, I actually don't need fucking slaves. Like, I'm capable. I don't want that, but thank you, I guess.
Yeah. I would love to have a Negro human meat shield. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually don't need slaves. Thank you. And I honestly think that's like how most of white people would react if they kind of knew what was going on back in the old days, right? Like if they knew that Jews were importing blacks to become this subclass of people in the United States to use as like a biological weapon against the nation itself, like most people would have probably been like, I'm okay. I don't need slaves. Thank you. I'll pick my own cotton. Okay. I don't think slavery would have been like such a big thing in the United States if it was white people totally doing that. But, and that's a big problem with, white people or Jews wanting to claim that they are white people is they want to project
Yeah,
all
their fucking misdoings onto the white race.
correct. Yep, correct. 100% correct. Yep.
They're like, yeah, we're white, so we have to all own up to what we have done. When they're not fucking white, your sins are not ours.
Yep. That's so true. They say, "Oh, white people are so bad because of everything the Jews have done, but they're white people, so that means it's all of us." It's like, "No, actually,
Actually,
you're not fucking white, and your wrongdoings do not fall upon us." So, I don't know.
go find a chicken to sacrifice. Stop projecting.
Literally.
Legitimate argument, but it's Nick.
Guys, Nick, Hunter, what do you guys make of the concept of community
Slaves
collapse?
were
Have you guys heard of
brutalized,
this?
worse than blacks
So
and
it's
bounced back right after. Yeah, that's what happens when you're an alcoholic.
True. Yeah, and that's also to the point is that like it wasn't just blacks either, right? Whites have been slaves around the entire globe, You want to do a per capita on the entire planet, well, white people are just up there with being slaves. So, I don't know. I know I am tired of the slave argument. Like Nick said, people are tired of it. Like it only worked for so long. There was I think the creator of the Boondocks, like that cartoon show about black people. He said like the credit of black people is essentially running out, where black people can say like, "Oh, we were slaves. Oh, we had all these bad things happen to us. That means we're entitled to, all this stuff." And he was right. He was right in saying that's running out. Like it is not only is it running out, it has ran out. Like the younger generation is not fucking buying it at all. Like I said, you have black people that are billionaires. Like if you have a fucking $1 billion and you can't fucking fix your race, that tells me something. That tells me a lot more about your race than it does about your money. Like if you have $1 billion and you can't fucking save your race, you're fucked essentially. Like it's a problem with your race then. Like if I had $1 billion and my task was to save the right race, like we'd be living in fucking paradise. Like no joke. Like we would set up fucking the West 2.0 somewhere fucking, out in the middle of the west of America, Midwest of America somewhere. But if I had $1 billion, like I'm building a white paradise. Like no fucking like I'm building the next, industrial revolution for white people or something like that, It's like Kanye West or I think Akon wanted to do something in Africa, like build a paradise for black people, but it fucking fell into shambles because they're just not capable. They're just not capable. It's an IQ thing. It's, a competence thing. It is what it is. Black millionaires still committing more crime than white plebs paying living paycheck to pay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the black people are only rich because of rap music, and a lot of those millionaires end up dead or shot. And why is that? That's because of other black people. Simple as. Can't sort out your own house, but want the world to change for your sort of living. The entitlement is annoying. Yeah, agree. Yeah. Akon City is epic. Stop seething, Miku. Hey, dude, I want Akon City to be epic, bro. If Akon can build a fucking paradise for black people in Africa, dude, I'd be your biggest fan. Like, I'd be like, dude, go fucking do that. Go make fucking black paradise in Africa, dude. I hope it works for you. I hope it works for you. Please go do that. But the truth is they can't do it. I mean, they tried. It failed. It was a disaster, but Ye wanted to build dome houses in Africa. I think he gave up on that. Yeah, he spent a couple million.
Yeah.
He spent more than a couple million trying to do that, and it failed horrifically. I think people died actually trying to build it, but yeah, it was a disaster. But and there's a reason for that. Like I said, you give the same amount of money, you give the same fucking task to a white person. I mean, you'll see Rome 2.0. Like you'll see the West 2.0 rise up from the fucking dirt. Like if I had $1 billion, there's a lot I could do for my people, and I would do for my people. But yeah, so it's not an excuse anymore. Slavery is not an excuse anymore. People just aren't having it. Oppression, give me a fucking break. Like, we're done with it.
Nothing to do with race, got nothing to do with money, but this is kind of a crazy stat. So in 2019, before COVID, 76% of Americans said they were a part of an in-person community that gave them some kind of value. After COVID, and this year, it was 19%. So I think that politics and race aside, one of the biggest issues is the collapse of social bonds, third spaces, communities, in-person engagement, which comes with loneliness, more time online, and more division. I understand. I feel like you guys aren't going to agree. I want to talk about what you guys think can be done on an individual and community level to stop people from hating each other and to create more belonging.
Well, it's just homogeneity, just having people that have the same values together and the same beliefs and the same race together. It's diversity that's destroying this. Simple answer.
For one, I think this. Okay, for real.
Podcasting.
No, not podcasting, this discussion. For me to be able to sit down with someone who I so vehemently disagree with and find some kind of common ground. I don't want
Okay.
Guy at home
you're
was
the selling
watching this
point,
on his
buddy.
phone just thinking, I wish I could go outside, but I don't know anyone.
Okay, well, here's what I'm talking about. It's all about connection. It is all about actually connecting with people. And I'm not
And they haven't found any common ground, let's be honest.
talking
So,
about digitally connecting
no.
with people anonymously online. I'm talking about actually going out and connecting with people. And I don't have an answer to that. I don't, any of us. We are look, man, I just think that you are targeting the wrong problem, Nick. I think that our biggest problem right now doesn't have to do with this cultural divide or racial divide or religious divide or the
it
idea
absolutely
that
does.
America is becoming less
literally all three of those things is exactly why this is happening.
white or
Who would have thought
culturally
morals and upbringing have like a effect on the communities we want to foster?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want my community to be flooded with fucking pedophile loving Islamic fools.
Right. And it's
So
actually literally insane to say that has no effect on anything whatsoever. That just people from different cultures and different races can just commingle and nothing's going to go wrong. Like, that is actually insane. Like, that is actually crazy and wrong. So
it's so fucking privileged coming from a white guy whose family has money to not understand why we don't like these fucking brownoids.
not only coming from a white guy, but like the president's son, like, give me a fucking break. It's crazy.
Relevant anymore. I think our biggest problem is literally an oligarchy that
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Honestly, if we had an oligarchy that was
We'd
based,
be fucking banger.
we'd be fucking solid. Like, if we had a good oligarchy, oh my god, like, this country would be on fire. Like, oh, it's the oligarchy. Oh, it's a monarchy. Oh, fuck you. Actually, that's all based. Like, it depends on who's running it. Like, I don't know. I hate this argument so much.
is inflaming every single division that we have.
And
by the way, and they're out for you, man.
It's just so bullshit. Like, you can tell, like, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just
This
talking
is
out of his
John
ass.
Goy himself.
It's literally. Literally.
This
Just
is
as
the
much as
biggest
there might-
fucking Goy slop talking point.
Literally. The guy is unironically a slave for the Jews, and he's too stupid to understand that.
much as anybody else.
Well, and I agree.
But I'm
So
saying-
those platforms that we talk about that you're not allowed to be on because Elon's out on the platform. Elon doesn't give a shit about anything other than one thing.
But Hunter, I just want to say
money.
real quick.
Money. It's
Well,
his money.
I don't necessarily
That's not fucking true. But
even agree with that.
Okay, well,
Okay,
you may
real
not
quick,
agree with
back
that
to what I was
because you
saying.
don't
So-
want to.
I mean, he does care about money for sure, but that's not his only. That's not his only thing. I mean, he's spoken a lot about white people and our problems. Like Elon's not perfect either. He again does the same thing that Trump does and agrees with the Jews on some things, but he has done a lot for white people. Don't get it twisted. Like Elon's on our side for sure.
Piss off Elon Musk.
Well, it's not,
Yeah.
Elon
Yeah.
doesn't even like me,
Yeah.
but I just
You're
disagree.
talking about the oligarchy, right? Like
Yeah.
these billionaires, right?
Jolly.
The goal of corporate capture of these industries is community.
Yeah, they only want to talk about the oligarchy when it's not Jewish billionaires. But as soon as you mention like Palantir, BlackRock, fucking JP Morgan, fucking Oracle, Facebook, Meta, like literally they're all run by Jews. And these are the companies that are the oligarchy that are destroying the West. It's all the companies that are run by Jews, Pornhub, fucking, it's that's the thing is they get right up to the point, but they're too afraid to ask the real questions about who is running these companies.
Yeah.
Why are they doing these things? Like Google, fucking, Google was two Russian Jews. Exactly, Kiara. Exactly. Buying Twitter was not a profitable venture. Yeah, I mean, buying Twitter was like the worst fucking thing Elon Musk could
He
have
also
done.
bought it for like so much more than what it was worth,
Literally double.
just so he would guarantee that he bought it.
Yeah. And that's a sacrifice that he made for like saving the internet. Like, would I have liked Elon to not buy Twitter because I have my own thing going on? Absolutely. But Elon buying Twitter like saved a good chunk of the internet for a while, for sure. I mean, it's not a question.
The
I mean,
billionaires. Guys, it's the billionaires.
yeah, it's the billionaires. Well, it's like you want to talk about like the founding fathers. Like the founding fathers weren't just a bunch of poor retards. Like the founding fathers were actually very wealthy. And the founding fathers were arguably
Plantation owners.
like I mean, like they were the rich people in society. Like they weren't just fucking poor retards that decided to get together and like, hey, let's go do a new nation. No, they were the wealthy people of their time, and they saw a problem and fixed it. It's like I really don't like the class warfare. Like, oh, it's the rich people. Like, dude, it's not the rich people. It's there's deeper things going on than just money and power. But
collapse. They are trying to engineer things to make it antisocial. They want to eliminate every single small business.
it's
They
just
want to
so
make
easy
everyone
to just blame the rich people and it's the rich people that are, yeah, okay, like give me a fucking real solution. Like we're not getting rid of billionaires and millionaires and the rich people tomorrow. If anything, the rich people are getting rid of us tomorrow. Like, okay, so just blaming the rich people, not a solution, not an
I'm
answer
blaming
to our
the
problems.
big-nosed rich people.
Well, those you can, a certain sect of the rich people you can get rid of, for sure.
a single person
The
shopper,
Semitic
no
rich people.
carpooling, like to be a lonely consumer who only buys things for themselves online and
Yeah.
doesn't talk to anyone in real life. That's what they want in real life. Like all this data center shit, like everything they're doing is in a way trying to break up in-person engagement. And I feel like for you guys, it might be hard to answer because both of you guys are what they call like controversial public figures. Like there's places that you, like in 2018, if you were to go to a dive bar in, let's say, Poplar Bluff, Missouri, you would have been in danger. You know what I mean? At that time. For
Yeah.
you were in danger physically in a left-wing city. It's just the truth. So I feel like you guys have been deprived of the ability to have normal lives. You especially, but I mean you in general, but I feel like, your controversies came a little bit later in life. For you, I feel like you haven't even been able to grow up as a normal person. Is that accurate
Yeah,
to say?
that's true.
Nah, I mean, it's kind of bullshit, but Nick is going to say it's true because he's censored, but Nick is a normal person. Let's not get it twisted. Like Nick.
Well, it's not like he can go out to fucking bars and have fun with his friends IRL.
I mean, he can actually. I mean, he got some
Not
repercussions
without
in
the
Miami.
worry that something could happen.
Yeah.
Like you're one unhinged, mentally ill tranny away from being like fucking shot.
No, I do agree with that. But what the way he's framing this question is he's trying to say like Nick is this kind of like mentally unwell person that hasn't been able to like establish himself in society. That's kind of like how he's framing the question. It's not a question of like
I read it as like, oh, you are under a scrutinizing lens. Like you can't go out and just chill. You
Yeah,
can't have
no.
like a normal conversation.
Yeah, that's not how he's framing the question. He's framing it like he's a retard, like he's some like homeschooled or like, like he's some like shut in who has never fucking encountered society and doesn't know like what's going on. Like listen to the question again.
To have normal lives, you especially, but I mean
Then
you
that
in
wouldn't
general, but
apply
I feel like,
to
your
Hunter.
controversies came a little bit later in life. For you, I feel like you haven't even been able to grow up as a normal person.
Like he's literally saying Nick is not a grown up. That's what he's saying. He's saying you're a child, you don't understand the world. You're this kind of like sheltered retard. That's what he's really saying here. He's not saying like, oh, you can't go to the club and get like and like have a hard time getting in or get kicked out. What he's really saying here is like and I don't know if Nick sees this. He probably doesn't, or I think he does. He's just trying to play nice. But what he's really saying here is like you're this kind of sheltered retard that's the reason why you have these opinions. And I vehemently disagree with that 100%. Like Nick is completely competent, capable human being. Like I disagree with this framing of this question, but that's my understanding of it.
Is that accurate to say?
That's true. Well, and in terms of, building community back and everything like that, the data says that really the loss of society is the fact that we don't encounter people anymore. For example, on your way to work or, in ways that are unexpected. People wake up in their house, which is separate from everybody else. They get in their car by themselves, drive to work by themselves, and then they meet with their colleagues and everything, but then they go right home, have a beer, watch Netflix until they go to bed. Next day starts all over again. And so, I think it has a lot to do with maybe how we structure the cities. I think, honestly, a big part of it, there's like this abundance mindset with liberals. Liberals want to have prosperity and everything like that. How can you have that when the cities are not safe? I think that one of the ways, for example, if you want to have those encounters that are unplanned or spontaneous, they're going to happen maybe on the subway, on the bus, on your way to work. People don't want to ride the subway anymore. People don't want to ride the bus. They don't
I just feel
like
that
it's
if
safe.
you look at the
I mean, that is true. Like public transportation has gone to shit. Like I had a conversation with Shiro, like her mom's a little worried about her walking around in DC and stuff like that. But you do kind of have to be wary about public transportation, and he's got a point there. But I think back to what I was saying about the question. I think Nick is politely reframing the question here because his intent was definitely to try to say like Nick is this incapable retard who can't understand the world because he's this like sheltered person. That's how the question was framed, and he reframed it, kind of a master class on like how to reframe like a question. But Nick is also right in what he's saying is that people don't want to like interact with society because society is so fucked, right? Like you're not going to want to be a part of public life if it's this giant shithole of people. So I don't think that was what the guy was trying to say when he asked the question. I think Nick is being polite here.
data, like right now, 2026, I think 2025 had the lowest homicide rate of any year in America for like the past 4 years. I feel like if you compare data from the 90s, like the cities, I get what you're saying, but the cities I have noticed are a lot safer. They're also, becoming more expensive as well.
In
It could have something
terms
to do
of
with
what
it.
we've
you're absolutely right.
experienced, like, yeah, sure, we can have ups and downs in our lifetime, but if you, look at the statistics from way back whenever it wasn't normalized for fucking Negroes and shit to be out all the time, and
Yeah.
like they're fucking intermingling and learning more of their violent tendencies and being platformed for their violent tendencies and making it like normalized. Now they can just be out and about, be incompetent to stand trial somewhere in the fucking public.
I do think this is a per capita argument. And why I say that is because there are less people going outside, right? so naturally that number is going to decline because there's less people interacting with society. So it's a per capita argument. Yes, there's less violence, but the violence that does happen is more severe, is what I would argue. I might need some kind of numbers to back that up, but I mean, the fact that all of us mostly interact online, we have Discord, we have um, you know, all types of text messaging and group chats and stuff like that. Like there are less the younger generation is interacting with the physical society substantially less. And that doesn't necessarily mean that that's because crime is going down. There's just less opportunities for crime to happen, if that makes sense. I think it's a per capita argument. But he's trying to argue like, oh, that means society's safer, and I don't think that's the case at all. I think it's worse.
It's really
Then,
what you're saying.
hey,
Nick,
buddy,
is
cite what would make
impossible
society safer.
Yeah, right. True.
If this organically got safer,
because everybody
yeah, sure.
has an experience with violence.
It got safer because of diversity? No. Fuck you, actually. Like, you're going to make that argument? Fuck you, actually.
Or witnessing a crime, or whether it's just in their local newspaper or not, is that I don't think that is in any way limited to only urban environments. I take the
police don't even go into black areas anymore. Crime is basically state sanctioned in those enclaves. Yeah, and that's true. Like if police aren't even entering a certain area, you can bet that the common citizen isn't going there either. So yeah, there's gonna be fucking less murder there, but the murder is gonna be horrifically much worse. It's a per capita argument, basically. There are less people going there, so yes, there's going to be less murders, but the people that do go there are definitely going to get murdered. Like,
especially if you're
top
white.
10
especially if
red
you're white
states in the country, and their crime rates are 10 times what many urban centers are.
So you'd be comparing like West Virginia, coal country, disenfranchised to like an urban neighborhood.
Yeah, in terms of per capita crime, in terms of per capita murder, in terms of per capita child sexual abuse, yeah. I think the things that people really care about, things like that, is their own personal safety.
Yeah.
It is not limited to African American urban or Latino American urban environments. It's not. It exists. Carjackings do happen, but you know where they happen? They happen in Biloxi, Mississippi, just as much as they happen in Chicago.
I'm skeptical of that.
I mean, I just think the idea of like safety, safety at risk,
way,
crime has been. I feel like media has overblown the level of danger.
Everybody's gonna fact check both of us on this, and but I agree with
We're
you.
fact checking live.
My point about all of it is, though, is that you can always point to a reason, Nick. There's never been a time in which there hasn't been crime.
Socioeconomic factors.
Biden.
Oh no.
Please tell me the fucking reason then.
When the socioeconomic factors make a black man kill a small 3-year-old.
True, right. Please, Biden, tell me the reasons why black people are committing more crimes than any other race. Please tell me why. He will not tell me why. It's unbelievable.
The fucking talking points. It's gonna be, fucking generational trauma from slavery, and that makes him unadjusted. Socioeconomic factors of not having the same opportunity as white people. Like, that doesn't exist anymore. That's not an argument.
Correct.
If these Negroes are in our public school systems and are around functional whites, then why can't they assimilate? Or is it just a genetic disparity?
The truth is they have access to all the same systems, all the same technology, all the same education. There are black billionaires right now. There are black people that are doing very well in society. There are more opportunities that have ever existed on the face of the planet for black people in America than ever before. You cannot use these arguments with us anymore. The younger generation can see this and they're not buying it anymore. They're tired of these arguments. Slavery, none of them own slaves. None of their parents own slaves. It's like Biden I see what he's trying to do. I can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to appeal to the young people to say, okay, this isn't the answer, but he's providing no actual explanation for why things are the way they are. Where
Source?
literally, I mean, source. I mean, it's a joke, but at the same time, it's like statistics. Like, you can't get over these numbers. Like, it's 2026. Black people have had the most opportunity ever in the history of black people. It's like, you can't fucking scapegoat this anymore. Like, we're tired of it. And I'm tired of feeling bad, like, because, oh, black people were slaves. Like, nobody alive, very, very incredibly small people, possibly, are alive that have been slaves in the United States. It's just, like I said, the guy who wrote the Boondocks comment, he was 100% correct. This type of argument has an expiration date. You can only use this type of debate for so long before it runs out. And we are at that point. It has run out. You cannot use these arguments. Hunter Biden is not smart enough to have these kind of nuanced debates about what is actually causing it. I think you could reframe what Biden is saying into like a rational argument against Nick, but he's just not smart enough to do that. He doesn't have the understanding to be able to do that. Nick has all the cards in his hand, and Nick, I think, is playing it brilliantly. Nick could go a lot harder, I believe. Nick could fucking run Hunter Biden to the ground if he really wanted to. But he's not doing that. He's playing ball. He's playing the game, and he's playing it just enough to the point where he's not letting Hunter Biden run him over, which I do like to see. I do like to see that. His talking points are so outdated. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. The Democrats haven't changed their playbook in the last 30 years. And it's not going to work with the younger generation anymore. Generational trauma, I think, is meant to mean the physical and emotional abuse passed on, not some bullshit to do with slavery hundreds of years ago. Yeah. Yeah, but even generational trauma has an expiration date. Like,
Generational trauma.
yeah, it's like, what do you define that as at a certain point? It's like, okay, your grandfather hundreds of years ago was a slave. Okay, look at you now. You have access to the most things and the most opportunities that anybody in your race has ever had access to
Well,
before.
these
Well,
niggers have access to 6'7". I think they'll be fine.
literally. Like, there's no excuses anymore. There's no excuses anymore. And yeah, Hunter Biden not making great arguments for what he's trying to say. Hunter sounds like he's stuck in the early 2010s. Yeah, it's literally arguments from fucking 16 years ago. Now 10 years ago. Yeah. It just doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work anymore.
Major urban areas where you pack a lot of people in. You're right, though, is that the difference between us feeling like each other were our neighbors and that we can find some common ground is the fact, you can live in existence now and by the time you're 56 years old and never really have to leave your house to make a living, to, you don't go to the community center anymore. And I don't know how to fix that. And I certainly...
Yeah, the internet is a big problem in terms of like local cohesion and local societal like interacting with your local area. Yeah, the internet is a huge detriment to that. So there's some common ground. Yeah, the internet is a massive problem. Because we
7.
still don't know how to like exist in the digital world, if we can at all. I think humans are we need human interaction, right? So we can't exist in a purely digital form to each other. We need that human bonding and human acceptance. So that's like a problem of the internet, but that's like common. That's not left or right wing.
All
not
connects
fixing
back to
the age of
politics,
AI.
right? Because community is like an essential human need, if not the most important thing. So when you are deprived of that, you're more likely to look for a radical solution and be like, everything's broken. We need to try something really out there.
I don't agree with that. The disconnection from fucking real life doesn't necessarily mean you're going to look for a radical solution. That's not
So you
true.
might embrace something more reactionary on left or right to be like,
it's not
fuck this, you know, we need something new. And so, and I'm not trying to draw.
No, when you're disconnected, you seek out things that connect you more, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's extremism. That's not true.
This like male loneliness, like incel pipeline that the media tries to do all the time. But do you see a connection there between like people being lonely and having less friends and subcultural
absolutely.
choice taking over community value systems or community engagement and people just like driving to the extreme?
100%.
No.
I think social dislocation is probably the #1 problem of our times, because you look at the young people, and you're right, it is one of those essential human needs, is to connect and have that sense of familiarity, to be seen, to see and to be seen. And that's something young people don't have. And I think, by the way, you look at the way young people socialize and even the mentality, I think a lot of young people have this absolute drive to go to college. Why? It's an extension of high school. And what do high school and college have in common? It's a community. You're in the quad. You can see and be seen. There's sort of like a status, reputation. You're constantly involved with other people. And I think everybody, young people, look at when they graduate from college like falling off a cliff and now life is over. Because now you just have your job, the gym, and going back home, and that's it. And this is why a lot of young people then want to move to the big cities. Got to go to New York, got to go to Chicago or LA where it's happening. And they want to get a condo or an apartment downtown because they want to go to the bar scene and extend college a little bit longer. And I think that's just not really a sustainable way to have a society. There has to be a way for people to still have that sense of community outside of, let's say, college and high school, even into their adulthood, and then into their old age. So, yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest problems going.
Well, I do agree with what Nick's saying here, which is that college and high school and school in general is a great way to like connect with people and your peers and stuff like that. But I don't really quite think that gets to the crux of the problem in this particular argument, but I understand what he's saying. You know, sometimes a lot of these questions, you know, you're flying off the top of your head. You know, if you thought a little bit deeply more about this, you might have a more poignant answer, but I don't think like, you know, staying in college is the reason, you know, why there's this kind of disconnect or something like that. I think it's more society in general. That is true in some cases. In the study of modernity, there is a concept called the marginal man, and the more of these you have, the more instability and lack of modernization you'll have. Well, yeah, I mean, there is definitely some truth that that the separation,
Breaking free from the matrix.
yeah, yeah, I mean, there is some truth to that it does kind of put you into certain corners, but I don't necessarily think that drives you towards political extremism. I think it might drive you towards having certain ideas about society and the way things should be, but I wouldn't necessarily go as far as to blame extremism on the lack of physical connection with people. You know, because you can still have communities with, and arguably better communities, right? You can kind of racially segregate people in online communities a lot easier than you could in real life in some circumstances. So, you know, I don't know, but I definitely think the internet is a problem for human connection. I think humans are wired for human connection. So, but yeah, my only thing is that I don't think that inherently drives people towards political extremism.
And I agree. I think it drives, even to your point about the whites only community in Arkansas, I think it is driving these, let's call it ghettoization or insulation of people going into these artificial values-based communities.
Yeah.
Because where are you going to find people? Go online. go online, start spouting about politics, or, you know, even not just for incels and right-wingers, but even on the left, someone like Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, I disagree here. I don't think it's the root cause. I think you could find that in either the online space or the real space. I think it's more so the effects of society that push people towards that versus, you know, whether it's online, whether it's in real life. If you had the same kind of breakdown like in real life, it's still going to push people in that same directive. I think I don't think it's a question of, you know, whether people aren't connecting. They're still going to find it
He's
either
on
way.
Discord. He's on Discord with all of the Overwatch players and all the LGBTQ or whatever. And I think that, you know, there's a tendency there where everybody kind of amplifies some of the resentment or feelings there. So I agree, that's a huge driver.
So for you, like back in high school when you were like first kind of starting to use the internet and all that, did you build most of your community in person outside Chicago, or was it mostly online?
When I was in high school or college?
High school.
High school, I had real friends in Model UN. That was my favorite thing. So that was.
But you were still creating like some kind of content at that time.
Not in high school, no.
Okay, so you went to BU.
Yes.
Were most of your friends like classmates there? Like when did you start to kind of build your online persona and community around your content?
It wasn't until I left college. So to that point, I had friends in college. And then when I left college and started my show independently, then it was all people online. And everybody I knew was people from my community for the most part.
But your cancellation from mainstream platforms was effectively the same thing as like a community collapse for your personal life, right?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even say it was just a cancellation, but even more just returning home from college.
What do you think would have happened to you, like career-wise and personal life-wise, if you never would have been mainstreamed? I mean, I guess removed from major social media platforms.
Oh, it'd be a lot easier to make friends, let's say, because, you know, being banned on Instagram, you might as well be dead. In Generation Z, that's how everybody sees each other, meets each other, talks to each other. So I think I probably have a wider, livelier circle.
Do you feel
Twitter's
like you
where it's at now.
had less friends after that?
No, I'd say it's about the same.
No, but I mean, you said that like you feel like it would have been easier to make friends.
It would have been easy to make more friends, yeah, sure.
So aside from your career, how was your like personal and social life affected in those following years?
Well, it's brutal, you know. I mean, because everybody that I knew from high school is on Instagram, on Facebook, and I'm just not on there. It's almost like you're removed from the earth. For Generation Z, I understand for older people, for different generation, people still meet up or stay in touch in other ways. But if you're not online as a young person, you might as well be dead.
Do you think you would have said like some of the more extreme things that you did say if you know, I guess were allowed to remain on the mainstream internet?
Absolutely, yeah.
Looking back, and I'm not trying to get you to like take something back necessarily, what's like one thing that you said when you were younger where you're like, fuck, wish I could take that back?
You know, I don't know if I regret what I've said. It's just how you say it.
Yeah, like,
you know?
Can you think of an example of like when you listen back to something and you're like, geez, I wish I could.
Yeah. So I did this rally in 2023 called Fuentes Rally 2. And the one comment I said, we were talking.
Wait, Fuentes Rally 2. I don't remember this. I feel like I would have been there. I don't remember this.
Talking about a spiritual battle between Christians and everybody else. And I said, we're in a holy war. I said, and we're going to make them die in a holy war. And the second I said that, I was like, didn't mean to say that. It's an extemporaneous speech. So you don't rehearse it. You just say things. And I was like, didn't mean that. Shouldn't have said that. So it's always the how. It's always in the delivery that I...
Nick, I can think of about 4 things that I really wish you would take back right now.
Like what?
Fuck you.
Here we go.
Fuck you.
What is it? The cookies in the oven?
The cookies in the oven.
Cookies in
you
the
can't
oven.
bake 6 million cookies.
Bro. The numbers don't lie, okay?
And where's the fucking where's the burnt bodies? It would be evident in the soil.
True. I mean, it's crazy that he's bringing up the 6
All we got are
cookies thing.
shoes. All we got are shoes.
Dude,
You're telling me that they burnt 6 million cookies and they kept the shoes?
Yeah. There was actually something that made a lot of sense to me the other day, which was that they built the incinerary chimneys after the Holocaust. So they added that onto the building. Yeah. I was like, damn, this is
you
true.
can see old photos of like Auschwitz and stuff like that do not have chimneys, and the layout is slightly construed.
Yep. That's the next thing that I didn't know was was quite true. I heard about it before, but I'm like, okay, I saw something. I'm like, okay, this makes a lot of sense. Which is, yeah, they built the chimneys after the Holocaust, which I thought was, that's pretty damning. Like you can look at like, how they look at like, oh, there wasn't Zyklon B embedded in the walls of Auschwitz. That brick and that cement wasn't built at the same time as the original building. So there's a lot of discrepancy there. And I'm like, wow, this is actually very interesting. So that was something I learned the other day. Is that the chimneys, the incineration ovens possibly weren't built till after the Holocaust happened. So something to think about.
It's a joke.
But it's not, Nick. My wife is Jewish. My son is Jewish. No,
Come
no, no,
on.
Nick. I promise you.
Okay, his wife is Jewish, his son is Jewish. It's over.
Yeah.
It's over. Okay. Now
It's
it all
over.
makes sense. Now it all makes fucking sense.
Don't get mad.
I'm not
okay?
mad.
Okay,
It's just
I know. But okay,
The
but you
chimneys
gotta
had to be built back
understand
up because they
how
were all conveniently blown up
incredibly-
before Allied occupation.
incredibly-
Ah, yes,
Real.
yes. It's for historical purposes,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. They just had to preserve the history of all of the cookies that were brutally burnt and murdered.
Yeah. It if you look into it, it actually doesn't make sense for like the building.
You're
have
right. It
those-
wasn't 6 million. It was probably more with all that they had to go through.
Yeah, we needed Jews as bars of soap. Like I couldn't wash myself unless a Jew
we
was made
needed
into a bar of
lampshades,
soap.
guys.
Like, so fucking stupid. Anyways,
You don't understand. My lamps did not have shades, and I had no way of getting them.
yeah. Let me play this here.
Whether it's a joke or not, it's a lived experience passed down from generation to generation. Whether or not, and by the way,
Do you actually want to take a break really quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take like
I
a
need to go
5-minute
use the
break.
bathroom.
We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back.
We're halfway through the video after 5 hours.
Yeah, we're halfway through. It's
Whoa.
kind of an important video, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break though. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, we're back.
Well,
We're gonna continue on because yeah, it's we've been going on this for a while. I don't want to pause too much because yeah, we still have a whole hour left. So let's keep trucking along at this and get through it here.
Not just from the Holocaust, not just from 1939 on. 2,000 years of history. Okay. Forget about Israeli politics and Netanyahu, because I think we agree about Bibi Netanyahu. I'm positive we do. And I've listened to you talk about it. But you got to understand. Look at me, man.
I see.
It hurts.
I see.
It hurts.
Does it?
Nick, I promise.
Does it? Does
When
it?
you compare my wife's family to cookies going to an oven, it hurts.
Sorry,
And you gotta
sorry.
understand that. And
I'm
by the way,
sorry it
looking at you-
hurts. I just don't fucking care. Sorry it hurts. I
Oopsies.
just don't care.
You
That sounds like a you problem.
believe that you do know that.
See, that's where you
Nick,
lose me. That's where you
Have
lose
you
me.
considered
Nick,
not
okay,
being
I'm
a queer?
tired.
Well, listen,
Yeah.
are we here to talk or are you here to lecture me and
Okay,
preach
no,
to
you're
me?
right. Let me listen.
Okay.
So you're right.
So
You're right.
this is
Okay.
the thing,
Yeah.
because, you know, and I think this is a disconnect. I think that the left, and even people on the right, they're losing the young people. Why do people love me? Not in spite of, but because of the outrageous things that I say. Not in spite of, but because I say
true.
offensive things. Because I, let's say,
You're
drop
voting
the
my
N-word
choice.
on a video or something. It's because people are sick of the preachiness,
No,
the
Nick.
lecturing.
Okay, I'll listen
They
to what
really
you
are.
said. But Nick, I disagree. I think that you're appealing to the lowest.
Well, you can disagree, but the fact is, yeah, people like Nick because of the outrageous things he says. I mean,
Yeah.
that's why people like me too, to be honest. Like, you know, people are tired of it. Nick is right.
common denominator of thought. If you're hating on the people that they think are the reason for their suffering, then you must be on their side. I don't think that you believe that about the Holocaust. I think you think the Holocaust did happen. But forget about whether or not you think that it is used politically in a way that is obtuse and wrong. But I think that you do believe that. And I think that you have to.
Even if it did
Like,
happen,
what's
it
your
wasn't
cultural
enough.
heritage?
I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish.
I don't give a
Mexican.
fuck about your wife.
When did they come in Italian? When
Real.
did the Mexicans
perfect
come?
world,
When
you
did the
wouldn't have
Irish
one.
come?
Mexicans
Yeah,
came
right.
turn of the last century.
Yeah.
Italians came in the 1860s.
Yeah.
Irish came in the early 1900s.
Okay, so maybe you wouldn't care about something that is like grossly offensive just on the face of it, and think that
Yeah, I mean,
why
honestly,
can't people
fuck
just
you.
believe that that's funny? But you got to understand, it's from the perspective of somebody that has that trauma, and I think that there is such a thing as generational trauma, and those stories are passed down generation to generation.
I mean, you gotta understand that I just don't fucking care.
When you say something like that, they completely shut off. They can't
That's
hear
a lot of
another thing that
fucking
you're
cookies,
saying
my
about
guy.
this
Yeah,
cultural
not
disconnect,
enough
about
cookies.
losing communities, about the feeling of being left out or left behind in a world in which there no longer is this sense of community. All the other things that you say, everybody else is left, and what you do pick up. You pick up the ones that hear the dog whistle. You pick up the ones
Nah.
that say, yeah, that's the way that I feel. Because it's
Not a
radical.
dog whistle.
It's like he's
Reality
willing to say
isn't
the
a
thing
dog
that
whistle.
nobody else will say in this environment. And then you get, an enormous amount of niche, but love from that. And I just don't believe that you believe that. I don't believe that you think that it was appropriate for you to say something like that. I don't think you believe that it's appropriate to say women shouldn't vote.
Let's give Nick a second to respond to the first thing.
I know I talk
Well-
constantly. That's how I
Yeah,
do
you won't
this.
shut the fuck up.
It's all good. It's all
And
good.
I apologize.
I get it, and I understand that perspective, and it is offensive, and it is provocative, and that's sort of what makes it funny. I mean, what we would say in our generation is edgelording. We're being edgy. We're being provocative. And I think that it is that kind of overbearing sense for our entire...
Nick, I'm the king of edgelord.
Well,
I'm the
in a
king of
certain
being
way.
provocative.
Let's let Nick explain
I know.
the
I
psychology.
You're the king of being a
it's that
retard.
overbearingness that my generation's had our entire lives. That's not appropriate. That's not funny. Think of the trauma. That's racist. That's white supremacist. That makes it funny. That makes it different, interesting. And let me grant, by the way,
Yeah, it
I think
pushes
that
back.
now, and this is maybe a concession towards you, now that my kind of humor has become...
Yo, thank you for the 500 kicks, Nigger Crusher. I appreciate it. Hey, boy, you trying to chicken in there? JK.
You frying chicken.
Oh, you frying chicken in there? JK, but for real, you piss hard as fuck. I think that's pretty cool. What? You definitely did not hear me piss, okay? I fucking
No, Miku.
I was on the other side of the fucking house. Okay. The fuck?
That's crazy. Why was it so loud then?
I'll take that as a compliment. Hey, sometimes you just gotta let it out. It was kind of a hard piss, not gonna lie, but based.
Mainstream.
Thank you for the 500 kicks.
Base piss.
Base piss.
And popular, I don't even think that that's funny anymore. People do the edgelording thing. It's become so commonplace and so tired. I don't think it's that funny or impressive. That's a big part of why I kind of moved past it, because 10 years ago, it was treated like sacrilegious. And there's
Shut
something
up.
funny about the fact that you could say
No
a
way.
word or make a joke and make people lose their minds and freak out, and it was like an international incident if you said the wrong thing. And I think that's what
I mean, I did leave the door open, so I mean, there is a slight possibility that the mic picked it up. The mic is a little sensitive, but I kind of doubt it. I'm not sure, to be honest. But it was a hard piss. I'm not gonna lie.
made it tempting, especially for a young person. You want to rebel,
Like,
you
oh
want to
no,
be
did they hear
defiant,
me?
you want to be a little revolutionary or something. Now, as time has gone on, I think that's become a fad. Everybody does it. It's lost its power. And I think that, by the way, part of why we're getting less of it is because instead of getting the preachy lecture from the left saying that's not appropriate, people just roll their eyes. Now, when an edgy white person says the N-word, people roll their eyes and go, really? You know, that joke again? People hear someone wears
I
a Nazi
disagree.
costume, makes a Holocaust joke. People go, really? That joke again?
I
It's not
disagree.
impressive. It's not funny anymore.
People still
We've
like
seen
it.
before. And ironically,
Based
that is
Japanese
what makes you get
masculinity.
less of it when you disempower those things by not giving them this over-the-top reaction,
That's what
pretending
white
like it's
supremacists need.
some great
They're
travesty.
yellow,
So you
white.
think the new counterculture is
Oh
going to
my
be
God.
to be woke again?
No, I think it's a synthesis.
A synthesis of post-edgelordism and wokeism?
Yes, because I think that wokeism
Sounds good
had
to me.
its excesses.
Yeah.
Edgelording
God.
also has its excesses. And I
don't
think now
know if
we're
I
finding
needed
a
that
middle
picture.
ground between saying the edgiest thing we can think of with no regard for anyone and saying everything is racist. You know, if you say something, you should lose your job. We're finding a middle ground where, you know, maybe it's tastefully offensive in small doses, less is more.
So it sounds like you believe in the survival of the American experiment.
Yeah, I really do. And listen, I don't think everything about wokeism was bad necessarily.
What's the best thing about wokeism?
I think that genuinely
The
it has
way- the
made
fact he
people
puts his
more
finger up like
respectful
that,
and empathetic.
it's literally
Because let's
the
be honest,
actual
20 years ago, let's
Yeah,
say when I
right.
was growing up, I think there was a
Yeah,
lot of
the fucking
cruelty. And I
interviewer
think there,
seems so
there were
Reddit
some
pilled.
hate.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean,
Like, look at the fuck ass Jew curls.
the interviewer is lucky this did not go as bad as it possibly could have. So
Attitudes. And I think as time has gone on, this younger generation, they may not be even left-wing. They may not be what you'd consider woke, but I think they are respectful of people that have different ideas or, you know, different way of life or from a different culture. You know, we make jokes all the time about the fact that I'm like a far-right guy and I'm Mexican. People say I'm a white supremacist, I'm Mexican. And people make a joke that a lot of far-right people are Hispanic. And I think that's a consequence that there's very little genuine racial hatred in anybody's DNA anymore, or any kind of hatred. And I think that's positive, but that went too far. I think some of the other stuff went too far as well.
You know, one of the strange things about sitting in a room with these two is that they agree on almost nothing, but they've both lived the same nightmare. Private audit, kind of so they have information for our phone, any IDs. Now, everybody's coming in these. Why Sky just 60 late space yours? And it's like
yeah.
a broke day, so we're cup aided and
Skip.
No, all white people for the most part.
Did they know you were Mexican?
They did. And not gonna lie, I mean, people made fun of me for that.
What'd they say?
Well, like, for example, one time when I was in Model UN,
I made
was
fun of him
entering
for it,
high school as a
to be
freshman.
honest.
They looked at my name on the roster without knowing me. And they told me this after the fact, the leadership of the club. They said, oh, we thought you were just some Mexican kid, so we gave you a bad committee assignment.
Wow.
But see,
base.
I heard that and I laughed. I said, that's funny. You know, whereas a lot of people would say, oh, that's traumatic. I'm a victim of racism. You know, I think that's, you know, it's just a human thing.
Yeah, I always felt like growing up as like a white kid in America.
What if you want? Wait, what if you were and identified as being Mexican, and they came to you and they didn't tell you that's the reason that they gave you all the bad committee assignments?
That would be unfair.
Yeah.
It's
That's
interesting.
the
I'm just
point.
saying.
That's the whole point, isn't it?
And
so
I'm
you
not-
may find it funny
Bruh.
because you pass as a white Anglo-Christian.
Do you think I pass?
What?
Oh,
You think
here
I
we
pass
go.
as a white Anglo-Christian?
Here we go.
Well, I not only think you
think I
pass, I think you
pass?
identify as it. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. No,
me
but
up,
really,
nigga.
for real. And my point is that I
Biden
heard you
did not want to
do an
dap him
interview.
up.
Okay, and I literally on the right up here, I was like, you were talking
crazy.
about
He looks like his day is
how
fucking ruined.
you were raised on like Mark Levin
Literally.
in high school.
Right.
And the thing that you liked the most
Random
about Mark
ass.
Levin is how cruel he was to the callers. I don't see. I don't get that. I like the joke about the cookies.
Base?
It may be a
We
joke
bully
and it may
super
be
chatters?
edgelording, and you may not really mean it. But you got to realize the cruelty to it, and without going like, oh, like whan, like people got to stop crying about the past. And that's the thing, is that I think that you have such an opportunity to talk to a generation of disaffected, angry, legitimately angry people in a way in which
Okay,
is
if we're
is positive,
legitimately
without
angry,
having to do
then
that
why
shit.
are
And by the
you
way, and I'm not holding you
devaluing what we are
responsible
angry
for
about?
like
Right.
the end of
Right. It's true.
my conception of Western civilization.
You're legitimately angry, but I'm gonna tell you why you're not. Yeah, okay. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Which is different than yours, but I just don't get it. I don't get why you find the cruelty. And I think that, by the way, I think that that's why you like Trump. I mean, this
Why?
is, but I'm making, like a very unfair leap because
jokes
his
aren't
first
funny.
instinct is cruelty.
Guys,
His first
we need to
instinct
stop
is
talking about
to
cookies.
find the fault in the other. About everything, by the way. It's
forbid.
not his fault that that we're in a war with Iran, that he's ended 38 times and and started 39. It's not his fault that
Tyrus
inflation's
gonna
high.
fucking
It's not
lie.
his fault that the wall didn't get built.
Let's
It's not
go.
his fault that ICE is killing people on the streets
Let's go.
in these places. It's the cruelty of it. Maybe it's a generational
Kyra's
thing.
dead.
I got friends who are Jewish that are going to be really, really fucking pissed off that I'm sitting next to you. And what do I tell them? What do I tell them why it's okay for me to sit and have this conversation with you?
I guess I just have such a different opinion of that. Why should we have to explain ourselves to talk to anybody? And why is it that saying the wrong words or making a particular joke makes it so the Jewish person wouldn't want to watch my show? I have a lot of Jewish fans. I mean, some of my best friends are Jewish. I've had Jewish employees, and they recognize that, just because I'm not necessarily nice all the time, doesn't mean I'm hateful, doesn't mean, I don't even think they see it as cruel. I think they see it as it's a little rough around the edges. And maybe that's the difference, is I guess it's just
Kyra is
attributing
dead.
this
In
weight
parentheses,
to
heartwarming.
something that be considered a joke and maybe doesn't have a cruel intention behind it. Like,
No, we love
Mark
Kyra.
Levin, you got to remember at the end of the day, it's an entertainment show. It's
We like
entertainment. People
Kyra a
call
decent
in. He
amount.
gets frustrated with them. It's part of what I do on
Yeah,
my
don't
show.
die, nigga.
And it's not always nice, but it's funny. And I don't think it's mean-spirited necessarily. And
already the
I don't think it's that
minority,
big of a
you can't do
deal.
that.
So, I mean, the thought that I would, like, for example, with you, people would say, why do you talk to Hunter Biden? His father and his DOJ froze your money and put you on a no-fly list. I'd say, so what? I mean, it's just talking. I don't think talking's a big deal,
Froze my money and put me on a no-fly list too.
There you go. See, so we got that in common.
Well, that's because you're a
Question that I have to
fucking
kind of weave
retarded
everything together.
crackhead that
How do you
fucked
think
a bunch of
October
prostitutes,
7th
but a
and
little
the
different.
subsequent pro-Palestine
But you're
movement
funny.
and the
Funny
online
point.
worlds it created led to a growing audience on the right?
October 7th in particular?
Yeah.
Well, I think it highlighted and brought to the forefront how captured the right wing is by Israel, which is very unique. I think the Democrats and the Republicans are pro-Israel, but the Republican
Ew.
Party has this inextricable institutional connection with the Israel lobby, with this
I mean, that's
coup
true.
government
That's
in
true.
particular.
Get the
And I
fight
think
sound
people
like,
just started to see the
Benjamin Netanyahu
hypocrisy.
jump
The
scare.
hypocrisy was brought to the forefront, which is America first, but not with Israel. No new wars
jump
except
scare.
for with Iran.
Under Trump, we will have no
Jew
more
himself.
wars, no more wars, no more wars. They said he will start a
Yeah,
war.
it's
I'm
like
not going to
Trump
start.
lied.
I'm going to stop
I'm gonna
wars.
come.
Tonight,
Don't
Iran's
go.
navy is gone.
Yeah.
We're going to be racist and all these things, but don't you dare be anti-Semitic. Don't even, think about it.
I see good things about Hitler also. Every human being has something of value
Base.
that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
So I think
True.
that on the right wing, it made it unignorable that there's this ideological institutional capture.
I just feel like a lot of straightforward, like just anti-Semite influencers were taking advantage of the post-October 7th discourse to push other ideas, broader ideas about Jewish people as a whole.
Come out and say it. Like,
Yeah.
I think that Jews
it's
are
pretty
causing
big.
a disproportionate amount of problems in the United
God.
States.
Well, I mean,
Dan Bilzerian's
I
a
think
retard.
it's hard to ignore
Dan as a way
some of
to
those other
reinforce Nick's
conversations.
ideas.
I know that
Yeah,
it's,
right.
it's now become maybe in vogue to say that the Israel issue is very narrow. It's just
Yeah, 'cause
Netanyahu. It's
they're
just the
very in
Likudniks. It's
line.
just the Israel lobby. But, you know,
So
what
it's
would you say
cool.
about someone like Larry Ellison? I mean, somebody like that, I don't think fits neatly into this, let's say, problem of Netanyahu.
As far as installing Barry Weiss and whatnot.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Because this is somebody who's not Israeli. He's not even a religious Jew, but he's ethnically Jewish and has this deep affinity for the state of Israel.
You know, I feel a deep emotional connection to the state of Israel and the
Larry
Israeli
Ellison.
people.
And is using and mobilizing
Founder
his
of
power
Oracle.
and resources and connections to benefit Israel in the private sector. And so if you were to say, what's a law that we could pass to prevent that kind of influence, what would it look like? He's an American
Treason.
citizen. He can't buy a media company and hire Barry Weiss to run CBS News. And yet we recognize that's a big problem.
I just feel the conflation of like anti-Zionism and like Holocaust denial played into the hands of the Israeli propaganda apparatus. Because then they can say, hey, look, these people that oppose what we're doing in Palestine also don't think the Holocaust happened. It's a big jump in the public perception.
It was almost to me as if that was your intent. To lose any legitimacy about any argument as it relates to Israel and the Likud government is to say those edgelording things or whatever.
Jews are money changers. Bullshit artists, psychopaths,
Real?
charlatans,
True.
grifters, manipulators.
True.
I don't know anybody
True.
that can hear you after you say that.
Okay, so what's your argument that Nick is hurting himself? Like you should be happy that he's doing that. Like fucking retarded argument.
Including myself. It delegitimizes everything because I don't think that you a little bit of more compassion.
Let's try to stay a little. I don't want to do any character attacks on Nick.
I'm not attacking his character. I'm not attacking.
wanna
I'm saying what
attack.
I
Okay.
promise you. I'm
No, but
not.
as far as compassion, I get it. I'm more just mean straightforward. Do you feel like the rise in anti-Semitic online influencers post-October 7th has given Israel more ammunition to work with in terms of casting everyone who opposes what they're doing as just like a rabid Jew hater?
In some
No.
cases, yeah, in some cases, sure. But I also think that's overstated because I think that, you know, look, let's just be honest. I do believe the political left wants to make the Israel issue very narrow. And they want to say that the issue is this genocide in Palestine. And on some level, they think that the Israeli government is racist.
You baying pig! You bloodthirsty, violent pig dog!
And that's the problem.
I mean-
and I think that ignores that there is a broader conversation, and it does have to do with the Holocaust, and it does have to do with Jews as such, and Jewish nationalism and Jewish identity. So to try to
Men from
shoehorn it
over
in and say,
100
well, if
countries, but
anybody
it's not
goes
my
further
fault.
than this very narrow critique of Israel,
Right.
well, they're actually helping Israel. I don't agree with that. I think we have to unpack the whole conversation.
Well, do you care a lot about Palestinians?
Not
No.
more than I care about anybody else.
So I guess that would be why that they would be like, okay,
I
you're
actually
just
care
taking advantage
less,
of this
to be
discourse.
honest.
I don't think it's taking advantage. I think that we can sympathize with the Palestinians while also realizing that, you know, look, I'm an American. And so it's a tragedy what's happening in Palestine, but there's tragedies happening all over the world. My problem is that Israel has this influence over our government.
I'm a newcomer to politics, but not to backing the Jewish state.
And we're paying for the
Great.
genocide, and we're furnishing them with the weapons to commit the genocide. And by the way, America is going to be held liable for this genocide, morally, but also politically and diplomatically and otherwise. But I think that people on the left, they may be guilty of maybe caring more about Palestine than they do about America.
Nick, but the left didn't cancel you. The right canceled you first.
Nah, that's not
the
true.
right canceled you first.
That's
It-
unbelievable bullshit. Like the
Candace
right
Owens
didn't cancel.
mentioned.
Yeah, like the right did not cancel Nick first. It was clearly the left. You know, Jack Dorsey is the
Yeah.
leader of Twitter. Fucking whatever that bitch's name that led YouTube. Yeah, that's just bullshit. He's literally just
The
bullshitting.
kike.
Yeah, that stupid bitch. That's just bullshit to try to appeal to his heart, but it's just not true.
And Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, and those were the people that canceled. They may have utilized the tools of the left, or what you
The
call
Daily
left, to be
Wire
able to
didn't
do that.
exist in its
But it was the right
capacity
that
when he was
you.
canceled off
And by the way,
YouTube.
what
That's
I
just
would consider
bullshit.
a radical right. The Daily Wire, to
The
me,
Daily
is
Wire
a
hasn't
radical
existed in
I
any
don't think they're
capacity in so
even
long.
reactionary. I don't think they're that conservative at all. Ben Shapiro, I mean, he's not like he's in favor of mass migration.
In 2016, they were alt-right.
No, they were not.
Ben Shapiro and Daily Wire they were to the right of Mitt
They
Romney.
didn't
You
even
know what I mean?
exist,
That's what I mean.
dude.
And that's
They
what
weren't
I'm
Mormon
saying.
conservatives.
Yeah.
It's
My point
conversation.
was that's who you were canceled by.
I was also
That's
canceled
not
by the left.
true.
No, I know. They came along. They came along because some of the more egregious things that you said, that you said is edgelording, they came along. And whether you call it canceling or saying, like, what the fuck? This is what I call it.
Oh,
what the fuck? Like, you know, like, what the fuck? You know, and so, like, I don't find it funny. And just like you're able to say, well, I just think it's funny.
Well, you just
I'm
made a
able to
joke
say,
about
I don't
it,
find it
so-
fucking funny. I didn't find it funny then. I don't find it funny now. I didn't find it funny that some of the things that, you know, you said about me. But I'm willing to sit here and
It's a
listen
specific
to you because I want to get to this. And this is
Yeah,
my
the
whole
difference
point.
is the
What
things about him
fucking
are
Donald
right.
Trump?
Yeah, we can get to that. Yeah,
How
okay,
did
cool.
you get
Here
of
we go.
all the people in the world?
Fuck all that shit.
where you could
Let's
look at and
just
say,
talk about
he doesn't
Trump.
believe anything.
So for context for the viewer, Donald Trump is currently the sitting president of the U.S. For our audience abroad.
Wow,
The war
really?
with Iran was supposed to be over. Now we're back in business, baby.
For the
Khomeini
Jews
had
abroad,
a pretty sick funeral.
in
if you
case they're
saw the
not
video.
aware.
So you guys don't like Trump. You used to like him.
I did.
You've always hated him. He's tried to destroy your life.
Yeah.
You guys were cool. You guys hung out once at Mar-a-Lago with
Yeah.
Kanye. You've never hung out with Trump, right? Would you want to?
No.
If
no,
you-
do I want to? Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Look, man, I would, like, can we get him? Can we get him in the
No,
motel room?
so I want you to imagine.
Let's get him in
I want you to
there.
imagine he's in the
No.
motel with us.
Yeah.
That's Trump. What do you want to? How about what do you want to ask him?
Oh, you know, put me on the spot. I don't want to ask Donald Trump anything because I know, and I think you would agree with me, is that Donald Trump isn't going to give me an authentic answer. Donald Trump never gives an authentic answer. He gives what people
Maybe not to
refer
you.
to as being authentic, but it's not authentic. It's audacious.
you're a piece
It's
of
like
shit,
the
but-
example that I give that is the best metaphor for this is that he says he's 6'3", weighs 225 pounds. And everybody laughs because that's a little bit like edgelording, right?
What's up, Garfield?
Everybody knows that he is maybe six
Yeah,
feet
what up?
and weighs maybe 300. And 285?
He's a big guy. He's a pretty big
Is
guy.
this
Yeah,
a
big guy.
fucking
But by
semantics
virtue
we're
of
arguing
every
about?
picture ever taken of anyone that's 6'3",
Pretty much, yeah.
he's not 6'3".
I am.
Okay? Yeah, I know you are.
Thank you.
You're 6'2.5", maybe. That's maybe. But my point is that the reason
6'2",
I don't have a
wow.
question
Wow,
for him is because
you're
I'm
focused
absolutely
so
certain
hard.
that
He's
he's
so
not going
funny.
to give me an authentic answer.
He's so
Look,
relatable.
He came into the Oval Office
Yeah.
with my,
He made a
at-
stupid
in the
joke.
transition
Me when
this
I
time.
say I'm 6
And
foot,
he
but
told
I'm
my dad that
5'11".
he thought that he did an amazing job. He did an amazing job with the economy. He did an amazing job that with NATO, he did an amazing job and that he got a raw deal from his side and anything he could do, particularly for Hunter. Hunter got screwed. Whatever I could do, you let me know. Bullshit. He then went out and he has now since then done nothing but blame Joe Biden for every single one of his problems.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess.
Joe Biden handed us over
Well, okay.
a country that was in very serious
I mean,
trouble.
when you
Gave us a
resume,
horrible
like,
economy.
assume a presidency,
I
you
think the
are
good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts
the
are the
expense of
Biden
whatever
economy.
your
He mentioned my
previous
dad's name or my
president did.
family's name
Yeah.
6
And your
times
father
a day
fucked up a lot of
in
shit.
the first 100
Sorry.
days of his administration.
Oops.
6 times a day. He does it maybe 4 times a day now.
Well, he
Because
fucked his
has
country.
no answers. All he has is a finger to
please.
point. And that's all he does. My
I'm
point is,
gonna
I
ask
don't
you-
know what to ask him. You know, why are you such a dick?
What does your dad think about the war?
Because you're a
What?
fucking
Wow,
criminal.
way to
What? I
make
don't-
it
I'm not gonna get into
emotional,
what
you
my dad
fucking
thinks about the
soy
war.
boy.
Is it really
Literally.
because I don't want to get into I don't put words in my dad's mouth, just like I wouldn't ask you what your dad thinks about the war, but your dad wasn't the president of the United States, which is
I'll
a little
answer
bit
you. I don't
different.
even know if you know what's going on.
But,
I'm just an Eagles fan.
look, all I can say is this, is that every single Israeli prime minister since at least Jimmy Carter was president, has walked into the Oval Office or picked up the phone and called the president and said, we have to attack Iran. And every single one of them has
You
said
don't
no.
get it, we
And
do,
they may
though.
not all have had the same exact reason, but one of the reasons they did is because they knew what the consequences would be as it relates to the lifeblood of the economy, is petroleum in the Straits of Hormuz. Every single one of them knew that. And every single one of them knew that there is no way, unless you send in ground forces, to end with certainty the nuclear program that the Iranians have supposedly been building. Every single one of them knew that the existing Ayatollah, the Ayatollah at that time, had put out a fatwa, an edict saying that they would never turn their nuclear technology into a bomb.
The supreme leader of Iran
Right.
issued
It's been the same
fatwa.
message for 40
Having
years.
nuclear weapons is forbidden, is haram, which means
It's
never
haram.
we can
It's
have
haram.
nuclear
Okay.
weapons.
Nuclear weapons.
It was a
haram.
religious edict as strong as if
Give me
the
a
Pope
break.
had released an encyclical. But what did he do? He kills the Ayatollah. We get a son
Based.
that now has a far more radical
holy
and
shit.
far greater ties to the IRGC. And
Kill
what do
him
we
too.
have? The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. He said that they're brilliant people. I find
building a nuke.
but that's Donald Trump on everything. He
Yeah,
said he'd
we
end the
blew
war
them
in
to
Ukraine
fucking hell.
on day one.
That is a war that's
Just
dying to be
guarantee they
settled.
would not
I will get it settled
do it.
before I even become
We did them a
president.
favor.
And I didn't hear anybody on the right and say that's
Trump
just
did bullshit a little bit
There's
there.
n- It's just bullshit.
sure.
He said that he would build a wall. I don't
yeah,
believe in
he's
building
a
a wall.
bullshitter.
But everybody said
Yeah.
that's bullshit. And then when he got
But he
into
still
office,
killed a lot
the
of fucking-
corruption, the level of the corruption. I mean, people
Bad
believed,
terrorist
or led to
organizations.
believe
So
that there was this
He
thing
did
called
kill
the
a lot of
Biden crime
Browns, and
family,
we enjoy
right?
that.
I know that you
Yeah.
know is that I didn't do a single piece of business when my dad was president. I made basically $200,000 a year selling paintings. I picked the thing that was the furthest
That's
possible
fucking-
thing
that's
away
fucking crazy.
from politics.
like
that I
no
possibly-
artist can make 200K a year off bullshit, bro. That's like insider
Get your fucking paintings, brother.
money washing. Like we're not idiots. We know what's
you have
going on
Biden
there.
as your last name, faggot. That's why you're selling shit.
Yeah, that's a total
Really
scam.
good. Don and Eric have done over $1.3 billion in contracts, just in
Okay,
contracts.
Don and Eric, more so Eric, actually manages the Trump organization and his hotels. So, you know, that makes a lot of sense. Hunter Biden did fucking nothing on the other hand. So,
For underlying companies that they have an ownership stake in with the Department of Defense. Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense of a company that he bought into like 3 months before they got the loan. Because Peter Navarro picked up the phone and called DOD to get it done. My point is, I don't have anything productive to say to him that I know of. And when I listen to you, and I listen to what you do, my question is how did you not see that before? He was a disaster in 2020. A
Well, you
complete
don't
utter
know.
disaster as it related to what he did with COVID, regardless of whether you think we're supposed to be wearing a mask or not.
The question for Nick is, how did you not realize 6 years ago that Trump would be this sort of letdown?
Because he doesn't hold, you know, there's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree.
War
with
with
you.
Iran didn't
you gotta
happen until
realize in
2024.
2016,
So,
where Republicans were at. We had John McCain, we had Mitt Romney, and the perception on the right is that they were insufficiently conservative and that they were losers. All they do is lose because they don't fight. There was this perception that the Democrats are ruthless, fighters. Obama crushed in 2008, crushed when we thought he really should
I
have
don't know
lost
about
in
that,
2012. That was a Republican perception that
Obama
Romney let
was
us
their,
down.
like,
And so when
head
Trump
Negro.
came on the
Yeah.
scene in 2016,
Token
it was
Negro,
new, it was
so-
refreshing.
They would do
He seemed
anything
like
for
somebody that
Obama.
was really going
They
to
would
take
rape,
on
kill,
not
and
just the
die for
Democrats, but
Obama.
also the media
Yeah.
on our behalf. And what's more, you got to think about the mood of the moment in 16 as well and the message Trump was giving. Trump said in 16, it's just me and my son and my wife. We don't have any donors. We don't have any special interests.
More than $100 million put in of my money, meaning I'm not taking all of this big money from all of these different corporations like she's doing.
We're going to put America first,
Look
make the
into who
country
bought
great
his
again.
paintings.
This is a
Yeah,
very appealing
exactly.
message, and I talk all the
100%.
time on my show about it, and realizing now that it was obviously a scam and now obviously unfulfilled completely. And you're right, Trump is non-ideological. The message was brilliant because it said, one, the system is broken. America's not great anymore, but it used to be. We can make it great again, but in order to do it, we need to actually bypass the system. Why is it that we never have victories? Why is it that things don't change? Because of money. He said, and that's why I'm different. I'm rich. I'm a billionaire. If I self-fund my campaign and don't take super PAC money, then I won't have to listen to the lobbyists and the special interests. I can
Fucking
fire the
super
people I
PAC.
need to fire, do the things I need to do.
Mhm.
That was like a very powerful
Yeah,
message in
he's right.
2016. And after 4 years, I was one of the people even back then that said, look, it never materialized. He did wind up taking super PAC money. He took APAC money for that matter.
True.
Sheldon
Yep.
Adelson money at that time in 16. Even in the first term, bombed Iran. In the first term, didn't build the wall. In the first term, didn't even reduce illegal immigration until 2019. And I remember the timeline perfectly because I covered it every day. It was like in May and June 2019, 20-year illegal immigration high
Literally.
in terms of month over month. But Why did I go for him in 2020? At the height of the pandemic, we all thought on the right that if anyone other than Trump was president, you were going to get a vaccine mandate, which we really didn't want to be forced to take the vaccine. We thought the lockdown might never end. We thought that censorship would kick into overdrive. And so we said, really, it's unacceptable that anyone other than Trump would just be a disaster.
Right, lesser of two evils.
And then obviously Biden came in, and I don't think it was as bad as we thought it would be, to tell you the truth.
I disagree,
honestly. But by 2024, I mean, I was out. In 2024, because everything you're saying is totally true. And I was telling people on my side, I was saying he's not going to build the wall. And I know you're against that. He's not going to do the mass deportations, promising that. He's not going to start no new wars. I said in 24, he's going to take us to war in Iran. And the Ukraine war, I said, that's not going to end in one day. Too complicated. We're already in it. And so I didn't vote. I didn't vote in 2024. And I told my followers not to vote for Trump for that reason. And it was only until a year later, after all the exuberance died down and people saw the bearing of the Epstein files, the war in Iran, people said, you know what? You were right. You were right about Trump. Even Alex Jones told me, you were right about Trump. I was all in on him. So, I mean, as far as him being vaporware is concerned and a scammer, and fundamentally, you're 100% right, no ideological core. He's not an ideological guy. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. He's literally all about him.
I mean, he
doesn't stand on business.
Yeah, he was famously originally a Democrat and then became Republican. You know, yeah, so I do agree with that. He doesn't have an ideological core. He does whatever he thinks is best for him in the moment.
Yeah, no. His ideological core, and probably why he's such a shill for a Jewish propaganda, is that he just likes money.
Yeah.
He likes business.
Simple as.
And
real.
who owns the businesses and the money and all that.
Yep.
Kind of have to shill for them if you want to be successful in the industry he is built around.
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
Yeah.
And you said I like the cruelty. I do not like the cruelty.
No, by the way, no. I didn't say you like the cruelty. I said I'm listening to your thing, and you said one of the things that you liked about Levin was the cruelty. And not for the cruelty's sake, it didn't seem to me like this, is because it was raw.
Dazzling,
it was,
yeah.
And that's, so I'm not saying that.
No, but I agree. I think he is cruel. And even what he said on Easter, I mean, we're Catholic. On Easter Sunday, he says we're going to annihilate Iran. And then he made fun of Allah on Easter Sunday.
That is pretty
so,
crazy.
you know, that kind of stuff, it just totally turned me off entirely.
Is there anything that you think Trump can do to, like, regain the support of the, I guess, Gen Z and millennial right?
No. It's
Although
over.
a whole civilization
People see
will
what he's
die
made
tonight
of.
is a line that
And
goes
Hunter's
hard as
right.
fuck.
He's a liar. He is a liar. He is a bullshit artist. And especially, you look at what he did with the Epstein files, with the war in Iran, what he did to Thomas Massey.
This guy named Thomas Massey. There's something wrong with him. They just vote no. They love voting.
His policies
no.
aren't different from the Democratic Party.
You realize that
True.
if you are America first, you have no place in this Republican Party. Because he said it. He said our Republican Party, or rather, he said MAGA is Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Randy Fine. He said, and who is not MAGA? Megyn Kelly, Tucker, Alex Jones,
Fucking
Candace.
kill me.
And I think most Republicans said, well, we're with those other people. We're not MAGA anymore. So
What do you think happens, Nick? I believe that we need radical change. And I'm not talking about violence or revolution or things like that.
extremism.
I'm talking about the only ways that you can have this kind of radical rethinking of the system. Like, there's so many questions. Like, what do you think about the Epstein files? What do you think about the accountability? Or do you think that he's broken the system to the degree that we now are basically
you're
a dictatorship?
probably in the files.
No, I actually have a lot of confidence only because I think the Democrats are going to take the House in 26, which I support. I'm telling my people, vote Democrat. We want the Democrats in the House because what they're going to do is they're going to use the oversight powers to bring all the corruption to light. Because I know Republicans will watch this, and when you say,
that is true.
You know, we didn't commit crime, they're going to be skeptical. However, for the sake of argument,
you do have to
the income you
hold
made during
the
Biden
Republicans'
was
feet
ill-gotten.
to
For
the
the sake
fire
of
on
example,
some of the Epstein
it's
stuff
just
for
not
sure.
doesn't hold a candle. It doesn't
Hunter
even come
Biden
close.
believes
Doesn't
in
even touch
socialism of the
Jared
national
Kushner,
type.
Howard Lutnick,
I
Steve
dare say
Witkoff,
he's a
Don Jr.,
national
Trump himself.
True.
It's just a different sport. It's a different game
true.
entirely. And I want all that corruption to be revealed. And I think the Democrats are going to do it. I hope they get impeached. I don't think they'll be removed from office.
I actually don't know if they're going to do
basically
that.
drag this administration to a halt.
Yeah, no.
And then in 28, I think there's
Nothing
an
ever
opportunity for a
happens.
clean reset with both sides, right and left.
True.
Hey guys, quick thing before we get back to Hunter and
Oh
Nick.
my
So these
gosh.
two guys,
Pew, 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 pew.
down with
Most people play the ads. I don't care.
What about JD Vance being in
Yeah,
power
no, we're not
scares
showing
you
this
so much?
fucking soy boy
If
ass
Trump
Redditor.
doesn't have an ideological
Yeah,
core, then
you can
Vance
go
really
back and
doesn't,
watch it yourself
because
if you
Vance is
want
a
the
chameleon.
ads.
That's not his real name for openers. Never had a real
All I saw
job.
was a-
These are
a
all
Nick clip
sinecures
in his
given to him
fucking
by
ad.
Peter Thiel. 6 years ago, he's a never Trumper.
I'm a never Trump guy.
Gee.
I never liked him.
I think that he's leading people in a very dark direction, and that's all.
Yeah, I don't like Vance, to be honest.
Nobody with
might
a
be
fucking
America's Hitler.
brain likes
I was wrong
Vance.
about Donald Trump. I didn't think he was going to be a good president, Brett. He was a great president.
Now he's a national conservative, national populist, and so we don't
National
even really know who
conservative
he
that's
is.
married
I
to
mean,
a
to me,
Punjab.
this is basically
Yeah.
a Manchurian
No
candidate.
thanks.
This is a shell.
No, thank
and
you.
who is
You
the
have-
power
you have
behind
Pajit
him?
children.
It's the
Congratulations,
oligarchs.
buddy.
It's the little tech
Yeah.
oligarchs in bed with the CIA. You know, especially at this fever pitch with AI.
These motherfucker
I think
ads
that's
are
really
wild.
dangerous.
Yeah, they're long.
So to me, him being president is just a worse scenario in my mind.
For the uninformed viewer, what is the Palantir JD Vance connection?
Well, Palantir was founded by Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel's very close with David Sachs. JD Vance was given his first job in Silicon Valley by Thiel. Thiel hooked him up with it. You know, the CEO of that company said it was a personal favor to Thiel that I hired him. And then Thiel got him all
Thiel
his
looks like
jobs
his
at
nose
these
has been
various venture
broken like
capital
5 times.
firms, including his own, and then
Literally.
funding JD
His
Vance's
face has
venture
been
capital
smashed in
firm.
quite a few
Peter Thiel
times.
gave $15 million to
By
Vance when he
dick.
ran for Senate in Ohio
He's
in
gay.
22. Peter
by
Thiel
being a
secured
faggot.
President Trump's
Yeah.
endorsement for him in 22, which basically got him the nomination and the seat. So, I mean, as far as anybody's concerned, Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel,
Yeah, that's
who
true.
derives
That's true.
his fortune from Palantir.
And now he's a Catholic like you and me.
Well, he's a convert, so, you know.
Beware the convert.
Yeah. So do you think that Trump's
buy it.
unfulfillment of his campaign promises was a
Yeah,
result of him
right.
being like compromised by somebody connected to that structure, or do you think he always just never cared?
I don't know that he never cared. I just think that, you know, me, I'm an idealist. So I think
He's
about
bought-
the ideas
bought
and the
and paid.
concepts. Trump is a
Bought
businessman.
and
And so I
paid,
think with him,
baby.
everything's transactional.
Yeah.
And I said this in 2024. Trump knew the voters would swallow anything. The voters would not walk away from the table because they were enamored with him.
I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any voters. Okay, it's like
That is
incredible.
true at the
So he
time.
knew he
Honestly,
could
I'd
break
vote
every
for him
promise
harder
with
if I
them
could.
in order to fulfill
stood in the
promises
middle
to the
of
donor
Brownwood.
class,
Fifth
which is
Avenue
Little
and
Tech,
shot
the
somebody.
Israel lobby, and Wall Street. The bankers, Tim Mellon, you know, the big asset managers. So I think with him, everything's business, everything's a transaction, and that's why you can't trust him. You have to do business.
You're
And
talking
in
about the
24,
dude
I
with
said
The
we should
Apprentice? Yeah,
all
gee,
collectively
I
say we're
wonder.
not going to vote unless
Yeah, right.
he makes certain commitments.
Have
And
you
not enough
watched
people
that?
did
I can just say
but,
there were
I mean,
signs.
that's
I've seen
fundamentally his
clips from
flaw.
it.
Your critique
Okay.
of this like elite power structure sounds like vaguely anti-capitalist.
It's actually good TV. I did go back and watch it.
It's not
It was pretty good.
anti-capitalist. You know, capitalism says the capital, large amounts of capital will be held in private hands, which I believe in. I am a capitalist. But I think what is happening is that
Base?
it's the way that money is used in government. There needs to be a distinct and separate national power that subordinates the money power to it. The problem is the billionaires buy all the elections, buy all the media, control public perception, and so really
wait,
we're
who
all
controls the media?
subsidiary then to the
Unironically,
market.
he's
So I
arguing
support
for the Fed.
capitalism, but it just has to be underneath the nation, underneath the state.
Yeah, he's kind
It
of
seems
arguing
like you
for
have a
the
pretty
Fed, but
optimistic perspective on the year 2028.
Well,
I
he's
don't
going to
know.
get a third term. So Trump 28. Trump is going to be president in 28.
Kind of keep coming back to this like clean election year. Do you think that's going to be like a renaissance year for outsider candidates and outside media channels like this one?
It can be. I think it certainly can be because I think there's frustration on the right and on the left. You know, you see even in the primaries on the Democrat side, it's all DSA progressive types that are winning. You ironically have the same frustration on the left with their establishment
Yeah,
as
Nick
we
should
have on
press
the right.
Hunter
and so I
more.
think, you know, in 2028, it's going to
Unlike,
be
hey,
a year where there'll be a
the
competitive
Democrats
Republican
look like
primary
shit.
and Democratic primary.
What are you gonna
and
do
hopefully
about
the
that?
people make their voice heard and we get some new options, you know, maybe that reflect the will of the people more.
Yeah. And so, what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. I don't
Yeah,
like
fuck
some of the
Mom
things that
Donnie.
he said, like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person in the room and says, you know, the founding fathers would look down on us, the working people
Yeah,
with their
fuck
dirt
you.
streaked hands against the billionaires. I think it's a little too divisive. I like his energy. I like that he's young. It's ironic. Yeah, okay, fair but
That's rich, buddy. But no, look,
it seems pointed at me.
I know, but yeah, but the thing.
He was dissing you in that video.
Yeah, a little bit.
Staring down the camera, like, "It's for you, Nick. You son of a bitch."
People like me.
Yeah.
But what I see is somebody who's using government for exactly the purpose that you just said, is to break the oligopoly, to target the anger towards a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage of the population that has controlled the levers of government from the White House down to the mayor's office in New York City or Peoria, Illinois, to that matter, and even more so as you go further down that chain. And so I look at somebody like Mamdani, and regardless of his delivery, which may be off-putting, particularly from somebody coming from your side, is that he's delivering, man. You know what? I mean, he's really delivering. You know, like I saw somebody going after Mamdani for some of this stuff, and
civil services,
about
the price
control.
of civil services are skyrocketing.
Like, how do you think the middle class was built after World War II?
The middle class is getting raped
and rent-controlled buildings that created those communities that we were talking about an hour ago.
The GI Bill provides returning soldiers and veterans a range of benefits, including mortgages to purchase homes, loans to go to school.
Created the availability for somebody that was 26 years old that had a job with the MTA to be able to live and work in the city and put the kid in a school with the idea that they would be safe walking there and go to a park that, you know, where the water fountains worked. That's what I see him trying to do.
Doesn't matter with his delivery, the message
so
is stupid.
Tired and,
he thinks we can't see the fucking forest for the trees.
Communist,
yeah,
like
exactly.
It's about the communists. Like, who even says that anymore?
Yeah, he thinks young people are stupid.
You know what? We're just 1981, and you know, we're watching Rocky V and worried about the communists. You know what I mean? I just don't. I don't get it.
Oh, they had to mute this part because
Rocky
it's
IV?
copyrighted.
My whole Philly legitimacy.
I was like, well, my audio cut out.
Yeah. But it's just kind of. So I look at somebody like Mamdani. I think, well, he's just talking about good government. Like, what do you think about healthcare? Don't you think that there should be a single-payer system? Don't you think that there should be some guarantee as a right? Because I don't know how you make it in this country and aspire to a middle-class life and be able to afford a catastrophic event as it relates to your health. I mean, it's over. You're done.
Yeah. I don't support single payer, but I do believe that everybody should be entitled to some minimum level of coverage, catastrophic insurance. So, in principle, I agree.
Which is Medicare for all to a certain degree, right? I mean, because that's all the Medicare does right now. But why is that radical?
See, I don't think that's necessarily radical, but
to them, it's
that's not what they're asking for.
To them, those others.
Yeah, no, them. I mean the insurance companies.
Sure.
And their lobbyists who control 55% of Congress, regardless of who's in power.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't think that's necessarily the most radical. I think, though, he is with the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. He backs all these DSA candidates. And let's be honest, a lot of them are radical. Like, I saw one of these candidates that just won in New York a couple weeks ago, this Chevalier candidate. Here's a picture.
She hates my dad.
Yeah, I know.
She said about my dad.
She had awful things about him.
Yeah.
And she says, oh, I didn't have a napkin to wipe my hands, so I used the American flag.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, I think it's crazy, but like
disgusting.
the same way that, you know, I thought a lot of the stuff that some people that got elected in 2016, 2020, even during the Tea Party.
Like, he should have pressed on Biden to say, like, hey, that is wrong.
Egregious.
If it's a legitimate rape, the female body has ways to try to shut that whole thing down.
I use the words wrong in the wrong way.
I think a better question
I mean,
is,
for real, what do we do?
Nick's
Can
not
you
holding
at least
Biden
come
to the fire.
A little bit to this
you
way.
know.
If you can come a little this way.
I mean, he's the vice. He's the president's son, so
this is fucking hilarious. I can talk to Hunter Biden.
Right. Yeah.
About that.
Yeah. No, I mean, really.
I do.
I mean, it's a crazy situation.
And listen,
right?
Here's what
That's
I'll
why
say.
he's so smiley. Is
now that I'm
he's just
older,
thinking of this as something that's funny.
think that's not the best approach. So I agree with you on that. And I see it as I get older, you know, because let's be honest, saying those things when I'm a younger guy, when I'm 18, 20, it's like you got to think that's just the age.
Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up.
He's
Blacks
not
need to
wrong.
be in prison for the most part.
And a lot of young people think that's funny and everything like that. I think that it also goes with the medium
Nick,
as well.
don't
Live streaming,
countersignal
social media,
yourself.
that's just what it rewards. So yeah, I think that people should try to move
Jews
past some
do
of that.
control society, Nick.
But
Women
if
do
you-
need to
if you
shut the
try-
fuck up.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
For real. And as it relates to when you talk about Israel, the Netanyahu, Likud government, what's happening now, what's happened for the past 20 years in terms of whether the funding to Israel, whether you think it is. It's really important that you make a distinction between that and Jews. Because here's the thing, okay? Zoran Mamdani has a higher favorability rating in the United States among Jews
Right, goy
than
slave.
Bibi Netanyahu does.
Yeah,
I think
right.
65% of American Jews disagree with the approach that the Israeli government has right now. They don't disagree with you, but they completely turn off.
Like how
when
Andrew's
they
including
hear the
bad clips about
conflation
Nick like every
of
time he talks.
Jews, Zionism, Israel.
Literally.
Is this you
and think
actually the most
automatically
basic ever?
anti-Semitism, whether it's
Literally.
fair or not. Okay? But you have to understand it. You have to
Unironically
understand
tried
it
for
from a cultural
hippies, ended up being the
perspective
coolest
in
thing
which
ever.
The recent history
Yeah.
is only one data point in 2,000 years of history as it relates to what it means to be a Jew, of which there is what, 1%,
Yeah, what does it mean to
0.5%
be a
of the
Jew,
entire world's
brother?
population?
Yeah,
Because I
please
don't know
tell
whether
us.
that's
Your
the
wife is
argument,
Jewish,
or
your
whether
kids
that's
are
the argument
Jewish,
about
and you're already cuffed.
Miriam Adelson
Doesn't
being able
mean
to
you
give
have to shove that
$300
on
million
us.
Literally.
to Donald Trump and commit to giving another $300 million to get her way, and we end up in a war with Iran.
Yeah, well, and I think that's a valid point. I do think, though, that the issue's broader than just Netanyahu.
Oh, maybe. By the way, it obviously
not just one Jew,
Netanyahu has
it's
a
all
base
of
within
them.
Israel, within
True.
the Jewish community here in the United States, with Jared Kushner. You know what I mean? Jared Kushner, who is unelected, not a member of our government, is having as more control over the direction of the everyday lives of American people right now than anybody that I know of.
I mean, I
And
do agree
meanwhile,
with
all he's
Biden
doing
on
is
that
building a
point,
$6 billion private equity fund with the people he is negotiating for. And I always say, look who's paying him, and wondering whose interest that he is advancing. He's getting paid by the Saudis, he's getting paid by the Emiratis, he's getting paid by the Qataris.
Zionist
he's getting
cabal want
paid-
Muslims to
go
flood
down
the
list.
West to ruin the
And
West. Yeah, no, they're
for some
fighting enemies
reason,
with their
he is in
enemies.
control, along with Steve Witkoff,
That's why they
who's
don't
also
flood
not
their
elected by
own
anybody,
communities, like
of
in
deciding whether or not
France.
the Straits of Hormuz are going to open up, and whether or not
They just
our
want
gas prices are
white
gonna go
people to
down.
have to deal with the
It may not matter
Muslims,
to
and
the three
hopefully
of
they'll
us
destroy each other.
necessarily, an extra
And then
dollar or
boom,
60
Jews
cents
on
or
top,
85
baby.
cents. But you know what? To
True.
85% of the people that live in America, it means it's the difference between whether or not they're going to be able to pay rent. Whether or not you're going to be able to actually put the gas in your car in Montana to drive to your job on the ranch.
Well, and here's what I'll say to you, and this is something kind of why I want to do this interview, is emphasize the message that as far as Jews are concerned in general, I think that it's the same standard that applies to everybody, which is as long as you're patriotic, as long as you believe Americans should be put first by their government, I have no problem at all. And I think that everybody in the country should be treated with dignity and respect.
I mean,
and
I
have
see
their
what
civil
he's
rights.
saying.
It's just this acute problem of
He's talking-
people like you mentioned, like
He's
Larry
talking
Ellison
more
and
about,
Miriam
like,
Adelson and Jared Kushner.
Zionist
They're putting
Jews,
some other
right.
country before the interest of our own.
Bless
And
you.
that, in
People who
principle,
live
is
in
what I have a problem
America
with.
There is going to be some
but
people
are
who watch this
still-
and feel like, all right, no take backsies.
Put
And they might feel like you're just kind of
put
trying
Israel
to
over everything,
moderate, and then
even
now that
America.
you've achieved your goal and got a lot of
That's any
support,
Jew,
you're kind of
though.
moderating.
Yeah,
because
that's
your
unfortunately
main aim is
most
to
of them.
achieve,
Put their
which is sort
promised
of
land
have a
above
generational
America.
run and pop off. So
Mhm.
now you're trying to kind of make your way more into the mainstream discourse, but that you'll just go back again into the same sort of reactionary rhetoric once you're back in a number one spot.
Well, I don't even think I'm moderating. And I even told our mutual friend, it's not even a moderation. It's not even an apology.
Who's
It's
the mutual
clarifying.
friend?
Because, all along I've been saying this message. It's just that the way that I'm saying it changes and evolves. And I also think how people respond to it changes as well. Because let's be honest, 10 years ago, there was a very different kind of conversation about Israel. You could not mention it in a negative or critical way without being utterly annihilated in politics. We all know that ever since October 7th, that's not the case anymore. So I think that there's sort of something reciprocal happening, which is that people are receiving me differently. And
Beginning.
as someone that's growing older and more mature, I'm even representing myself differently. So I wouldn't even call it moderating, just clarifying. People
Who
are
taught
more
her that?
receptive, and I'm maybe better able to articulate it.
And you think that's because you've kind of gotten older and been able to have like a longer career in media to reflect on your different changes in your perhaps brain chemistry and lifestyle?
That's a huge thing. I mean, I know it's 27. I have a very different mentality than I did when I was 20.
What's the main difference?
Just more even keeled.
Okay.
I think you know too, it's like when you're 20, you're just like a maniac. And then you hit 25 and you're like, all right, you know.
I was a maniac when I was 49.
Yeah.
My brain
Yeah.
chemistry has definitely changed in the
About
last
that.
7 years, too. You know, and I do believe that people can grow and they can change. And I'm not asking you to, and I'm not asking you to say things, but there are certain things that I just hope that
you kinda are.
hear without feeling attacked. That some of the things that you said, whether it's edgelording otherwise, are really hurtful. And then people completely turn off to the idea of being able to listen to you about anything, and then you get dug in more and you're like, go fuck yourself. Like,
Right,
you know,
the
you
the
can't
emotional
joke kind of
appeal,
thing.
yeah.
And that's not what it is. It's not just wokeism. It's not. It's people being really
Biden, you're not
really
the
hurt
first
by
to
it.
bring this up.
And
Nick is not going
and
to change.
I accept your apology for all of the mean
Yeah.
things you said about me.
Yes.
Yeah, you know.
Not
I'm-
everyone's such
I'm
a
on
slave
my
to
apology tour.
morality as
Is
you.
that the one thing you
Yeah.
did say? You said I was a degenerate crackhead.
Me?
And I have the problem with that. Not
Based?
you.
True.
Me?
Yeah. And
I also said you were cool though.
yeah, no, by the way, you said a degenerate crackhead, and you know what? I'm not even mad about that because I was a degenerate
Right,
crackhead.
'cause
I
it's
spent
true.
more time on my
It's just
hands
an
and
actual
knees
truth.
smoking anything that even remotely resembled crack cocaine. It's true.
And now you're sober. Yeah, I find it interesting. You also said that you've never drank
At least they're bringing
Right.
up the
Yeah,
bad
I've never
stuff
had a
about
drink.
Hunter.
Never
Sort
done
of.
drugs.
That's because you grew up, you know, with me.
Yeah.
You're like, don't be that guy.
I grew up with you too. And I was
Yeah, don't be Hunter Biden. Yeah.
You're not as
Based.
smart as he is. My brother never drank. My dad too. And
I was gonna ask you, Nick, what kind of prompted your choice to just like be sober for life and never drink?
Well, you know, a big part of it is I had a lot of
Heavy-based?
addiction in my family. You know, my grandfather was an alcoholic, committed suicide. Uncle
I
died from
didn't
an
know that.
overdose from crack cocaine. My mom, two of her uncles, heroin addicts for their entire lives. And it just
Brutal.
devastated my family, devastated both of my parents.
Turned them into a
and,
weapon
and so
for
I
them to
know I
cue
have
the
that
rhythm of their
addictive
cocaine
personality and
base.
probably have the genetics for it. And not only that, but I
Share?
like being
Hunter
rational. I
Biden,
like
we
having
can,
my sober
share a
mind. I
little
think
bit?
that's actually a sacred
Yeah.
thing. To have unimpaired reason. So the thought of losing control and even being tempted to get into, you know, worse things, I just thought it's just not worth the risk. So it's just never for me.
Yeah, I think that's the
well, how
smart
much,
thing.
by the way,
to
sorry,
do.
do we have time? Is it
Obviously,
how much
don't
you
do
think,
drugs. Drugs bad. Yeah.
COVID
Yeah.
whooped not just your generation, but everybody. Because I have this theory that there was this thing that broke for us with COVID, and that nobody's really come to terms with how traumatic that was for everyone.
And especially for the younger generations. I think severely less for the older generations, but for the younger people, missing the
think it's so
graduations,
cringe to
missing
say stuff
critical
like that
years
is
in
traumatic.
school,
Like,
that's when
yeah,
the
it's
socialization happens. That's when you
different.
learn to get along. And so you think about
But
how this
traumatic is taking it to a extreme.
Yeah, like
Like it.
you can't tell me you didn't have the time of your life hanging out at
Yeah.
fucking home and not
Bro,
going to school.
Oh my god.
Like,
I was still in high school when it happened.
yeah.
And I was in online
That's
classes
actually crazy.
and I was playing fucking Genshin Impact, ignoring my classes.
Yeah, like I was working because I'm fucking old, but you know, as soon as they're like, oh, you have to stay home and now everybody works remote, I'm like, fuck yeah, hell yeah. Fuck going to the office. Like I get to work on my computer and not go to work. Based. Like,
I think it started my junior year of high school. And then my entire senior, well,
That's
half of my
crazy.
junior year, and then my entire senior year was online.
That's wild.
So I got to like fucking AI all of my homework.
Oh my god. Dude, I
I
wish
was
I had
taking AP
AI.
Chem as a junior, and I spent the last half of my AP Chem curriculum just AI.
Oh my god. I wish.
Because they didn't have the proper protocols to like deal with AI test or fucking online test taking.
Right, they didn't have the system that told them, hey, this is AI.
Yeah, well, like they kind of did, but for like actual standardized testing,
Yeah.
Because they're used to like having the lockdown browser and like all that, but they didn't have the time to get like cameras or like the MacBooks and shit that will tell if like you're looking off the screen.
Yeah.
So we just had like our own home computers and we're just like going off.
Yeah, that was a great time, right?
It was absolute
It's not
banger. I
fucking
played so
terrible.
many gotcha games.
I'm gonna age myself, but I graduated high school in 2010. So
Damn. I graduated in 2021.
oh my god. That's at least a 10-year gap. That's crazy. But
Wild.
I mean, yeah, it was like I think yeah, COVID definitely had like a negative impact, but it also had a positive one too. Like people don't talk about like the positive impact about COVID, but it was like, yeah, you got to stay at home. You didn't have to fucking, at least like working, like I didn't have to drive to the office every day, waste all that gas
Based.
money, you know, put miles on my car, you know, lower the worth of my car, you know.
And also like it set a precedent for like STEM fields. They realize that we don't have to pay for office fees. We can just keep everything online.
Yeah, true.
And so like a lot of the work in our fields is just online now.
Yeah,
It's fucking great.
true. I lost all my friends after COVID. Damn.
That's a
Well-
friend issue.
Well, yeah, that's like you lost your friends because they believed in the vaccine or something, I'm guessing. It's not like I lost them because I couldn't go see them or something. That's like I lost them because
Yeah.
they're fucking liberal psychos that wanted to fucking mandate vaccines for everybody. So I mean, yeah, that's not good. And yeah, I lost a lot. I lost quite a few people to that type of thinking. But you know, it opens your eyes and you know, you meet you know, it gives you an opportunity to meet people who like think the same way as you. So yeah, you lose some friends, but you gain some new ones, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So-
since I was in high school, and a lot of your high school friend groups are like based around you have to see these people constantly. Like, I won't lie and say that I didn't lose a lot of those like looser friendships I had, but I really wasn't a social person in high school to begin with, and I really only had a excess of friends that were mutual friends with like my only friend. And I kept that only friend like the latter half of my senior year.
friends.
We were
Only friends.
only
It's a funny word, but
no, my singular friend was this like very Mexican fat girl. And she was so insanely racist and like
that's funny.
super chill. And so like all of our friends, she was like one of those really loud Mexican girls. But because I was a very quiet, antisocial person, and like people would see me as like kind of a bitch, I would
Yeah.
just have her do all the talking for me because everyone fucking loved her. So anytime someone wanted to talk to me about something, they would go to her first as to not piss me off more. And she would be like so prideful in the fact that that she was the only person I could stand being around, despite how like exuberant she was.
Yeah. Yeah, I was definitely kind of a quiet person in my high school as well. Like, I moved around a lot, so I was always the new kid, but it was like, it kind of worked to my favor because, like, you know, everyone was like, oh, who's the new kid? I'm like, yeah, it's just me. But,
Thumbs up.
yeah, double thumbs up, Gucci. But, like, yeah, like, I was definitely quiet in school, kind of kept to myself, but you know, I was kind of like friends with everybody. I don't know, in a weird way, but
I think like because I also had that new kid thing, my sophomore year, I moved states and thus moved schools after like had already established my friend group from like fucking kindergarten up until high school at my previous location.
Yeah.
And when I was at this new school, I was like, man, I really don't want to make new friends. That was such a fucking pain in the ass at my old school. So I was like, I'm just gonna be the emo ass school shooter looking kid. I'm just not gonna talk to anyone. And
That's
then
funny.
I was in ROTC. I was a fucking military bitch.
Mm.
So, in ROTC, JROTC, my first day, my fucking JROTC, fuck was it? I think it was no. Oh my god, since I was in like 2.5 ROTC programs, I forget exactly what rank was this one. But the person in charge was like going over the stuff I did at my old school, and the racist Mexican girl was like, damn, you're so cool. And then after that just would not leave me alone. She annoyed me
That's
until
funny.
we were like bearable.
Yeah. See, the funny thing about, like, I don't know, at least what I have going on right now is, like, in high school, like, I had guy friends, but my core friend group was like the popular girls. Like, I was the only guy that hung out with all the popular girls for some reason. I don't know. I ended up dating all of them. It all didn't work out, but I just, my core group of friends was all girls, and now, you know, I'm in the VTuber thing with all girls. I don't know. I get along with girls.
Miku's
I like
always been one of
girls,
the girls.
so yeah, I've always been one of the girls. Unironically, no, a lot of people did think I was gay, but no, I have guy friends, but I don't know. It's not like I could relate to the girls. I just liked hanging out with the girls. I don't know what you know. I like girls.
I don't know
so.
how you dealt with that, because I was like, the part of the reason I just deemed that one girl my friend, it would give me the opportunity to, like, we still had a really big by proxy friend group because of like JRTC plus like what branched off from our friends. Like, we had a sitting area under a staircase that we would always go to because most of our high school campus was outside.
Under
so we
the
would just all
at the gym under the bleachers, yeah.
yeah, no, it was an exterior staircase, so it wasn't that cringe.
Oh, okay.
But it was like in the middle of a walkway. We would just chill because there were benches and stuff like under the staircase because it was a pretty good commute area. And so we would all hang out there, and it was like a big ass fucking group. And so I would go there just because I knew my singular friend would be there. And that group had so much fucking drama at all times. And I was able to like blissfully be like, yeah, fuck this. And just remove myself.
Well, I guess
like you try to shove a bunch of fucking beaners in a group and expect them not to have some dumb drama.
Yeah. Unironically, the weird thing, I mean, it's pretty much the same thing literally right now, is like, I was friends with all the girls and they had some drama and they would always come to me with their drama and I would listen and kind of talk with them about it. Unironically, that's kind of sort of the same thing that happens now. But but the thing is, like, you know, I had this group of friends, girlfriends that I was really close with, and then I moved away. Dude, I mean, it was literally like 7 or 8 girls. That was like a whole clique. But I had this friend group, and then I moved away, and then went to high school for like half a year or something in a different area, and then came back, and it was like everything changed. Like, they didn't even talk to me. The whole group like collapsed. Like, nobody was friends with each other anymore. I was like, oh my god, what the hell?
It all changed when the Fire Nation attacked, aka Miku leaving.
Literally, like,
Miku wasn't able to fucking like handhold all of them through their bullshit Floyd drama.
Maybe, you know, I haven't thought that hard about it, but that could be what happened. But you're cursed, Miku. Women need you. Yeah, unironically. But yeah, no. So I mean, yeah, COVID was a crazy time period, but there was some positive stuff that came out of COVID, like remote work. Like, I would not be doing what I'm doing today. I mean, maybe I would be, but I think remote work is
It used to be
sick.
a lot harder to find a remote company. Now a lot of them are relatively remote because of the ease of access of it.
Yeah. For me, it just makes a lot more sense. Like, I get more work done at home. Like, I like quiet area where I can focus. There's no commute, obviously, so I don't have to drive like an hour to the office. Like it just makes a ton of sense. Like everything I do can be done online. Like it doesn't need to be in the office. Like, oh, go to the office and connect with people. It's like, okay, what am I gonna talk with fucking, Shabis, fucking, I don't even know how to say his name, from fucking India. Like, what are we gonna relate on? Like, fucking smearing poo on our walls. Like, we don't connect it like on any level. So it's like, I don't know.
Well, no, I feel like I arguably have to deal with more Indians now that everything's remote, because they'll just fucking contract Indians up the ass.
Yeah, it is true. It's like they were doing that anyways, right? They were contracting Indians literally
But
in
we wouldn't
India.
always have to deal with them. That
Yeah,
would be like for our fucking higher up to converse with them.
yeah, true. But now I just use AI to translate what they're saying, and it's like, oh, they mean this. I'm like, great. Because what they said to me is some broken ass English, and fuck if I know. But
Sad.
anyways.
Submit the project, sad.
Sir, do you know this thingy thing, the thingy over here that does this thing?
Sad, Puto not work. Sad.
Like, fuck, dude, it's unreal. But yeah. Anyways, let's continue on here. Sorry, do not redeem. So true.
This generation's going to grow up having 2 to 3 lost years. No sports, no school, no extracurriculars, vacations. It's devastating. And we already had a problem with that: isolation, social dislocation, loneliness. I can't even imagine. So it's going to be devastating, I think. But that's a lockdown.
So maybe if you're watching this video after this, put your phone or computer away, go outside, make a friend. Just do anything but scroll to the next video. Back in the day during Nickelodeon, they had Go Outside Day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that
we need
before
like 1 day a
or
week
even
where it's
after
mandated
COVID.
in a tech oligarch sense that no one can go on their phone or use the computer.
Man, I would love that. I mean, that's one thing. Is if we could, the one thing we could all agree on. The way I say it now is you're all carrying around a bag of heroin in your pocket. Everybody is, and it's probably even more dangerous in some ways.
Would either of you guys ever run for office?
Are you asking me for real?
Yeah.
No. I think that politics, the way that my dad engaged in it, and that I'm obviously incredibly biased, is an incredibly noble thing. But that's not where my head is in terms of what I want to do. I want to reach.
Why are you having this conversation?
My whole thing is that forget all of this.
This is so fucking cringe,
I want to
bro.
reach 1 million people in addiction. I think one of the biggest things about addiction, and one of the reasons why it is as
Yes,
it
buddy.
continues to be
Yes,
this
you have your idealistic
epidemic, is that we don't talk about it.
Fucking, I'm doing
Is
this
that
for the
you don't even
addicts.
talk about it around your dinner
Yeah,
table.
then you'd be at a fucking
And
AA meeting right
what
now.
you
or
realize,
something.
if you're coming from
He's
my
only saying all
particular
this 'cause he
unique
got caught
situation,
being a
is
down
that
bad addict.
everybody comes to
Literally.
me, they tell me their
So
story.
he's like, yeah,
And
I can
sharing
fix other
that
people's problems.
is like, breaks that cycle
It's
of shame.
3 a.m.
And so I
Make
want to
a
reach 1
friend
million people
outside.
in
Yeah, go
addiction.
meet your
How about you,
local
Nick? Would you ever run
nigger.
for office?
I don't think so, no.
Go get robbed.
Just because you can't,
Go
I don't think you can
outside
fully
and
be
you immediately
authentic
get
when you're running
jumped
for
by
office
3
because
monkeys.
you,
Oh my
it's a
God.
different role. And I think my role, they say, according to the Overton window idea,
Ideas that are inside the Overton window are ideas that are politically safe. The public is ready to accept them.
they say that if
Is
you
this
want to
another
change
one?
people's
What am I-
opinions
oh,
and
okay.
what they consider acceptable, you kind of have to be the first to the punch and maybe considered a bad person or evil or whatever in order to
Base.
promote your view. And so that just doesn't
True.
lend itself to that kind of politics. So I think to protect my own integrity and authenticity of the message, I have to not run for office.
See what we just did? We just made probably the entire audience happy. One half is glad I'm not running. The other half is really glad he's not running.
Well, if not you guys, then is there any
Yeah,
candidate
you're so
or
funny,
prospective
buddy.
candidate that
I
you feel like
guess.
could run in 2028 that would, have a fair shot that y'all support?
Nobody in
I'd be more
particular for
upset
me.
that Nick is
Honestly,
not
I haven't
running
really been
versus
too impressed
Biden not
with
running.
who's come out of the
Yeah,
Republican
I don't
Party.
want two
So I'm
Bidens.
hoping they'll just be somebody
Yeah.
we haven't heard of, somebody maybe that
already
hasn't
got
been in
topped
office
by one.
before.
He's voting for Gavin Newsom. And,
I don't foresee the
That's
cocaine
right, yeah.
one
Well,
being
if
any
it's
better.
Newsom and Vance,
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
certainly think about it.
Yeah.
How about you? Anybody that, creates a twinkle in your eye?
No, I think that there are a lot of people. I mean, I know that you think that
Yeah.
you're going to laugh at me, but I personally like Gavin Newsom a lot. I think that he's authentic in those beliefs, whether you agree with them or not. Thomas Massey's principled stand as it relates to the Epstein files was incredibly courageous.
Do not let the Senate muck this bill up. I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island.
And that's why he's not going to be a congressman anymore.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
That's why, could potentially make a really strong national candidate.
And you guys think America will exist in a post-Epstein capture
I don't have a very
freeway?
strong opinion about a lot of
like,
the House
will
of
America
Rep
survive
and
the
Senate
current power structures,
I just view it
stranglehold
as a clown
on the media, the political system?
Yeah,
and all
I
public
mean,
affairs?
most
I
of
don't
them
know.
are.
I think
are
AI is
very
going to really
cringe.
be transformative. It's interesting. Nobody seems to be talking about that.
Transformative in what sense? Like for bad?
Concentration of power. That's the single biggest. And you know what? I'm actually on the liberal side on this with Anthropic.
Sort of.
Over the, let's say, because there's this battle between
There's a lot of
these
open
effective
AI and things you
altruists,
can do
effective
locally.
accelerationists, and I really am
I do love
nervous
AI.
about what's going to happen, especially in the next 4 years, because they're racing towards this artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, and that, without a doubt, is going to be the single biggest influence on the country. And so I'm really worried about that.
And what about that concerns you? Is it surveillance?
It's the concentration of power in the hands of whoever controls it. Whichever firm is the one to develop ASI,
keep it
that
from the
could
Jews.
confer
Quick.
dictatorial-like powers upon the CEO of that company. So whether that's Sam Altman or it's Dario,
the
if
Jews already have
artificial
control, to be
intelligence is
honest.
aligned
It's already
with
too
its
late.
creator, that person will become the most powerful person in the history of mankind on
It's
on
almost
that
an
day.
inherent truth, in my opinion, what he just said, is that the greatest leap in human evolution is going to happen within our lifetimes. AGI, let alone superintelligence, is everything that we think about the way in which we exist in the world completely changes. And I don't think that that's in any way hyperbole. And if
I
you
don't want to hear
listen
this
to
nigger trying to get
the
sentimental
people
and
that
be-
are developing these technologies right now,
It's not a very
they are
profound take. It's
the
like
most,
everybody kind of knows this.
alarmist.
I think AI will probably, most likely,
And
sort of
Sam Altman
into
is
the end of the
a
world.
Jew.
If you
His
wanna know
arm
what
over
life's
it,
like
gets all
when you're not the
intellectual,
apex
and it's like,
intelligence,
listen.
ask a chicken.
Yeah.
And now, by the way, I think that there's an enormous possibility for incredibly beneficial things to society, like being able to cure cancer. I just think of this one thing.
Says so many
Everything
words
that AI
with
is built
nothing of
on
substance.
is ours. Belongs to
Yeah,
you,
basically.
and you, all the way back through the human civilization. That's what they're stealing from us, and they're putting it into the hands of literally
The Jews.
a handful of people. All of that human knowledge, and the value that comes from it. And I think that that's ours. So any AI that is developed, particularly that goes to HEE, should be it should be communal. It should be shared in the not just the beneficial offshoots of it, but the actual money of it should be shared.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think it's like nuclear bombs, but it's also a commodity at the same time. The weapons potential, the economic potential, I think that's going to be the biggest thing. And I hope on some level that liberals win that argument, because what Trump is doing with the Pentagon, Anthropic, and OpenAI, the way they're handling it is so reckless and sloppy and just honestly unbelievable. So we need some adults in the room on that one.
Well, it's been a great conversation. I appreciate you guys for coming. You guys have any final questions you want to ask to each other, or maybe a message you want to give to the American
Such
people?
empty platitudes,
I still believe in
Hunter.
America.
Might as
and
well
I
circle
truly
back
believe
saying
in
I'm
these
loving
conversations. And I think everyone that's watching would think that I would not want to sit down with Nick. And this, I guess, what I'm getting at with you is that I hope you see the humanity of me, and so when the way that you talk in the future takes that into consideration.
Say,
And
I
what
want
I'll
you to
do
remember I have a Jewish wife. Please stop
I will
talking
see
about
the humanity
the
in
Holocaust.
you.
Yeah, I agree.
True.
I think it was
My
a great
wife is not a
conversation,
cookie.
and I think that, we have to come together on the things that we agree on, which is, for example, that we love the country, we both believe in America, we both want the country to succeed, and I like what
We
you
both
said, that we
fucking
see
hate
the
Donald
fundamental
Trump right now.
humanity in each other. And I think that, especially in the events of the last year, the killing of Charlie Kirk, you realize that's actually not something that people on both sides share. I think there's people on the right and the left that don't see the humanity in the other side. And so maybe that's the new consensus, or that's where we can come together, is on the basis that, we disagree on fundamental issues, and even sometimes it gets heated and we yell at each other, but that we do ultimately want the best for each other. We love each other. We want the country to succeed. And I think that's a starting point for any solution and any conversation.
All right, American brothers.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for your time.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate
American brothers, shut
Thanks,
the
man.
fuck
Good job,
up.
guys. After interviewing Hunter and Nick about a variety of contentious topics, not limited to, but including including the Iran war and ongoing conflict in the Middle East, I thought to myself, you know what? Maybe I should just go. Maybe I should apply for a visa from the IRGC and fly to Tehran to go to a Death to America rally, after which I'll scour the scene to find the
praying for you.
culture of the city and figure out how
I am praying for you, unironically, brother.
Dabbing up the random brown boys.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah, do that. I bet that'll go very well. I bet that'll go
One less
swimmingly.
cancerous ass reporter in the world.
Yeah.
Big dub.
No, I mean the guy didn't do a bad job. You know, I think you know they kind of brought up some of the negative things about both of them. I didn't particularly hate the interview or anything like that. You know, I think Nick could have pushed a little bit harder on Biden and some of his bullshit. Like it was very much Biden like kind of, you know, getting on Nick for his opinions and stuff, where, you know, Nick could have like came in there and said some shit about Biden, which, you know, I would have liked to see, but I think he was playing nice, you know, because hey, you're in an interview with a former president's son, kind of a big deal, so you know you kind of want to play nice.
No. He's in an interview with the world famous painter.
Yeah,
Hunter
right.
Biden.
World famous painter Hunter Biden. So, but I am glad we got through it. It was a little bit long. I mean, we are quite over on my stream, almost 8 hours. That's kind of crazy, to be honest. But I did want to get through it.
Cairo time.
Yeah, right. Cairo time. But yeah, I'll probably clip it and put it together in a YouTube video. But I think it was an interesting interview. I think it was definitely worth watching. You know, so does it make me like Hunter Biden more? I doubt it. No, not really. Is he still a cool guy to have a beer with? Maybe. Does that mean he should run for office? No.
Just don't mention his Jewish wife, please.
Yeah, don't mention his Jewish wife.
Don't investigate the cookies.
Yeah, don't investigate the cookies.